Welcome back, everyone. We are here at the final day, the final stop, the final to make that 3 teams, Winter, fighting for a slot to the International after yesterday Talon was able to get the upset victory, the comeback story. I don't know what you'd call it, Winter, but the victory, and 2-0 over Aurora, who will be waiting for us in the lower bracket finals. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Seeking Strike and Winter on the action today. Let's take a quick look at our bracket before we jump into our match today, just so we see what exactly we have ahead of us. It's here, Winter, the last 3 teams, the last slot. Is this kind of, taking a look at the bracket overall, is this kind of how you thought things would have played out, or any major surprises for you now, Winter, as we enter our 5th and final day?
Well, the first major surprise is definitely, Aurora not winning in the last the upper bracket final. They have to go through the lower brackets. Like, I think I kind of mentioned to you that I felt like the favorites. You asked me for my favorites before the qualifiers started. I said Aurora, Talon, and what was the third one? I think I said TNC or Blacklist, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so kind of surprised by the switch around with Talon and Aurora. Definitely Talon played very well yesterday. They deserve their 2-0 over Aurora. They have to try to figure things out on the lower bracket. And they have some time. For now, Execration and TNC, I don't think these 2 teams are as surprising for me. I think I expected TNC to do well. Execration, maybe I would say a little bit more of a surprise than TNC, but TNC, I kind of felt like they had a lot of potential to go far in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and they certainly have, already making it. What is this? This is currently a top 4, but still, Winter, that's not good enough. You need to make it to top 2. Just 2 series away from them now as they try and make it all the way for qualification. As a reminder, here's the teams that they will be joining. Yesterday, we had Entity lock in as the first team out from Western Europe. The Estini buff, the Bomgia buff from Brazil last year on Downs, this year on Entity. Should be very exciting. I believe the 3rd year in a row, by the way, that Entity qualified through the regional quals. So certainly a team to keep your eye on. We've had Talon out from C yesterday, and today, Winter, we are going to finalize the field and lock in which teams will be heading towards Copenhagen. I mean, it's exciting, right? This is when you kind of can start theory crafting a little bit, looking for your dark horse for the event. This is where it all begins, Winter. And I think, honestly, no matter who qualifies here today, whether it's Aurora, Execration, or TNC, not only will the fans have a fun team to cheer for, not only will we get a good representation out from C, but I think it's going to be a pretty strong contender, honestly. I'm excited. I'm excited for what lies ahead.
I'm excited for Cuckoo's redemption arc. If he actually makes it all the way, it's going to be a huge story, for the SEA fans, and especially watching Cuckoo the last 2 years hasn't been easy if you are following him. And I think this is the first time in a pretty long while that I feel like he has a pretty strong team.
Okay. Well, maybe not, right? We're going to see, because standing before him is also a pretty strong team. Execration making it all the way. Probably, and I'll be honest, Winter, surprising myself. I saw how they played during the RES finals. They did win that. They looked pretty good. And they have certainly looked as and they've even looked sing-songy, you could say, as Danzanity, or straight back into it, into our draft and singing songs. But not only does he look great singing, he's having a great time. The team has also been looking great here, making and reaching the final day for the lower bracket semifinals. Does he even have Lewis there singing a little bit alongside him? My goodness, that energy might be spreading. No, it looks like he's talking strats. But I've been impressed, Winter. I've genuinely been impressed by their progress. If you had asked me, perhaps I would have expected Bleed to be here. Yeah, maybe Bleed.
After the first game, right, against Aurora.
Yeah, especially after that. I thought they'd be able to bounce back. Unfortunately, eliminated yesterday by TNC Predator. And, well, here we are in our draft for game 2 now. Sorry, for game 1. TNC Predator on this Radiant side with first pick, and they will open up with the Tiny. The only, well, a couple surprises here on the bans, Winter, as our banning stage is finally starting to look a little bit different now into the final day. We have a very early Monkey and Beastmaster ban. They're no stranger to the banning phase, but the first phase is a little surprising for them.
They just got promoted. I think people realize that the Monkey King facet is just too much. It's too strong. And I feel like Beastmaster, on the other hand, he just feels super comfortable in the early game because of the change to the Helm of Dawn where you get gold now. So it kind of speeds up your timing a lot. And the meta kind of shifted more towards offlaners that want to build aura. And Beastmaster is someone that has a catch and you can build aura. Because most of the offlane heroes, either you are a full catch hero like a Mars, Centaur, you don't want to build auras, or you are a full aura bot, you don't build the catch items or you can't catch. Beastmaster is unique. He's in between.
Still a few heroes that remain in the most contested, this is most banned, so it doesn't include heroes that get picked. But you can see a few friendly faces in there, and a lot of them reflected already in that bottom panel here, where we have more heroes banned out, including this Templar, Weaver, and the Gyrocopter. Weaver's gotten through more than not, though. Tiny Ember, I'm surprised at how much Phoenix is getting through. Seems like he probably has a very high contest rate as well. And here's a hero that is banned against some teams a lot of the times and sometimes let through in reference to that Pangolier pick for Execration. You still think this is a very good hero, or has your opinion changed over the course of these qualifiers?
Top tier hero. I think Pango and Darkseer are both very, very powerful heroes. I think Darkseer is, arguably the best offlaner right now. I think I would just pick Darkseer if I want an offlaner in most cases. He just does way too much in the game. He's very strong in the lane because you can build strength items in the beginning and then you get mana. So he has a lot of mana to cast his Iron Shell, because before you have a lot of mana problems in the lane. I mean, even with a CM, in your draft, you still have mana problems in the lane. And right now you kind of have a lot more mana to play with. And obviously, it's an aura meta right now. You build a lot of aura items. He loves buying the grease, the pipe, and everything, Crimson. And for Pango, he's strong because of the double shield crash facet. He's very difficult to kill. As you see, most of the teams right now, they tend to leave their offlaners on an island. You have to go fight for the runes, protect the mid laner, you have to refill his border, you have to stack for him. So Pango is kind of like a hero that it's very hard to kill on the offlane because you get the double shield buff. But he's going to be in the mid lane this time. They go for the Brewmaster instead on the offlane for Excretion. I think something that fits Tino a lot more. He kind of likes to always play the micro heroes. Visage, Beastmaster, Brewmaster, the Lycan, anything that has to control units, and Tino is your man.
He's looked good on it so far, especially that Brewmaster. So will be something TNC will have to keep their eyes on here.
He is kind of a good counter to Darkseer, I think. You can dispel the barrier from pipe. You can toss him up in the air and the team fights first, so you don't have to deal with him with the combo. Obviously dispel the Iron Shells as well. I think the hero still has a lot of power in the game right now, even though that the pick rate isn't as high, I feel like, as before. But the facet, the barrel facet, I think that one is pretty interesting in the lane if you have the right support to pair up with. I think it's very scary with Weaver. I've seen I think that was my favorite lane by far. Like Weaver plus Brewmaster, you throw the barrel and then Shukuchi go in and you ignite and you just go on him.
This is only the third ET game, Winter, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't we see Execration pull this out yesterday as well?
This hero is powerful. This hero is very powerful right now. I've totally changed my opinion on this hero after the last couple of games. I think this hero just has a very, very powerful laning phase right now. And mid-late game, you're going to get a lot of value from the aura. You're going to get a lot of value from his ultimate. He does a lot of damage, and we saw one game yesterday where he could just carry the game. I mean, they lost the game, but he was into the jungle lineup. A lot of zoo creatures, so he gets a lot of damage. I think in this instance, he's very good with Phoenix because you can protect the egg. In a way, you put the storm, your spirit on the egg, and you storm. Very good. I think
he won that game, Winter. I'm sorry to interrupt here, but
they won that game.
They won that game, and just something to bring up. ET is only being picked by one team in these quals so far, and it's only Execration, which is why I want to kind of drive that point home. Sorry to cut you off. I do agree, though. You know, you've got this kind of pseudo taunt that is a Phoenix Supernova with enemies wanting to try and reach it, and you've got some great AOE protection here. A lot of team fight, a lot of interrupt that Execration will be throwing into the mix. An 18th pick here coming up now for TNC, pivoting on over to what they are looking for. A lot of team fight winter as they go into the Nakes carry.
This is an excellent pick here. It fits the lineup with the CM Tiny Ducks here. It's very good against the Egg, very good against Pango, very good against Brewmaster, very good against ET. The perfect carry pick here. For TNC, so Excretion, they need to find a solution, and TNC needs to ban the solutions right now. They ban out Razor. What else? Faceless Void. Morphling. Morphling maybe could work. Seen a couple of carry Morphlings yesterday and the day before. Seems like it's coming back into the meta.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Morphling.
Have you seen the support Morphling though? That is the interesting one.
No,
so you get
actually.
You get the flow facet. I mean, it's not gonna happen here, but you get the flow facet and you're a strength hero. So in the lane, you have strength and you have low agility, but you can trade. So you have high damage and you have high HP and you trade. And your spells have lower cooldown.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing that here on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It's actually played more than it is mid. It's played more support than it is mid, which is rather fascinating.
Pretty strong, I think. I saw a build. It was what, Arcane Boots into Octarine Core.
Yeah, I see Arcanes into sometimes Yules, but usually Octarine, as you say, seems to be preferred. And I mean, Nine Class played it. Gilger's doing it. Sweden Strong. Like, there's some actual
just
real support
basically
players.
playing on the cooldowns. You turn into, because when you turn into the enemy hero, you also have lower cooldowns. And now so they go with the Storm, the vehicle for the Lifestealer. And yeah, it's Faceless Void against Lifestealer. I feel like there's not much like options that they had, and their lineup right now is really centered around their cooldowns. Chronosphere, Split, Egg, ETLT, like the Earth Splitter, and Pango is the only one that has a pretty low cooldown, I guess lowish cooldown spell. Ultimate.
Yeah, it's like 85 seconds or something, isn't it? It's not
that
long.
low, but yeah, not too long.
Compared to Chronosphere, for example, yeah, it is looking long.
Yeah. But overall, I feel like, overall, I feel like TNC is going to have a much better time here with their non-cooldown existent lineup. They can kind of abuse it. I mean, except for the wall is the only one. But they don't really need the wall so much. They're going to be playing around their Iron Shell on Lifestealer. They have CM with Storm, very, very good combination. I think that their hero has a lot of synergy together. And Excretion, it's a much slower pace lineup. Sure, you have your ultis, you're going to destroy people, but before that, you're going to get run over. Or if you use your ulti to kill one hero and you don't get enough of the map, the Lifestealer, Storm, CM, they're going to run at you and they're going to kill you.
Agreed. I kind of perfectly agree with you. I think I see a lot of shorter cooldowns and a lot of outplay potential on these TNC heroes that play well together. My biggest concern for them is, can they execute at that level early-ish, quote-unquote, into the day? You can see Yoe having a bit of a coffee. I love watching Yoe. He's such a confident mid laner. And it's exciting to see them here in this lower bracket semifinals now versus Execration, who have picked themselves a very team fight heavy composition winter, a matchup and a lineup where if they can cast their spells, will be hard to fight into, quite frankly, right? It's going to be all about that initiation.
Yeah, the initiation is going to be key. I think so is the laning. Like, if you have a team fight heavy base lineup and you don't get a good laning phase, you're going to be in trouble. Because if you look at the TNC's heroes, if they have a good start, they're going to be just running around and killing you. They don't need too many items. They don't need too many cooldowns. They don't need levels. Imagine the Tiny gets a good timing on a dagger, and he's jumping around the map.
That's so funny, actually. So someone said, good luck, my darlings," I believe in reference to the team darlings 1 through 5 that we've had this year. And everyone kind of replied with, "Thanks, baby." I assume some other friendly talk. They said, "Good luck, Amanda." Miss you, Bryle. Do you know any of this, Winter?
No, but I do know that Excretion, they're being sneaky right now. chatting, distracting the enemy, and doing a smoke to get a
Well,
first
that
blood.
they are. Look,
Classic.
look.
Classic
Don't worry,
strat.
guys. Everything's being nice and safe at TNC. In the meantime, behind even nearly the tier 1 tower. Ward? Is it going to be planted back here? No,
Ooh,
they're going to sneak
get,
on through.
They're gonna get a kill, I think. That Zenith is baiting them in.
He's trying.
Actually,
I think they're too slow, though.
I think he messed up the smoke. He got
and
revealed.
look, this Observer Ward's going to see Tino, which I guess is normal. But now...
Oh no, 3 runes.
3
It failed.
runes. Didn't work out there for TNC. A little bit too much chatting, not enough movement on the map.
Well, not the biggest loss, but at least they tried, you know. I thought they could have actually caught someone there. But the Phoenix actually revealed himself in the middle when he was crossing the mid towers, the tier 1 and tier 2 mid. Right, let's see. Let's look at the fun lanes we're gonna see. Faces Void against Darkseer Tiny. That's gonna be not fun for the Faces Void. Life Stealer, on the other hand, he's gonna be okay bot lane against this Phoenix Brewmaster.
I love this drunken brawler stances. It's the innate. Something to pay attention to is the top tier players of this hero can really kind of end up using and abusing that sort of innate for its the passives and the bonuses it gives you.
Yeah, ever since this change, this hero just has become a very, very difficult hero to deal with in the lane, you know, if you know how to abuse all the different stances in different scenarios and depending on your matchups as well.
Hey, speaking of matchups, Storm and Topango used to be a counterpick for Pango. I don't know if it still is, but you would just kind of pick him up when he tried to shield crash. Do you remember? And then, sorry, you wouldn't pick him up. You would just simply vortex him.
Pull him.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's still as big of as a counter. If anything, I think this lane, just thinking about it, should have gotten easier for a Storm. Because now you can static slide.
It should be straight up just better for the Storm right now. And top lane,
Right.
Jing. It's getting run down by the ET.
Nice kills. Then Zanity finds first blood with a kill onto Jing. This is not what you wanted your Darkseer lane to get off to a start. Getting a little bit aggressive there, contesting the pull, and ultimately they will die for it. So that's going to put back the Darkseer's XP gain by a little bit, further delaying that level 3.
Wow, Jing actually TP'd mid to refill bottle.
Wow, that's very early, 2 minutes.
Yeah, Darkseer is gonna be like, alright, my support just abandoned me. Well, I guess it's not too bad. The wave is in the middle of the lane, so imagine if the wave is near the tower, he's gonna have a hard time. Now CML coming in with the spirit, body damage. Run.
Yeah, he's battling versus a level 1 Tiny as well, which feels pretty good for him. So he does have a big wave he needs to try and contest and get a pull on. Oh, you gotta re-aggro the creep wave. It's so funny whenever you try and re-aggro a wave. Yeah, they've done well there to make sure that the range creeps don't go away. So small win there. This is Cox, isn't it? This is the first time we got to cast TNC. Normally they've been at the end of the day.
I
But this is
prefer
Cox.
avatar mode.
Avatar mode.
Yeah,
No, I Betty Cooper is... I look, Avatar mode over Betty Cooper. That's all I'll say, all right? Jing gets off that avalanche. We'll slow him further now with that second time. We'll let Dilation slow, but it's better than dying. Sure is better than death.
I mean, this is actually pretty surprising that the Faces Void is doing so well in this lane. I guess the ET just changes them.
The ET? Yeah,
The lane so
they
much,
contested the
'cause
pull.
Tiny has 0 armor, right? So you can't ever fight the ET. And he got the... I wonder if it has something to do with Tiny getting the tree throw. Like the tree grab at level 1, so you can't really fight. Because you need like the stun or the toss to throw him away, or you stun him when he's running in with the spirit charge.
Yeah,
if you have only the tree grab, then there's nothing you can do.
Sure. Oh yeah,
Look at
he's
that.
just
Oh
getting
my
his-
God.
Look at this. This is crazy. He's fighting into even level 2 ion shells here, by the way. He doesn't even care. In fact, he's gonna force back
shit.
Cox. Dude, that natural order destroys Darkseer. 6 armor, which is what allows you to be so tanky with this bracer build, but not against natural order.
Has been killed.
Yoei was
That is,
maybe thinking about
very-
rotating over. By the way, he was far
Yeah,
out
that's
here.
an interesting position to kill a carrier. I guess he just picked up the rune and he wanted to clear a camp. Yeah, he picked up the bounty rune and just clearing a camp because he saw it was the Satyr camp. It's easy to clear.
It seems like maybe this shield crash, the double jump, really changed this mid lane. We'll talk about that in a second because they're going to make another effort top lane. Look at CML. He just forces, he just bullies them away.
I am in the mood for playing some EFT, man.
Yeah, he's a fun hero. He's a fun hero. Much more of a lane bully now. You need to make your bit of a difference there. Yowei needs another rotation at this rate, by the way. He's not doing so
Dude,
hot in
imagine
this lane.
this Storm is... he got a bottle refill from Tiny and he's getting bullied out of the lane. What on earth is happening?
This is a 23rd pick Pangolier as well, which makes it especially surprising. Sorry, 23rd pick Storm is what I meant to say. I confused myself because the Pango is doing very well.
Yeah, Luis is definitely bullying your way at the moment, you know. It's not really that big of a difference in terms of the CS, but 10 denies to 1, that's pretty...
Toss back into tower for CML with the vacuum back. That's good enough for the kill. So now they're able to apply a little bit more pressure. This is more what we were expecting this lane to look like, Winter. And honestly, I think the biggest difference was the ET early, like you say, punishing the contested pull, pushes back your XP gain, then Zanity. He's got Time Walk here. Oh, wow. He loses out on the Lotus, though, so that doesn't feel so good for him. As the first power rune into the bottle for Yowei, he takes a zip on over and a dive for a kill onto Shanks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he really needed that. Now he gets another bounty rune. He might be able to maybe try and do something here in bot. Pretty sure they know Storm is around.
Thinking about it. Yeah, Tino's still only level 4, so he's got to be very careful of his positioning. Yeah, Tino, look at that. The voice line, he's like, I know you were here. I know you were here, Yowei. That's not happening this easy. He's all snuggled up, you know. This is perfect storm weather. You know, whenever a storm comes on, Tino, he just gets in his snuggie, you know, pops a bag of popcorn, turns on Friends or something. No storm ever bothered him. Not in this lane. It's minute 7
Lewis is
wisdom.
here for the wisdom. All right, here he goes. Double jump.
This is quite an effort. They're also rotating over. I believe that's Bosku, isn't it? The toss underneath the tower is perfect into the Frostbite Lewis. He's not going to get the rune here. Fortunately, he only tanked 1 tier 2 tower hit before he's able to zip away. Oh, but zipping in is Yowei. Shields crash, not tanky enough as CML lands 3 on the Echo Stomp, only level 1, so they're not put to sleep for very long.
Holy.
As, of course, it's the carry maiden Bosku. He picks up the double kill.
That was a Pango against essentially 3 or 4 heroes.
Pretty
and it
much.
took so long for them to kill. Yeah, it took so long for them to kill him because he had max shield crash. Yeah, at least they got the wisdom
that
rune now.
barrier increase is sure is very nice.
Yeah, it's too strong. It's too OP.
Zip mid.
They're gonna
try and kill him. This would be a huge kill if they can catch Lewis again, forcing him to walk back, but it seems like he will be able to turn.
Oh, nice
Gets off
dodge.
a rolling
Jing.
thunder thanks to CML's Echo Stomp as they
dodge
likely
again.
have to settle for Jing. Dinzanity's here. I mean, there's no way he gets out, but he does at least ensure that no one else dies. Second
Come on,
power
you have to-
rune, though, secured for the Pango.
You gotta give Jing some credit there. He knew that little spot you can dodge the rolling thunder there. And like you said, Lewis gets his prize. The second rune of the game, so he has a full bottle again available. Yowei, on the other hand, is waiting for someone to refill his bottle, but Tiny has no TP. It's on cooldown.
Yeah, they will maybe look to go bottom. Yeah, no rolling thunder for 45 seconds. They have not been able to put a lot of pressure here onto Palos, but Tino's done a fairly decent job of that himself. 15 denies, though, actually. Maybe it's a little bit going the other direction. I was taking a look at their net worth. Tino is worst off by quite a margin, nearly 900 gold behind the Darks here. He will need maybe a little bit of assistance, a gank to the lane or something to try and make his game slightly easier. Bosku, he will be scouted by the Observer Ward as he loses his own sentry, but perfectly pings his own.
lane.
TP top.
Lewis is here.
Lewis will jump in here as Jing 3 stacks of time dilation. He's not really going to be able to do much about it, but the Chronosphere dropped as Yoei, only 1 point in the Vortex, severely overestimating how much lockdown he had. Densanity just drops the Chronosphere as he finds an easy kill. Rolling Thunder then used for the follow-up stun as they chase down for Cox, who gets a little mini vacuum off, which will not change the outcome here. 3 heroes die. Is TNC Predator just a bit too aggressive there?
Yeah, way too aggressive. I mean, they kind of wanted to, I guess, initially try to poke up some TPs, but Storm, he needed to jump away. I think after the initial poke, they needed to leave with it. The Storm needed to run and just let the Tiny die. I think that would have actually been pretty good for them if they actually baited so many TPs and only losing the Tiny.
A lot of hero voice lines as Lewis, because of the death, Storm rotated as fast as he could back to mid, but he will be just a second too late there on contesting that next rune, which is a haste bottled up by Lewis. Rolling Thunder in 30 more seconds, Winter. He's almost at this Diffusal Blade as well, so we'll likely see those two in conjunction for a nice little power spike here and some increased damage. Then they could really help Tino out. I mean, brother needs a gank. He's level 6, is going still for this Radiant, so if they don't get something moving for him soon, or if they can't boot Palos out of lane, who has just been collecting CS down here, they might find themselves without a very strong Brewmaster.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're getting so much from the other two cores. Your Faces Void and Pango, look at their network, they're so rich. So I think you can be fine sacrificing a little bit for your Brewmaster, you know, if the other two cores are also getting so much off the map. You can't make everybody happy in Orichi. Somebody's gotta suffer.
Someone's gotta suffer. A casual wall drops top, by the way, from Insanity. He simply walks away.
Just some harass, showing the Faces Void his own illusion, his own image.
So, true. See if he's going to hide in the shadow for a bit longer. Okay, Lewis does not yet quite have the Diffusal Blade, but now they know there's no wall of replica, so they'll try and chase Palos out of lane. Pretty difficult task, honestly. He's got a lot of armor with nearly the full armlet completed. He will instead take the gate top, so we might just be able to trade some tier 1 towers here then. Betty Cooper.
Is she like some character from some sitcom? Her name feels really familiar.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
Must be, you know, remember this name.
I think it's from a show, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah,
I
and Storm gonna pick up the regen. Shanks.
Finally, he gets himself a rune. Will he activate it? No, he will not. No, it's his second. He's not going to chase after here. It is his first rune since the first rune spawned, though. I will say that. So he is probably very happy he finally gets one into the bottle. As the push is slow from Execration. There's also an Observer Ward here that Bosku is going to kindly show off with that Frostbite. So Tino now knows that there should be some vision in the vicinity. Especially with the way the creeps chase him up to the high ground. But the tower top's already fallen. Palos is comfortably back into the lane, continuing to just munch away on these creeps. 202 now, Corpse Eater for that bonus HP. Execration, they should make a move here. They've got this Diffusal ready to go. They've got Earth Splitter. They've had a Primal Split with no chance to use it for some time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're willing to wait out here. They're going to be playing a patient game now, Winter.
Yeah, Faces Void. That's no rush, you know. Strongest late gamer. As long as the game is still in a spot where you can farm the map, I think there's no need for you to rush. When your off lane is buying Radiance.
Yoei will smoke now with his Tiny. He's going to find CML. This is the Orchid reveal. They were hoping for a bigger fish, but they'll settle for the Elder Titan.
Still a pretty solid kill. It allows the Darkseer to get all the camps in this area because his teammate has already eliminated the bodyguard over here. So he farms the wave, he farms the camps, and now they go back for the Wisdom Rune. I think this draft is going to ramp up only when Lifesteal gets Radiance. I think before that, people are just going to be going for pickoffs with a Storm, Tiny especially. Darkseer's holding your lane, so it'll be just about holding your side of the map, just picking up the runes. And another rune for Yoei here, Shield Rune with his Orchid.
Okay, he'll be happy with that. This Orchid also a very big threat against Tino, who, to his credit,
Maybe even the
is
Void,
trying
you know?
his best to keep up, but again, my only concern here is, yes, Winter, I agree. You've got this late game Faces Void. You have this Pango, who we haven't seen him be aggressive yet, but he still has a lot of damage ready to move. But Tino is falling behind. And at this rate, especially if TNC can connect a kill onto him or continue to stymie his game, he might not be super useful for that mid-game period where their Faceless Void is not yet online.
Yeah, but I understand your concern. But this could be just like a byproduct from the support duo. The difference between CM and Tiny and your Phoenix ET. Phoenix and ET, they are very powerful in teamfight. But when it comes to setting up like ganks, they're nowhere near as potent as a CM and Tiny with their spells like Frostbite, Stun, Powers. I mean, ET, sure, you can kind of protect if you get gone on with the Stomp. But going on enemy hero and trying to set up a kill is an entirely different story.
Well, you know, I feel like it's also some sort of like, you know, mutually assured destruction, some sort of nuclear diplomacy strat here, because it's like, while Execration hold all of their ultimates, right? They don't use any of them. They just have them in reserve. They're really scary. TNC, they don't dare to go too deep or dive so aggressively.
At the same time, TNC is getting a bigger portion on the map because they open up the top area, they killed the tier 1, and bottom side Execration hasn't been able to kill this tower. So that's just like blocking off some of the camps. That's why you see Tino struggling. He's been not having that extra access, you know, to those couple of camps, so he's slower on the network.
I was going to say, I think maybe for Execration it was a calculated move of, well, while we hold our ultis, they won't fight us, they won't invade any further. But I think you're right. They have just been farming less, as we can now plainly see. Tower finally goes down. The Relic is online, at least for Tino, so now he just needs this Talisman for a full Radiance. TNC, stay out of the way of that bottom push. Instead, start to push the waves in mid and top, as there's another rune into the bottle for Yoei. It's an Invis. He will go fishing now to see if he can find himself a Brewmaster.
Oh, he's going to find Tino.
Oh, yeah, he is. Avatos into the Orc is just instantly dead there. But the Echo Stomp in return. Yoei, he might be in some trouble here. No, the Echo Stomp still only level 2, so not a long enough sleep. Yoei easily leaps out of the way of that Rolling Thunder. So now it's just a matter of, can they catch the boulder with the Rolling Thunder? Jing, still a little bit too speedy here, actually, with the phase boots and this Windlace.
Yeah. It's getting out of harm's way there. I mean, they needed the Faceless Void to actually come first, but he doesn't have a TP. So they couldn't really get a rebuttal from losing the Brewmaster there.
That's right. So Winter, just to, again, relay the point. I don't want to sound like a broken record here. We're 6-6, 17 minutes in, a small net worth lead for TNC as a result of them being able to control more parts of the map.
It's not small, bro.
Okay, not that small. 5K now, okay. But as far as ultimates that we've seen this game, wow, look at 13 camps stacked there by Bosku. Holy moly. Okay, that's certainly got something to do as well as this map control as they look for a second kill now onto Tino. They do find that Echo Stomp, and now the Earth Splitter. Tino, he gets off the ultimate, but the Brewling stuck inside the Corrupt Sphere. It matters not because Shanks burning them down with the level 3 Sunray. Densanity with the double kill. As finally, I was about to say, we've seen one Chrono, we haven't seen a split, we still haven't seen a Supernova, but we do finally see a team fight where Execration come out on top. They cut that net worth lead down to 2K.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. When they went on the Brewmaster on the top lane, they needed Faceless Void to be there. Otherwise, they can't really use the Brew to bait, you know. And this time, he had his TP ready, so he came, and thanks to CML, again, you know, this hero is really, really good at setting up counter initiations. You go on his teammate, he sets up a Storm 3-man Storm there, stops the freezing field, saves the Brewmaster, and lands a big Chrono after that.
Mid top lane underneath that tier 2 tower. CML gets off an Echo Stomp, needs to get out of range of the Ion Shell as Betty Cooper missing out on the vacuum. Gives himself an Observer Ward that may allow him to avoid death here, but Jing's got another blink here in just a second. Oh, and yeah, he's on top of his man. Down goes CML. They tick him down with that Ion Shell. What was I going to say here? Strong fight. Palos did not, by the way, he didn't get the rage off before the Echo Stomp hit him. I don't know if that changes much in that fight because of the way the Chronosphere connects, but
he might live if he actually got the rage off.
Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate for him.
They need to be very careful when they're making those type of similar moves around the tower. Jing goes in, they know those spells.
Yeah,
No
but also
chrono.
that Glimmer Cape forcing them to waste the Blink initiation, as there's going to be no vision for the toss back. I like
They know.
Yoe's zip. Yoe didn't zip to the Phoenix. He zipped just to give a toss back. That was really wise. They're going to look for another one. This time they caught an even bigger fish with the Arcane Rune, the Silenteer onto the Pangolin, who did get off that shield crash, so he's still alive for now, but he will tick down to the Soul Burn of Yoe's Orchid. There's a Supernova dropped as well behind the wall of Replica, but tower still falls as Densanity does not have a chrono for 24. Jing now will toss him back even further into the freezing field. The Sunray heal not nearly enough. Bosku with the tip onto Densanity. And that's 2 cores dead just like that.
Yeah, this Void just got a little too ahead of himself. I think initially when he came down without the chrono, he tried to get a trade off. I think that was fine, but after that he just needed to run. He couldn't just stay there and just expect that he was unkillable. He thinks that the Sunray will save him. So he was playing super aggressive without having chrono. It was around 10-15 seconds before he had the chrono. Something like that.
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, a bit more, but yeah, tough fight for him. As after that one, you've got even more items for TNC with this Radiance freshly completed. You do have Radiance finished for Tino, so he's finally farming. At least more rapidly than he has been before. But again, TNC are the ones that are picking up item after item after item. I think Betty Cooper also showing off his Pipe of Insight in that last fight. That's going to neutralize a lot of this Sunray damage, a lot of this Radiance burn, right? Shield crash.
That's going to be like a big difference maker because you don't have anyone to buy Mech and Pipe your Execration. ET's not going to buy that. Phoenix is not going to buy that. I'm sure he bought a Glimmer, but he's not going to buy Mech or Pipe. So you're going to be
at a double Glimmer for the supports.
On ET as well? Okay. It's good against the Storm. It's primarily the item that allows you to survive against the Storm.
Speaking of survivability and Storm, you always picked up a BKB. The Tormentor Shard goes to Jing. Shanks. Ooh, oh no. Yeah, well now he's carrying Dust, unfortunately. Orchid connects, preventing an Icarus dive out as if he's not already used it. And yeah, plenty of control here between the Tiny and the Storm. Another kill here onto Shanks.
Good pickoff. Stopping the Phoenix from playing the dead lane, shoving the waves out. This is what Execration want to do. Shove the wave, buy time. So your Void, your Brewmaster, your Pango, they get more space on the map to farm. And Phoenix, you don't really care if the Phoenix dies as long as the waves are pushed out. And now, looking at the vision that TNC has right now, they're going to be able to play really aggressive with these wards in the middle area. The jungle and the top jungle. Bot jungle, top jungle.
Okay, Arcane Rune into the battle for Lewis. We'll see if he can get off the Rolling Thunder. He does have a Mantis Style now as well for that additional Dispel, as Tino, activating this Primal Split, able to shut down Bosku's freezing field with ease. Now with the Brewlings rushing forward, looking for vision, looking for a target. They will not be able to find Jing. However, they do catch this Darkseer. Keep an eye out for this Mass Dispel, this Dispel Magic, by the way, Winter. That's going to be very powerful here as Jing, he will deny that tower very swiftly. A second lift here onto the Lifestealer as the jump forward from Jing still finds himself a CML. Lewis does go for a Rolling Thunder, but will simply just use that to get back to his side of the map, as there is really no fight here for Execration.
Yeah, CML just totally out of position there. Playing on the enemy high ground there, just way too far. His role in the team fights are extremely important. He needs to cast his Earth Splitter into the chrono, and he needs to use Storm to protect the egg. So he's actually a valuable resource in the team fight. So he has to be a little bit more cautious with his positioning. He's not like Undying where you're running in, okay, whatever, if the enemy kills me, my teammates might be able to kill them back.
Yeah, whatever, I got off my tombstone.
Yeah, ET is a totally different hero.
Yeah, and it's kind of unlucky, right? Because I think when you look at the support composition, Execration have 2 supports that kind of play like that, don't they? So it kind of makes the execution a bit more difficult for them.
Pango and Brewmaster are gonna be the sort of the Undying role, if you will. They have to go in and just do their thing, create chaos, and the ET and Phoenix are gonna be behind casting the spells. And here we go. They are going to try to fight without the Brewmaster split, 30 seconds on cooldown, but they're going to have the Chrono and the Pango roll. Phoenix the Earth Splitter.
TNC starting up this Roche, though, as they do smoke across the map. Don't find much of anything.
It's not fast.
It is. This Roche is going down rather quickly, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. Jing standing in position to break smokes from the Tier 1 tower direction. In the meantime, Roche will go down. Jing. Let's break that first smoke as CML does scout him. They get at least a sentry up on the high ground to know they're not taking a fight underneath an enemy ward as they're starting to lock down and put some damage now onto Jing. Phase boots, he's fast trying to escape, but that hot spot and Tino with the Radiance burn him down. He dies, but the rest of TNC, they'll get away with that Roche scot-free.
That's good play by Jing there. Just making sure that he's scouting, he breaks the smoke in case they came. I don't know if Execration knew what was going on because they were trying to move towards the jungle area towards the mid lane and then decided, okay, maybe they're doing Rosh and then they turn towards the Roshan, but it was a little bit too late. But Jing still made sure that his team could have gotten out alive. You know, he bought them some time there to escape. And now, as soon as the Tiny respawns, you are going to be looking to fight with the Aegis on your way here. BKB done on Storm, so he's very, very, very strong.
Yeah, he's also got that Aegis, like you said. He's going to be buffed up even further by this pipe. You've got Guardian Greaves now. You have an Infest as well, right? Talking about the layers of saves on top of the Solar Crest that Bosku has managed to pick up.
Aghanim's on his way for the lifesteal. That's going to be super huge to kite the Brewmaster.
Mid lane. Oh no, this is Tino. This is a big pick-off, Winter. If they can kill him, there's going to be the toss. Paulo starts laying in the damage. They want to try and force out the split. Tino trying to avoid it if he can, but ultimately he will have to use it. Now it's Execration looking to try and take a fight off the back of this forced ultimate, but they're just too speedy here with between the phase boots, this surge, the zipping around, Winter. They can't get their hands on anything.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Tino can't afford to push the mid creeps, you know. I always have this rule about, you know, this mid area around the river. Whoever that's pushing out that creeps has to be able to do it quickly. If you can't do it quickly, you're not supposed to push it out. And now TNC looking to punish. Brewmaster used his split.
Yeah, there they all go, chasing after this Phoenix. Glimmer Capes countered by the dust, the plethora of them online for the TNC heroes.
As very good play by
kill.
TNC. And now they're going to be able to maybe get a tower here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 80 seconds, right, until this next Brew split is up. What do they have to fear? They've got an Aegis, they've got a net worth lead.
Yeah, they have Aghanims on lifesteal, you know. This hero is very powerful right now. Like, I like that he actually rushed Aghanims over getting an SNY.
Hold on, speaking of that Ag, we might see that put to use here as Denzanity. He might very quickly have Palos inside of him. He's got Lewis here to protect him a little bit. He's able to actually outfight decently with the Mjolnir as they will just drop the Chronosphere. There's no Aegis on this guy. Wall of Replica with the vacuum. They will get at least the sleep down, but Palos, he's still alive, and he jumps inside of Denzanity. He kills him off, Palos. Oh my lord, he basically 1v4'd them.
No damage, you know, into the Chrono. That was a big blunder there by Denzanity. Probably, you know, doing too much karaokeing in the game before the game started, so he couldn't really count the damage there.
No. He was singing "I Need a Hero," but really he needed allied heroes to help him in there. I mean, you're right, it was just not enough. He's level 18, so he does have max chrono duration, but he does not have attack speed in Chrono Winter. And even with that Mjolnir, now TNC whirls their oysters. They take down Shanks. They're snowballing hard. Tino, he's going to be hit by the damn meteor hammer. Oh, TNC. They're cracking this game wide open.
You have no chrono. They might be able to siege the high ground here, or at the very least get all the tier 2 towers. Right, this is a big blunder from Denzanity here. He has to try to make sure that whenever he uses the chrono, he needs his team around him, you know. Like you said, if you don't have your level 20 talent, the attack speed talent, you're not actually doing that much damage.
Mm-hmm. I reckon, Winter, the reason that he dropped Chrono was he saw that he saw the Lifestealer has Ags. He knew that if he got him pretty low to close, he would just jump inside of him at some point, and then the fight is a little bit more difficult to take, as then reinforcements come in, blah, blah, blah. So he tried to probably catch him off guard. I'd say he did that successfully, but he, well, in the words of Doom, he gambled and he lost.
Oh, there is a reason Palos was running in, not being a fair. He knew he had enough HP to tank through everything.
Yeah, that's true, actually. And now he's well on his way towards this Assault Curious. Okay, Jing, you madman, just jumps in and he's found the perfect target. It's going to be Tino. Tino, who already used the Mantis style. He can't dispel the silence. He barely gets off this split, but can they take a fight out of this now? Shanks, he's in some trouble. Gets an Icarus dive away. He's got Supernova, but there's a damn Lifestealer right on top of him. The Brew splits now. What can they get done? They've nearly actually killed Cox, but Betty Cooper, he managed to escape as Denzanity forced to pop the BKB. Yowie free in these fights following a wasted, it felt like, Rolling Thunder as Lewis, he dies. Jig tosses it in here on top of him. There's the Chronosphere, but who can he kill? He's trying to kill Tiny, but Tiny's too tanky. Turns back for the Storm. He kills at least him. Tino, his ulti's gonna end, but he's got very little HP. As soon as he jumps out of it, the Avalanche will catch him. Paulos trying to run him down, jumps inside of him and kills him off with that Infest. Right outside of his Fountain Winter. This game, it's all TNCs for the taking.
TNC, baby. They're back, you know. That was a very nicely executed fight by TNC. Like, everyone knew that the Chronosphere was on cooldown. They still have like a couple of moments to be aggressive. I think Tino, like you said, you know, he was the best target to go on. And Jing, once again, gets a toss.
Another toss back at this stage. Pulled back in the vacuum for the Icarus dive. Everyone knows the good old Greek myth, right? Don't fly too close to the vacuum. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, don't fly too close to the Tiny right now. Tiny is just grabbing you out of the air.
It's true. Yeah, this is a no-fly zone for this kind of tiny airlines right now. Heavy enforced by Lifestealer. Jing got this Blink Dagger. He's got so much move speed as well. I thought they were going to go diving into tier 4s, Winter. At this rate, what stops them?
Nothing. The only thing that will stop them is the team fight. You know, when you get your Chrono, your Egg, your Split, everything comes into play with the Supernova.
Uh-oh. Tino, not again. Look at this. They forced him back so far. They even searched to get him back. And Tino, he doesn't have Mantis style. He's dead. Lewis, he'll jump in. Yeah, at least cancels the freezing field, but he's committed the Rolling Thunder now. Denzanity, he's fighting, but they know he doesn't have Chrono for another 40 seconds as Paulos still has Infest. Just jumping in here, CML, he will be the next target as Jing finds another mark. They don't have the detection though for him, but it's fine because they've got the kill onto the carry. He's got buyback, but no Chrono still for another half a minute. Lewis gets just a swashbuckle back, but all he does is change the position of his grave. TNC Predator. It's over. This game is over. GG.
This is a textbook execution from TNC. I can't really find any fault, you know, in the game. From the laning phase to the mid lane game, I think they were really abusing the fact that Execration needed a lot of heroes to, you know, to play in an area with the Chronosphere, the Egg, the Split, and the Roll. I mean, sure, the Pango kind of got a pretty good early game. Like he was really strong. He got the runes. He was pressuring. But I think after the point where the Darkseer kind of got the mech and pipe, they kind of abused that to take a lot of fights that Execration think that they could have taken, and they couldn't have enough damage to kill people off. And the main thing for Execration is also they are not able to open up the bottom area. That's why Brewmaster, he couldn't really get a lot more farm compared to the Darkseer, and that could be the thing that Execration has to think about how to solve, you know, for the next game.
I've got to agree with you, Winter. I mean, you're always so succinct at being able to break down these games and diagnose it, but I think writing on the walls here early for Execration as TNC, they identify the draft they're playing into, and, well, they address it perfectly here with their play style, the itemization, the timings, the patience as well, and knowing when they're at their peak, right? And where Execration were not going to be able to take them down. I think exemplary, something you've always talked about is positioning in team fights, right? And Jing, all game, all he was doing was disrupting the positioning with these tossbacks constantly, every single time, at every moment, at every turn where Execration can rely on their team fight on the high ground. Jing just breaks that apart with a toss back.
Yeah, he's constantly just breaking their formation. And if your Pango is like not running in, or the Brewmaster, you don't get a split correctly off, it's very difficult for your ET and Phoenix to function in the team fight. And Void also kind of wants to wait and see, right? He needs to wait for the Pango to start the roll in, for the Brewmaster to split, to create some chaos, and then he comes in the middle with the Chrono. So they are a little bit more limited in terms of their options, whereas TNC, the Storm can pull, Tiny can go in, toss someone back. Darkseer is very tanky with the mech and pipe. And so is Lifestealer, you know, all their cores are very hard to kill. Their frontliners, the Darkseer and the Lifestealer. And it gives them a lot of option and leeway to play the team fight, whereas Execration, you have a very thin line of executing your lineup. If you don't get the small little details correct, you're going to lose the team fight.
That's right. And a lot of this comes down to the support duo as well, right? We saw here in the highlight that Bosku manages to stack 19 camps in this match, maybe even a little bit more by the end of it. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because you spoke about the support duo here, Tiny versus Maiden. I mean, the highlight reel speaks for itself as far as which support duo was able to set up kills a lot better, right? Execration for the first, what felt like 15, 20 minutes of the match were unable to really break out of their kind of half of the map, a third of the map, it felt like. And while you've got TNC Predator stacking and farming so efficiently in the massive part of the map that they control, they get that net worth advantage, and they use those items and XP that they've got to
you know
felt like
what?
run circles around them.
I think the problem was like the Pango. He kind of reacted, I think twice at least in a game. He TP top to kind of stop the aggression from the Storm. Storm, I think he made a rotation. I can't remember it was with a smoke or it was just like with a rune. But I felt like that was kind of also the issue, right? Because your Pango is moving towards the Faces Void side of the map to defend that area, and then he's not moving towards the Brewmaster, because Tino needed the Pango to come to his lane to kill the tower or kill the hero and kill the tower. But nobody's like moving to him because everyone's like reacting to what TNC is doing. They're smoking or they're running into our jungle, they're pressuring, especially with the orchid timing on your way, kind of caused a lot of problems in the game for them.
Yeah, caused a ton of problems, and part of among them, pardon me, was Betty Cooper here, Mr. Mr. Cox,
Avatar
aka
mode.
Avatar mode. Yeah, indeed. Played a standout game. I mean, I was curious if this Faceless Void lane was going to actually be able to upset with the ET.
He had a rough lane, but
Yeah.
still top net worth, you know? Imagine, you know, the ET played by CML, he did amazing in the laning phase. He punched them to their deaths, you know. This Darkseer tiny, but unfortunately Darkseer, he got help to kill the tower. I think it was by the CM came through the gate, came over, gave him the extra hero to finish off the tower, and he just recovered, you know, got the jungle camps, and that is very, very important. And in the next game, Execution has to find a way to solve it.
Okay, apparently Betty Cooper here is from Archie, the comic book, Archie Comics. I don't know. But maybe he really likes some of the actors or something like that. He could be. But he played fantastically here, and he could afford basically anything he wanted this game. Went for the Aura build, and it looked fantastic here. As we have TNC Predator up 1-0 here in the lower bracket semifinals. Elimination now at stake, and Aurora awaiting the victors of this series for that last slot to the International 2024. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we resume, folks, Game 2 of our series.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, folks, to Game 2 of our lower bracket semifinal series here for the Road to the International SCA closed qualifiers. You can strike in winter on the call. Thank you for joining us for the final day, as we are about to see which team will face off versus Aurora for that last slot to the International Winter. Pretty convincing game 1 there for TNC Predator. I mean, they really made few steps wrong, if any. It felt like that entire game. How do you reset after a game like that if you're Execration heading into this now elimination series?
It's a tough one. I feel like they need to stay away from all these long cooldown drafts, kind of not really suited to play this type of play style. You need to be, I think, very, very quick in the movements and everything. Like, if you want to pull this type of drafts off, I think especially you need to be certain, okay, our draft is very reliant on cooldown, so we need to help our offlaner get off to a good start. Because whenever you're playing a slow draft, at the very least, you need to make sure you have a 50-50 map to play, right? You can't just let TNC have, like, they had 70% of the map, 60-70% of the map, and they were just like taking 30-40%. That's not ideal, when you're playing this type of lineup. So I think things like this need to be changed, and I don't know if you can change this type of fundamental playstyle thing within one game. So I would feel like just adjusting the draft to make sure they don't have to rely on the cooldowns as much.
Yeah, I think that'll help this team look and play a little bit more towards their peak, which they are going to need to lock in and channel now, as our second draft now just getting underway. Winter, for them at least, they will get first pick, which means TNC this time with last pick overall. Last time Execration went basically full team fight, right? Full long cooldown as they last picked the Faceless Void. So maybe it's a first pick here for something a little bit speedier, a bit faster, is going to be just what the doctor ordered and allow them to play a little bit more of their kind of Dota. Let's take a look at the lads now.
5 seconds remaining.
Why is it with offlaners and always getting cozy mode, huh? You got Cox here, aka and Yowie doing a little bit of a dance this time around. I wonder if Denzanity is still as sing-songy as ever after a tougher game. But then, you also have, what is it, Tino, who's also all cozied up, isn't he, with his Snuggie? Is it because to be an offlaner, Winter, you got to have ice in your veins?
Radiant team ban.
Cool
Look at 'em.
initiation.
They're
need to be
being
cool.
chilling.
I mean, they just need to turn the AC down, I mean, I get it, it's warm at the moment.
5 seconds remaining. Ban.
Well, Cox looks good in that last game. Tino struggling a little bit more. He certainly needs a little bit more. But give him another blanket. It needs to heat up. They need to let him
No.
power up a game too.
He needed to look over to Lewis,
5
slap his
seconds
back and say, hey bro, I need you to come and help me,
Yeah.
Why are you not helping?
Radiant team
You're my blanket in the game. If you don't cover me, I'll be freezing in the depths of the snow.
Dire team
Well, and he was freezing to Bosku's maiden last game. As we see a little bit of a change of pace. There's going to be the Stolen Tiny with the Storm Spirit out for TNC Predator. Last game, Execration, they banned like 4 mid heroes against DOA. They still banned 2.5 mids, I guess, with the TA kind of being a flex between mid and carry. But especially that Tinker, a first phase ban?
5 seconds
My goodness,
remaining.
they want to stop this guy.
Dire team
Is Tinker back, according to the stats?
Didn't Nothing to Say play him as well? Am I crazy? Didn't we see that?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Tinker in pubs. Felt okay. I don't know if it's considered like first pick hero or at least in the first phase.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, you know what I always tell you? I need more
5 seconds.
sample
Need more
size.
data.
Need
He wants more data. Okay,
Feed
well, this
me more
draft...
data. The irony, I'm telling you, you need to feed me more data. Then the next day you tell me something. Oh, the stats is not everything. It doesn't tell the whole story. This game, it is different because of this, that, and this.
Radiant team
Well, Winter, you are nothing if not but an analyst, a pure analyst, if you're not always willing to give exceptions to the rules. And hey, like I always say, Dota's a game about rules, but it's mostly a game of exceptions. As here we go, no exception for Bosku. I mean, he had an exceptional game, really, is what I should be saying. On the maiden last time around, I think he generated a lot of gold. He making a lot of plays as well. yeah, looking forward to what he brings here for game 2, basically. Is they'll just run
CM
back
Stomp.
the Maiden.
CM plus Storm. Combo. The classic combo. I kind of like... okay, maybe with Storm, it's not so great. Getting the... What's it called? The mana facet. You get the... Every time you use a spell, you get some mana back.
Dire team
Oh, yeah.
For heroes near you.
Arrived.
It's good. I know it's really good with Lash because you're standing behind him. Because with Storm, sometimes it can be tricky. A Storm is zipping far away from you, so he doesn't really get the bonus of the mana when you cast your spell, unless you're close.
10
Right.
seconds.
And
Yeah.
this is a hero where I think a lot about the facet when I look at my team's lineup.
5 seconds.
Okay, what do I go for with this lineup? Sometimes it's like default, like certain heroes, you always have a default facet. You don't care. You're just going there.
So, some of them are too good. Like double shield crash, static slides too good. What's another obvious one? Reverse
The
RP,
Bramble?
obviously. You take it every game, right?
Bramble? I feel like everybody is going for the Bramble
Radiant
one.
team
Yes,
pick.
that's another one here as the Maiden takes the play. Okay, a lot of lockdown, a lot of control, and what I'm seeing here, Winter, is shorter cooldowns already between the Tiny and the Ember at the very least, as we do have our mid lane matchup set, Ember versus Storm. That's a classic.
I don't like this opening. Like Ember, Dark Widow, Tiny. Feel
Why
like
not?
10 seconds remaining.
It's a little bit icky.
But Winter, why does it give you the ick? You said pick shorter cooldowns. Why do you hate this opening?
Because I don't like Dark Willow and Tiny as a support duo. Even if Tiny is like a core, then it still feels I don't know about Tiny carry anymore.
Is it?
I know
do
Dark Willow is great into the CM. Okay, fine, I get that, And then they're picking
Right.
the Ember as a response to the Storm, But I feel like with Tiny, you kind of need like a cheap. Let's say you're putting Tiny post forward. The 5 needs to be a cheap hero like a CM or something like it doesn't need farm.
Right, you need a low maintenance hero. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because Willow is not a low maintenance hero. Willow is gonna eat your map. Like Willow and Tiny, they're both same position hero. They need to farm some items. You can't just tell them, sorry, shop's closed. You don't get any.
5 seconds
You
remaining.
don't get any of your Apple products today. It just doesn't work. Willow needs.
5
He needs
seconds
the use. He
remaining.
needs the items. Tiny needs dagger. So everybody needs farm. Like
Yeah.
CM and Rubik on the other hand for TNC, it's more balanced, right? CM doesn't need anything. Rubik kind of needs the dagger. So CM can kind of play more sacrificial because that's naturally how you want to play with the hero.
Winter, like you said, the biggest oversight of this hero usually is how much farm she actually takes. That's very true. All right, compare that to the opening now from TNC Predator. Are you a bigger fan of their opening here? You said you got a classic combo. You've got now Maiden Rubik.
Yep. Maiden Storm is the classic. Rubik Centaur is also a classic for the lane. Live into the storm. You kind of enable each other.
There's our
And
cozy
Rubik,
mode offlaners.
Team ban.
I love Rubik into all this Tiny and Dark Willow. All their spells are just so amazing for you to steal. And now they're back to the jungle, the micro hero, the Lycan.
Mm-hmm.
Lycan, if Tiny is indeed... I think Tiny has to be carry for this draft to work. They need to
say
just
that?
last pick position 5. I think if their support duo is Willow and Tiny,
5
then who is going to
seconds
lane with
remaining.
the Lycan? It's like what Tiny with Lycan and Dark Willow with the carry. I
Radiant
feel like
team ban.
their lanes are going to be very, very
Radiant
hard to play.
team ban.
Do you think they're going to
Yeah,
go jungle Pudge here,
I-
Winter, potentially?
I hope not. I hope not. That's what they ran with the Lycan the last time.
Yeah, that's right.
I think what I would be looking to do right now is put the Tiny as carry. Lycan with Dark Willow, the lane's going to be
10
stronger, then pick
seconds
another
remaining.
position 5 last. Something like I think Undying
5
Train Protector that can
seconds
kind of group up and push towers. That would be
Team
nice.
ban.
It's a lot
I
of
like,
roots.
I kind of like Undying here because you can bully the Centaur in the lane. And then you have strong team fight with
Yeah.
it synergizes well with the Lycan
That's
tempo
true.
in the game.
TNC also have issues destroying units, right? That's why they banned out this Phoenix. I think makes a lot of
10
sense, right? I think you're
Is it a
spitting facts
unit?
here.
Is it the
Well,
unit?
you know what I mean. They just auto attacks, just
5
number
seconds
attack based, targets. Basically, that is a weakness of this lineup at the moment, right?
Dire
No one
team
really wants to do that until level 20. Yes, okay, Battle Maiden, you got me, okay.
Yeah, it's the best, right? People always say Snapfire is the best counter to the Phoenix Egg, but no. Maiden has something to say.
That's right.
250
She says, give me
attacks.
that farm. I need 20 talent.
10 seconds.
Well,
Oh no. Where is our karaoke boy?
he's thinking of whether or not he wants this tiny carry here, I think.
He is playing the tiny carry. I tell you.
Maybe thinking about what support he wants. I like your suggestion. Not a lot of Undying picks this tournament though. Oh, hold on. They said a joke. Okay, stretching out, getting ready. What'll it be? 25 seconds here.
They just need something to do on the lane with the tiny against the Centaur Rubik.
What's CML been playing a lot this tournament? I mean, elimination now, down 1-0. You got to go to something, that you can pull off.
Sure, if they want the ET again, sure, go ahead. I think it would be fine also. All right,
Warlock.
Warlock plus tiny lane. I think the lane seems okay, should be okay. You have heal, sustain the tiny. And then in the team fights, you kind of have the Lycan and Ember Spirit running in. Your backline duo, Warlock plus Dark Willow, has a lot of room to cast their spells and pretty good combo.
5 seconds remaining.
Rock into Bramble or Terrorize. I think that's pretty terrifying. And
Winter, it's the first
again,
Warlock of the tournament, by the way.
for this region, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes, for
I
this
saw it
region,
on-
yes. When I say tournament, I do mean this region. The best region, of course. You can't sample from other regions because they're not as good as this one.
Yeah, SEA is the best, man.
That's
Who
the best
cares
region.
about the other regions, All we need to care about is SEA. What are we doing in SEA?
And what are we doing
And
here?
we
We're
were-
last picking a carry Weaver, who snuck all the way through this draft. One of the more contested heroes.
Very good with Maiden. Very good with Storm and Centaur. Fits the pace of the game. It's just very aggressive again, for TNC. It's very, very reminiscent of the first draft where they are just looking to take control of the map, pressure, poke and prod. They're very mobile heroes. Storm, Centaur is kind of also mobile. Centaur, Weaver. And you have Rubik to set things up, reposition like a tiny. You can't reposition as well as a tiny, but you can kind of do it with the lift. They're looking to be dominating right off the laning phase. I think both their side lanes are going to be a little bit better. I think the safe lane is significantly better. CM Weaver against the Dark Willow Lycan. Maybe the Dark Willow can kind of stabilize things, So maybe there is some type of play that Dark Willow can do since Maiden cannot fight into the Dark Willow.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I will be favoring TNC once again with the overall composition. I think it's easy to execute their lineup, whereas Execution, they have a tougher lineup to play. So it's going to be coming down to, once again, how well they can get out through their lanes, how well they can unleash the Lycan, which again, I think Shanks and Tino, their lane is going to be very, very crucial. If Lycan does well, I can see them dictating play with the Lycan with the Shapeshift and then Embers rotating in. But if Lycan gets bullied and gets pressure out of the lane, then Lewis needs to help him. He can't afford to abandon him again.
Well, he needs them. We've got lots of a bit of all chat now between the two. Paolo says he missed Shanks as we have a quick pause at the start of the series. Everyone's saying good luck, have fun. Good luck.
Yeah,
CML winked at them.
Tino is saying, I miss Lewis. I miss my mid laner rotating to my lane. Can we get it? The next game, this game, please.
That's what he wants. Tons of all chat. Winter, one Filipino already qualified to the International 2024. That's on Talon Esports. That is, of course, Mr. Akashi. We started this qualifier in the SEA region with 28 Filipinos. Overall, overwhelmingly, the majority of the nationalities here for the SEA region. We are down to 11. Well, I guess 10 now that remain in the qualifiers with one qualified. Only 5 will make it past this round to face off versus Aurora, one of the few teams without a Filipino in the roster in these qualifiers. The Civil War again, Winter, the Rambulan. See how things get going here. For game number 2, you speak about execution, Winter, for execration. Wouldn't you have to say they've given themselves also a much easier draft? I know you've highlighted the problems, the potential pitfalls here, especially with this Lycan lane, but at least they're not 5 long cooldowns, right? That counts for something.
They are, at least 2 long cooldowns. Actually 3 plus Terra. Terra is not that long. It's just a Warlock, Rock, and a Shapeshift. Those are the 2 big ones. I think it's much better than the last game, for sure. They have a lot of small little spells to play around, and the runes, you know, Bramble. You cannot fight into the Bramble.
Nope, they won't even try with Shanks showing as aggressively as he is there in the lane. And so
Is there-
runes 2 apiece.
Is there even a better spell at level 1 to fight at the runes apart from Bramble? I feel like there's nothing else, you know. Like whenever there's Dark Widow, whichever side this hero goes to, you get the rune. There's no
Yeah,
fight.
I mean, Hook's pretty darn good too, honestly.
Oh, Hook.
Hook.
Yeah, right, sure.
Shikuchi, but usually it's just good for fighting, not good for securing a rune. But yeah, definitely, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're
Oh,
definitely
he gets
correct
the
about
D-Ward.
that.
Somehow he knew that the sentry was placed there, so he gets the D-Ward. I guess he understands Boss Cool's player's habit. He knows that he likes to place the sentry before the creeps meet in the lane. And Boss Cool opting to go for the Nova, using the Nova onto Shanks here. Palos pressuring the Widow. It's pushing him out of the lane.
You always really like breaking down the Nova versus Bite level 1 skill point for the maiden, don't you?
I normally don't like getting Nova into Dark Widow because you can't really fight the Dark Widow. But I think in this lane he just wants Nova against Lycan as well, the Wolf, so he's able to push them back.
Bit of
Like, he
camp
knows that he
development. Go ahead.
Yeah, he knows that he needs to kind of destabilize the lane a little bit. If the creep wave is static, the Lycan is gonna last it and deny everything with the wolves.
That's right. Well, and that's why I was going to update you on, it's 2 supports, by the way, casting the game when we talk about the camp blocks. But right now, top lane, you had Jink body block this camp. Only the hard camp is here, and he does get a successful pull-off, so he's going to destabilize the lane here to favor his Centaur. But back down bottom is where Bosku commits his other Sentry Ward to re-block the hard camp. And so now you've got a creep wave under tower, and not much Shanks can do about it.
I think Maiden's gonna be level 2 here, so he's gonna
Jing,
have
top
his
lane, he's
aura.
going to fight through this. Guess he had no choice there with all the slows, and in fact, it'll be a 1-for-1 as Betty Cooper will at least be able to trade down CML. That quick point in the Shadow Word, maybe even a second kill onto Denzanity? Maybe? No, not with...
This is actually better for TNC, even though they lost first blood. Because Tiny had to use a lot of his HP pool to tank through that, and now Centaur has almost full HP, you know, in this lane basically, and he gets the wave towards the tower. This is actually way better for TNC, despite losing first blood.
That it is.
Yeah, in the lane, it is difficult to sometimes, you know. The thing about this type of things, whether it's a good time to die, but unfortunately at this level, when you're playing support, you need to really know when you are supposed to die.
when
To
you're
give your
allowed
core
to
a better
die.
lane. Okay, when you're allowed to die. Okay, fine, you know.
Well, Denzanity at least with plenty of regen, 11 wand charges. He's relatively healthy. The lane was pushing anyway, so he wasn't, in a bad spot here where the Centaur
Yeah,
could do
I
too
guess
much damage.
He had Warlock heals, so it wasn't so bad for him. Now he's gonna pick up the
It
Lotus.
worked out. It worked out.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
kinda
could have
worked
been
out.
dangerous in some matchups. I would certainly agree. They'll get away with it here. I guess that's one
Radiant's
aspect that the Warlock does give
Yeah.
you.
And Jing running over to sneak away the runes. I kind of like position 4 players that play like that. Whenever you look at Centaur's lane, he has the wave in front of his tower, then the position 4 just leaves and goes pick up rune, stop the enemy mid laner from receiving bottle. All these moves are very, very impactful in the early game where I think sometimes it doesn't get highlighted enough.
Yeah, I mean, and look, check out this intense support fight over trying to secure the small camp. Jing eventually losing out on
Shadowwood.
this one.
Versus Fate Bolt, Richie.
I know,
Who came out on top?
Probably Jing. He's got a healing salve, so he's just right back to it, and he's going to be able to body block this camp ultimately if he really wants to. It's another, at least, fatal bonds here applied,
I mean,
but
they
the
do
heals
have
onto Denzanity
the-
are effective.
Lotus on Denzanity, so they have a little bit more regen.
Okay, mid we haven't talked too much about, and maybe now's a good time with the rotation on through Shanks. Oh, the perfect time to look, as Lewis, he must have lived on, what, 10 HP there, even less? That is
Yeah, probably
a
just-
nice pick-off.
Getting the better of your way at this time.
Yeah, and the double root,
Shanks-
Searing Chains
Shanks
there into
TP
Bramble.
in. Shanks, I guess, kind of surprised your way storm there. Didn't expect him to TP in the top lane, live onto the Warlock.
He's got the last word, the heal on top of him, but it's not enough. The shadow word, by the way, that's basically his last word as he does end up dying to Insanity. Eager to at least make it a 1-for-1 trade here. Careful here, Betty Cooper still has plenty of spells. Another Hoof Stomp is ready. They could maybe even look to turn now, potentially, as the Warlock mini Golem's not doing enough damage. Avalanche at least to disengage, and the healing salve is all that about Insanity has left.
Yeah, this is the strength of Centaur in the lane, you know, with all these braces, you know, you get triple braces, you don't have to buy boots because of horsepower, so you get a lot more efficiency out of the trades. And Tiny, you're kind of having to rely on this Shadow Word from Warlock, right? So CML has second point in Shadow Word. It's going to change the dynamics of the lane a lot for Insanity. Because you don't really want to buy any more regen in the lane if you could help it, you know, you want to get to your core items.
Being run out of this bottom lane, and well, is buying a little bit of space and time. He's already used all his spells here. Paulos Shikuchi up in another second. Is even Bosk who's eager to chase. They might even connect with Yowie, who with this experience will reach level 6. Kill ultimately for Paulos.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice kill there for the Maiden. Now they're gonna be conveniently placed around the rune so CM can stack and control the rune. So not wasting time. Efficiency.
Jing as well doing the same thing in the triangle you can see there. Bosku gets the pull off. They're securing runes supports at both spawns. As Lewis, he didn't have it correct there. It was the illusion rune that will spawn bottom into the bottle for Yowie.
So at least Lewis gets a bottle refill from Shanks here.
Something.
So 2 wards on the river for Yowie, so scouting the runes and rotations. They're gonna siege Dark Willow moving to the bot area, so they're gonna catch her here.
This would be a big kill. With blocking with the illusion as well, just to ensure they get this kill. I think with Bosco, you've got more than enough lockdown, but why risk it? Yowie with his first kill.
They're definitely thinking about stealing the rune now because Willow died and now he doesn't have TP.
Yeah, TNC again, they're getting a lot more out of this map, Winter, aren't they? I just want to point out, Betty Cooper, he's totally fine solo top lane, so you've had Rubik absorbing some experience top. As careful, here they go.
Paulos going for
they're
the
going to try and make the move. 5 seconds away. Tino, he's not really willing to do too much here, but Lewis, he will rotate here. Syrian Chains applied. Who's the better clicker? It's Lewis in this particular engagement, who also gets the refill out of it, so he's pretty happy to have traded for this. Left the Redmond back mid anyway.
That was so important that Lewis actually TP'd over to help the rune. I mean, if a TNC gets both runes, that's going to be such a huge blow for their supports. You know what I mean? Warlock and Dark Willow, without levels, how are you going to play the game?
Yeah, even with the Black Grimoire facet, CML still struggling a little bit in the experience department.
He's going to slowly catch up. I mean, Tiny, I think at some point you're going to just go jungle and Warlock's going to take the lane.
Here comes Yowie. Dota Tribute. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Insanity. Oh, surrounded by 4 heroes. They do get a nice, pretty fatal bonds onto everyone here. Is the Tiny still alive? Still fighting through this one. Look at all the heals that he has. Bosku dying to the tier 1 tower, so they give him the stampede to get him out of there. But look who's arrived from the mid lane. It's Lewis. Finds himself stunned now. But most importantly, it's Shanks who's going to fall first. But Betty Cooper with that last double edge puts himself within kill range. Down to 5 HP there. Finally, the tree toss will finish him. A 1-for-2 trade there.
And now Yowie gets the rune as well. Oh, Lewis, he commits. He's gonna die.
Okay, he's going in and he is gonna die. Didn't expect Jing on the high ground. Gets off at least another remnant. Yowie is gonna be able to stand his ground and kill him off.
Holy crap, that is such a big deal. That's insane. You know, he just felt like he needed to try because the Storm is having too good of a game with the runes. And he felt like he just needs to try and make a play to upset the balance of it and just paying a huge price.
And yeah, Yowie's stealing a stack. The efficiency here. Moves into the jungle immediately. Has got not much to fear. He supports underleveled as well. This is troubling for Execration. It's only 7-3. Not a huge net worth lead. It's just more of what this really means for the Ember Spirit, who's still eager to get involved now. Yowie, low on HP and mana, but already has the cornucopia for this Orchid. So regenning at a pretty nice pace, and even has a nice stack here going for Bosku as well.
Yeah, I mean, even Bosku
what are the stack numbers at right now for TNC? This is incredible.
I mean, Bosku has Arcane Boots, you know, it's early on. I mean, Arcane Boots for the Storm. I mean, Storm's going to be really, really happy for that. And now he's level 6 on the Maiden, 9 minutes in. That is such a great time for you to pick up your ultimate. Now you're going to be able to maybe look for a kill even on the map, you know, because early on, no one expects the support to be level 6.
Well, sleight of fist stolen there by the Rubik, who's also level 6, by the way, because Jing, again, Betty Cooper hasn't needed him top, so he's just been chilling mid, getting levels, and a little bit of items to his name, not to mention. You'll even give him a bottle sip, so they might try and look for something here mid.
10 minutes.
The mana boot's now
runes.
delivered.
Luis
Yeah,
has no
that's true.
support. Again, you know, in the runes.
Oh, it's a DD. He'd love to get his hands on this, but he's going to be forced back.
Close.
Amplified damage, I guess. Youe, he might just try and ruin the Lycans game. He's currently rotating down bottom here with the supporting cast. This what do you call it? This 3-man as well. I mean, you talked about how this support duo gave you the ick when it was still the Tiny. Is the Warlock much better at fighting early into these casual engagements? Or
Not
what's
really.
your read?
Not really. That's why he's not coming. Like, if you want to fight in the runes, you need to have upheaval. You cast upheaval and you secure the rune. But because he has gone for max Shadow Word with the Beta Bonds, so you're not that useful. But on the other hand, because
we need you to weigh in. We need you to weigh in on this build because there's a lot of discourse going on regarding a particular player's Warlock build in the Western European qualifiers that was similar to this.
Okay.
What's your read on no upheaval as a support player yourself?
I think it's good for the lane if you get 1 or 2 points, but you definitely want to have upheaval. I mean, the heal, you get 1 or 2 points of the heal, but then you need to get upheaval. I always get upheaval.
Do you think it makes a
I think
difference as far as
it helps you control the runes, it helps you push out the waves, it helps you win team fights. I think it's just too valuable. Even though people would argue that now, because you have the change to Shadow Word, right? So it has AoE damage if people go close to the target. But I still feel like upheaval has a lot more upsides during the team fight.
Okay, smoke play now as Execration will unleash onto Jing. Quick pick off there for them. However, the smoke play in return is onto Tino. Rainbow TP is coming now, as even with the amplified damage from Youe, didn't have enough damage to get through them here. Can they really chase him down? They did get that Curse Crown to apply, but he's just going to be a little bit too fast there with that ball lightning.
Oh, Bosco, he wants a freezing field.
Yeah, and he will. Do they have anything to interrupt here? Not quite. Looking for it with the damage. That attack speed slow. Bosco no longer has the armor, so he falls victim here to the sleight of fist because of that 736 change. Youe, though, leaps under the enemy high ground with the last waning seconds of this amplified damage. And he picks off Shanks. Warlock is here. With the he actually sniped the haster on top. It looks so stupid running around with his little purse.
Dude, this has got to be one of the most unthreatening hasted heroes running towards you. You see a Warlock haste running over that dead one.
Oh no, he's gonna upheaval me. That's got 4 charges to his Black Grimoire Winter. By the way, little broken trivia now with the 736 update. I think this is the longest cooldown in the game now. Black Grimoire, 120-second cooldown.
Radiant's middle tower is under
No,
attack.
no, it's not. Isn't it? Isn't it Undying's facet or his innate, the Restless Dirge or something?
Undying Love. Oh, Tino.
It is not. It's not called Undying Love, Winter.
Unwavering.
Unwavering Condition. Remember that one? That was a good one.
Okay, you got me. You got me. That's so good.
That was funny. That was really funny. Okay, well, they will pick off the Lycanthrope with a well-timed smoke play. And it's now Execration, who may look to connect top onto Betty Cooper, who's got a full Blade Mail, 10 wand charges, triple bracer.
We haven't seen a rock, right? From Warlock?
No.
Have you seen
haven't
a rock?
seen a rock. Only a tiny. Only a tiny one. But here they go, locking down the Betty Cooper. Wow! Wow! A golem Winter.
Do you not think he deserved that treatment?
I don't think they needed it. I think
Dyer's
it'll get them the
Just wanted to
tower at
use it.
least.
Do you not know Warlock players? They just want to use the R button and farm jungle with it, have an excuse to use it.
You don't know. You don't want to know what happens when you don't use rock all game. But here's the problem with it. They need to fight now for the 14-minute runes. That's going to be the shapeshift stolen by Jing, but he's locked inside. Oh my goodness. And look at this. The Terrorize into the Bramble Maze. It picks off Paulos as well. That's the second time Execration have rotated to defend the power runes, but now the Wisdoms make that. But what happens top lane, where you have left 3 heroes here quite vulnerable, as Betty Cooper now rotated in. He still has that Stampede from the early kill on him. Into the freezing field now for Denzanity, trying to escape the AoE. He'll get out alive. He's only got a pig pole, though, and he's going to die as a rock, not as a pig. Youe unstoppable as the double kill, as they do end up losing Bosku, but well worth the trouble, well worth the life there of the Maiden.
Yeah, but Execration, they killed off Palos. I think that was a very, very big kill there for them on the other side of the map with Tino. Now Tino has his helm of Overlord. He's very, very strong right now. He's fully recovered. Both the Tiny and the Lycan are on top of the network charts. Looking to make an impact in the game as soon as possible right now. What did the Tiny go for? Is he getting a dagger next? Yeah, he needs to find a way to participate in team fights.
Winter, we've talked about this mostly during the Real quals, where we saw a lot more carry Tiny than we are now in 736B.
The Shadow Blade build is still my favorite.
Me too. We don't like the Echo Saber first, is where we've settled.
Well, at least we're on the same page for something.
Well, a very rare occurrence. You know what? No, that's not true. We're also on the same page that you owe me a week's worth of chicken rice. Let's not forget about that one.
Whoa.
Someone already forgot their little friendly wager, I see, as CML. He is going to tank the smoke gank, but it still might be trouble for Densanity as Betty Cooper with his blink dagger now. Jumping on it, controlling the lockdown. Bosku as well, just at range. Jing even is here. Densanity still alive, gets off an Abba toss. That's something at least. Sets up for the fear. They'll get through Jing. That was not... Oh, and actually, he stole Fatal Bonds. That's not bad. There's a Stampede, though. The Wolf now is going to be running after him, but with horsepower, he's at least going to be able to evade a bit further. The Wolves, he nipping at Centaur's many heals, and he's got so many of them with 4 legs, Winter. It's the hard counter. The Wolves nip at all 4 of his heals. He's going to go down. A 2-for-1 trade there. They do get through Densanity a second time, however, Winter, which is maybe more, cause for concern? Especially with how slow we have been saying that this Tiny build is without going for that Shadow Blade.
It's the Lycan's time right now.
Hold on. Orchid. Yoei, though. Nice job. There's already a Yule Scepter, and they're going to drop the rock. They're going to try and turn now onto Yoei. Yoei gets a little bit of a heal off the courtesy of the Magic Wall. Trying to fight through Lewis, but Lewis, he turns out to be the better spirit now, as Bosku can't quite reach him for the Frostbite. He will get away, and that is a huge pick for Execration.
Yeah, when it comes to the team fight, you could see this Warlock plus Dark Willow, they are doing a lot more than the CM and the Rubik right now. Anyway, Storm, you jump in, you don't get a clean kill, you're gonna die, He got caught in the rock plus Bramble, and he was gone.
That's why I feel like we end up seeing so many Dark Willows picked into Storms, right? It's this kind of early game momentum that you can apply the brakes to, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult for you to dodge the Bramble sometimes when you're trying to initiate for your team, and then they just get an easy counter Bramble on top of your head and you die.
Execration, they've managed to get past the supports here. They've seen where Palos has gone. Densanity, he doesn't have any initiation, though. Can they actually reach him here? Yule Scepter used in the midst of the Sleight of Fist.
Nice.
They need to root him up, though. There he goes. There's the toss for the continued control. Palos, he does get off the time lapse. He's got a Gleipnir just running for his life, though. And he will manage to escape. Just barely.
How did he actually survive there? That was almost close to perfect layering of spells there. Lewis, amazing. Style of his initiated with the Yules. After that, they landed the Terrorize and the stun and the toss. Just couldn't really do enough damage at the end. Probably saved by the safety bubble, I guess.
Oh. Yeah, could have been. I mean, Rod of Atos also gives you a little bit of HP, doesn't it? So all that stuff kind of adding up for a tanky Weaver who will survive through 3 heroes and 2 cores making the jump on.
DNC needs to play for their BKB timings now. They need BKB against... Weaver's not getting BKB yet. Storm's getting BKB.
If Yoei's not diving and getting caught inside of Brambles, he's always farming a stack. This is ridiculous efficiency from TNC. He's another ancient stack that he's just cleared. I think he also cleared a hard camp stack. Like you say, they are farming towards their BKB. So right now, this Lycan, he does feel pretty strong, doesn't he, Winter? He's able to just kind of push around the map as he's got this ancient Granite Golem underneath the tier 2.
Centaur's buying Crimson Guard to kind of deal with the Lycan in a way. He needs Crimson, he needs Shiva, so he's going to need a lot. I think TNC, they need to go into a farm mode, AFK farm mode right now. Oh, Palos.
This time, okay. Once again, it gets off the time lapse, Terrorize in 10 more seconds. Shanks also has a Yule Scepter, so if they can reach him, they still might be able to set up for something, but Lewis, he's too far back, and especially with Stampede committed, there is no way that they can catch him. Winter, I want to quickly talk a little bit more about this Lycan while he is still relevant going into this plate mail. Has this Lycan pick worked out for Execration? Do you think it's been good?
He's joining the team fights. He's hitting his timing, and now they're still going on to the Maiden with the Ember.
Ball scoop.
Use.
So difficult. You can't run from him.
The rock.
Sets up perfectly
Rock.
as well. Yeah, Rock, steal it, steal it. Prove a point. Take him down. But no, not here. Not now.
See a lowly Maiden running around. You just want to drop the rock to smash her.
I suppose
Maiden
so.
should take more damage from the rock because it melts her ice.
Winter, we get into this so much. Don't you? We've tried this already. We've tried
Okay, let's
fire
move on.
damage.
Okay,
It
they're
was
smoking.
awful.
They're smoking. They're moving towards the top side. They're hunting
They are.
your way down. Yes, Haze. Yes,
Insanity.
BKB.
Yeah, he's got Blink. You also have this AC finished, by the way. But like you say, this Storm is going to be a hard catch. You do have that rock to drop on him, though. They've previously done it. But Palos, he is instead going to be the one to break the smoke. They see him, but they don't have the Tiny here to initiate. And the Brambles just a second late there. Execration thinking about
Wisdom
Tormentor.
runes, so they're fighting for the
Oh,
wisdom
yeah.
runes. Here we go. Big fight.
This is smart.
Crimson
They're
Guard
not going
completed.
to, they're not
Santos
doing
tanky.
Tormentor before they take Wisdom. That's very smart. But TNC, they're eager to hold this Haste Rune active. BKB at the ready. There's going to be the
here we
initiation.
go.
Watch out for this Crimson Guard as well. It's the fight breaking out. Oh, Cox, he's so tanky now. CML, he's in trouble. He gets the rock off right before he dies. It's a mini stun onto Storm, but it's something at the very least. As out comes the Stampede now. The Frostbite's onto Tino. He has shapeshifted, so it's super effective lockdown for him. Insanity, finally, they'll take down Bosku. Another zip on in, but the Terrorize, it's caught onto Palos. Will it matter though? Insanity, he's just being controlled too well. Triple kill for Yowie in this fight. They've already gotten through Lewis. Tino out of the shapeshift, still trying to take this fight as Shanks being focused down, uses the Yule Scepter there onto the Storm. They manage to TP away here onto Tino.
The
But it's a
Crimson
4-1.
Guard just making it so difficult for Lycan. Tino couldn't kill anyone in the team fights. He couldn't kill the heroes fast enough. Like Santa was close to dying, but couldn't finish him off. And in the end, he had to just TP out. That was his AC timing on Lycan, and he completely got countered by the Crimson from Santa.
And look how much damage he still even managed to do in that fight. Big props there for TNC for locking down and killing the Ember so early, but when Execration needed him to do the damage, he was there, just not into that Crimson.
Are fortified.
Okay, they need what, nullifiers now?
Yeah, well, you've got a couple of Yules, right, for the spells. You've already got two.
I
That
mean, you're not
is-
gonna Yule and dispel the Crimson.
I mean, you might. I mean, because it sets up for your Brambles, sets up for your this and that and this. I mean, they've been
Okay.
Yules in aggressively. It's not impossible. I hear you though. It's not exactly the it wouldn't be my go-to dispel item. I'll say that much. Okay, Tormentor taken by Shanks. Or sorry, Shard goes to Shanks as the Tormentor's taken is more accurate.
Roche is going to be the next contention. It's a daytime Roche. Weaver kind of wants to get his hands on it. Som also wants to get his hands on it.
Yeah. Weaver, who by the way is going to opt for a Butterfly Winter. So no BKB for
What?
him.
What? No
Mhm.
BKB?
No BKB.
I feel like it's going to come back and bite him, you know? No BKB into Terrorize. And then the Warlock, Fatal Bonds, and everything else.
Maybe he feels like they... Well, look, okay, I realize how ridiculous this sounds. But maybe he feels like because of the Golem, it's not worth it. Because they can still just... If they get a jump onto
but-
him, they still kill him.
The Golem is not the only spell in the game. You know?
Look, I would agree. Gets away from the Searing Chains that time. There's a lot of debuffs right now that Execration are able to apply with the Mage Slayer completed here for Lewis. As we do hit a quick pause, Winter state of the game, 17-14, a small net worth lead, 4K, maybe not that small for TNC.
It is small this time. It's smaller. Because the last time the game was at 60 minutes and you're like, oh, it's a small 5K lead, you know?
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that one. But what is it about here, Winter? Are we looking for this next engagement, this next Roche fight, this next volley of items?
Yep. BKB, I think.
Who's setting the tempo here?
BKB Roche fight. That would be what I am having in mind for TNC. That's why I was kind of thinking that Paula should actually just get a BKB to fight the Roche. Like Butterfly, it feels like it's too risky. You know? I think Butterfly could end up biting him in his ass if he dies in the fight. I mean, you're gonna be having a couple of dogs on your ass, you know, running at you.
That's right, nipping at all of the heals he has. He has 6 legs as well, so that's a lot of heals. Yowie
Yeah,
kills
I
off
can tell
the
you-
Helm of the Dom creep.
I can tell you a lot from my experience, you know, getting bit in the heels by dogs.
That's right.
Oh, where's my dinner, Sir Winter? Why are you late serving dinner today? Do you know it's 6:25? You're supposed to give us dinner 6:15. A nip in the leg to complain.
Insanity. Taking this smoke. But no one right now in the triangle. Instead, TNC Predator. They're doing Tormentor.
Wow, BKB for the rune? Just
yeah,
for the rune?
BKB for the rune. It's only a regen as well. Bosco in the meantime, he's very low HP as they have done the Tormentor. So now, oh, the Yule Scepter, they just caught it at the very end because of the BKB change. Yoei is vulnerable to that. However, they won't be able to connect any follow-up stuns.
Oh, so the use doesn't...
A little bit of all
the
chat
use-
there.
Okay, I thought the use would actually allow them to catch up. This was not in time. In the end.
I think he meant to say chill. Something like, guys, calm down.
Yeah,
Well, it's
calm down,
8-second
calm down.
BKB charge for that. Ooh.
Okay, so... Roche
Wait,
is
hold
going
on.
to
Are you
be
seeing
moving...
this? Are you seeing this win probability? I don't know if I'm buying into that. 81% TNC. I don't know if I buy that. That seems very optimistic for TNC. I think they're up.
A little extreme. I mean,
Yeah.
they're up. They are strong. I think late game, the Storm is like kind of gonna be a huge problem. You don't have good heroes to catch and kill him. But
right.
I wouldn't say it's like what 80 to 20. that
Yeah,
much.
80-20 seems high. However, if TNC
I
can
think
get away with this Roche,
65-35 sounds a little fair.
I'd agree, and I'd shift maybe even a bit further from that if TNC get this Roche for free, and I believe they will. Execration, they are gathering top now. They're mustering the scan. Well, they'll know, but I think it's far too late to change anything about this. And will they want to fight into now the setup vision into a setup TNC with an Aegis on Palos? I thought that'd go to Storm. But maybe this is why he's building Butterfly and not BKB, because they get the Aegis?
And you know what? You get to make demands mid-late game as a carry. Guys, I'm not buying a BKB, so the next Aegis belongs to me.
See if that's worth for him, Winter. I have my doubts. I'm still thinking there's a chance that he gets a little bit messed up over that. Oh, rune denied out from Yoei.
Yeah, I mean, normally you would say that it's better to give the Storm the Aegis, and we will just buy his BKB running. You have time lapse anyway, you know, so you're gonna play aggressive,
Right.
you're gonna have time lapse. Why do you want to have an extra Aegis when Storm is the better carrier? Full HP, full mana?
Well, now he can be even a more aggressive initiator. I don't know.
No. That's not the word. The word is reckless. Now he
Okay.
can be reckless.
Well, you know, recklessness sets you up for trouble, though, is the thing, right? Is even if you do be reckless and with Aegis and time lapse and you die too far from your team, no BKB means you probably don't make it back out. Here's level 3 grow now for Tenzanity. He's all big and tall now. Going for a Moon Shard. This is usually like an end
was it?
game tiny build.
Was it him that got the moonshot the other day? We saw someone bought moonshot, try end the game. Was it him?
Yeah, but it wasn't on tiny, was it? Not crazy? See him out. He gets
Yeah,
a
it
D
was
ward
on
here.
Tiny.
He's going to die for it.
What hero was it? It was... Was it a carry? Or was it a mid hero? I just remember somebody bought moonshot out of the blue in the game.
Yeah, I remember. And then he ate it, and then he bought another one. Wasn't
that
it in the
reach,
Neon
yeah.
game? Seems like a Neon move to make, you know? I'm just saying, come on.
I thought you were trying to make that joke about neon bulbs giving you night vision with moonshot or something.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that Neon really had some funky itemizations this tournament. As they tend to do, as is pretty normal for them, right? They are historical work for that. But anyway, that's beyond the pale here. They're going to try and catch this Ember Spirit. They actually have. Yule Scepter is ready. Frostbite out from Bosku. You don't have the full TNC lineup here, actually, to continue this engagement. So just a Remnant forced out from under the Ember Spirits.
It's good little bit of just poking, you know, just trying to fish out abilities. And this Centaur is going to scale so well. Like, you get BKB and shot. Like, once he gets BKB, you get level 20, and you get your shot. I mean, this Centaur is going to be like a very difficult probably close to impossible for Lycan to kill him off with physical damage.
All right, it's ready, the Moon Shard. He's going to need to put it to use now. He's got that extra night vision where he sees his team getting his ass beat behind the tier 2 tower. The rocket misses and only catches onto Betty Cooper. They wanted it onto the Storm, but Yoei freed with the BKB. The Terrorize does catch onto Palos, but both supports dead now for Execration as Tino, he's chasing Jing around in the fight. In the meantime, there's the jump back on in, but it's not a good one. They get Lewis. And look at how bad Tino has been kited around. Put a leash on this guy. They've taken him for a walk, and there's that leash. It's the Vortex. They put him down. Yoei, he cleans up. It's Palos with the Ultra Kill, but Yoei with the Arcane Rune dices apart Execration.
Maybe this is why Dota Plus thinks it's 80 to 20. This is why.
Maybe they
can't win
knew.
the team fights. It's impossible. You get kited. Lycan is like... Lycan and Tiny both get kited by the same thing, you know, the stampede and the mobility of your cores, the Weaver, the Storm jumping around. You can't lock onto your target. Sure, you have a lot of damage, right? But you can't lock onto your target to kill the target. And that's why Execration are having these problems, you know. And Warlock hasn't consumed the Black Remo yet. I mean, when are you actually going to use it? I feel like it's
Saving it for
about
next
time.
game.
Why are you not using when there's a big team fight happening? You need all your skills, you know, all your skills max out. What is he waiting for?
Wait, hold on. They almost cleared Palos' Aegis out from under him. That was a bit spooky.
Yeah, was that
Long
reckless?
range.
Tell me. By
A little
Palos?
bit. However, others would say he's playing the hero as it's meant to be played, right on the line, Winter, right on that line.
Can't agree more, you know, TA viewer players. Have you seen what they would do? 10 HP, blinking back in, pop refraction, killing a hero,
Oh yeah.
keeping
Oh yeah.
and hit the opponent.
Here's a replay
when
of
they
that
fail.
fight, Winter. Yeah, you can
Yep.
see the Golem just missing out.
I mean, just no damage. You know, look at the health bars. Like CM is the only one like getting killed because he went in, got stun tossed. That's it. But everyone else is 80% HP.
And then the Orchid that catches the Ember when he jumps back in. And then off screen this entire time, it's just Lycan chasing a Rubik, and he can't even kill the Rubik. Well, there's Aegis getting reclaimed. Execration, their ulti's coming off cooldown here. Just Golem for 30, needs 30 more seconds rather. Full Bloodthorn finish for the Storm. Guardian Greaves on Rubik alongside a Blink and Ghost Scepter, so he's not even easy to kill off himself.
Yeah, all the auras, all the armor. They have a lot of armor. I think once you get a... I mean, Centaur's getting a heart. He changed his mind. He's getting a heart into Shard, so because he feels like he's not even dying. Heart, Shard, Shiva, Crimson.
Careful, careful here. Execration trouble's coming their way. Level 20 Weaver. Level 20 Weaver with that Geminate attack talent now. So not going to be able to catch up here, at least. But he is going to continue playing recklessly, aggressive. Line is up to you. That line's in the eye of the beholder. However, the smoke play now. He's going to go in. Gleipnir, Avatos onto Palos with a Terrorize. No BKB, no BKB. He needs a save. He doesn't get one. The rock now. This time, it will catch Yoei, but he's got so much damage. Laying into Denzanity. There's a Solar Crush. He turns now with that Moon Shard, starting to tear him apart. But he zips away, just zips away. Bosku, his TP will be canceled. As you can see, Lewis now giving chase alongside Tino. They want more, then they will get one more. They find the Centaur. The Yules cancels the TP, nipping at his heels again, caught inside the Bramble Maze with the Blade Mail active. They just need a few more seconds for that. And finally, they'll lay back into him as Denzanity gets to work on the Moon Shard. With the Moon Shard, I should say. With the triple kill, they take down TNC in Winter. Did they cross the line there? Was that Weaver reckless?
Yes, because he has no BKB. Got caught. There's no way for him to dodge the spells. He got caught. What was it? He got caught by the fear, right? Like they started out, they caught him with the Terrorize and he just died.
No, he got caught by an Avatos, pretty much.
Oh, just
And then the
Avatos?
Terrorize caught him.
Alright, this is why I don't like not having BKB.
Well, the
I
force
mean,
the
they have a lot of
cliff.
they have a lot of physical damage, but at the same time they have a lot of spells to disable you.
Bosku, Avatos, back onto a dying wolf, stuck inside now on the Bramble, but careful here, careful here. All of a sudden, Denzanity a bit deep in the base. They're going to buy back onto Bosku. Tino, though, he's got his ulti back up. They need to save. They need to save Denzanity. They need to save Denzanity. They're going to get him
He's
off the high
tanky.
ground in the last ward heal. It'll be okay for now. Is Yoei. He jumps
committing.
in. He gets caught by the Yule Scepter. BKB in 1 second, stunned up by the fear. Oh, the stolen roots. Oh, he's going to be able to zip away. Yoei's alive for now. And instead, it's Tino who's being controlled and rooted down. Lewis trying for this kill onto Bosku, but the rest of Execration, they want to bail out of this fight. Lewis, he will pick up at least one kill. They've lost Denzanity, though. But Lewis, he's still on the high ground. He's got a stolen gem. What are you doing here, Lewis? I guess he didn't have TP. He didn't have TP or remnants.
So a dieback from Cuckoo, but saving the day. Captain Cuckoo ready to lay down his body to win his team the team fight. That's what you want to see from your captains. And Palos, have you not learned your lesson that you need to buy BKB? He buys a Crystallis, then kills a BKB. This man is crazy.
Look at this fight.
This man, oh my god, this guy is insane.
I mean, you can see where it really does make a difference here. And, oh man, Densanity, I mean, he turns into this kind of tanky core here at this stage. Does end up baiting Youe in pretty deep. Gets this kill, ultimately. Yeah, the stolen avalanche from Jing is what killed him, so that was pretty good. And then the Roots here saving the day as they actually almost get a second kill. Oh, but TNC, again, still kind of getting the better out of them in that fight, it looks like, Winter. BKB or not.
I mean, if Palos is not around, they are not going to be able to do enough damage in the fights, you know. That's why he has to make sure he's alive. I mean, I can understand that you think that as long as you have this butterfly, you're going to be immune to the physical damage and you can kind of maybe rely on your team to give you the auras to survive through the disables. But it's always like a fine line, right?
Yeah.
I don't like always giving your opponents a chance to win the game, you know. I feel like you should just shut that door, make sure that they can't kill you and close out the game, you know, instead of like going, oh, I'm strong enough. Like, you think that you're strong enough, but sure, like 8 out of 10 times you're going to be having enough advantage to win a game, but there's going to be that 1 or 2 games that you throw, and I don't like that.
Well, they're up 1 game at least. I hear what you're saying, Windsor, but I'm also taking a look at 45% evasion right now on this Weaver with the Elven Tunic and the Butterfly. BKB is about to be finished off. However, it's Roche now that they must direct their attention to. Smoke breaks. They do catch Betty Cooper. There's a Daedalus on this Tiny, so if he can find someone, he has found someone, but Tiny also doesn't have a BKB. He's completely alone. He's dead for 90 seconds. Execration. They need to get the hell out of here. Yule Scepter up, remember, buys him a little bit of time as the Terrorize also catching out to Palos. Youe does have his BKB already utilized as the Ember Spirit trying to run for it. Jing with the stolen avalanche jumping forward here gives them the vision that they need. They're on top of Lewis. They're on top of Lewis. They've killed Lewis. He's got a buyback. They'll lose Shanks as well. This Execration, they're the ones that find themselves in too deep.
Crap. Did you see how the Tiny just got turned into Mince Rock? Blood Taunt and Weaver just chunking at him.
Got turned into pebbles. A lot of magic damage dealt there too, dude, honestly.
Dude, he has, what, 40 armor, 28 armor on that hero. It's not little, you know.
No, it's not. It was honestly, it's a lot of magic damage, I have to say. Half physical, sure, but magic damage being the other half as well. I'm gotta wonder if maybe we should get a BKB on this Tiny. He decides not, and well, the base is going to take quite a bruising. In fact, tier 2 towers, tier 4s make that. Youe, he's eager to put in a little bit more damage here. Assisting these wagons. That should be 1 tier 4 tower down by my assumptions here. Oh, it's low. 69 HP. Yeah, okay, it'll live. Nice. But that is now a very disfigured base here, top and mid. Those barracks are gone.
I feel like they have to go. Like, they can't just wait for PNC to get Roche. I don't know. Maybe they can't.
They're not going to get there fast enough here. They're not fast enough. Secretion. It's gotten away from them, Windsor. This game, they've been just kind of reacting. They haven't been able to find themselves a strong pickoff here. And now, another Aegis here for Palos. Now, Palos with a fresh 9-second BKB. A heart on your Centaur with level 25, by the way. Is he going to go Retaliate Aura here, I wonder? Yes, he is. Okay.
I kind of like the stun duration more.
This is trouble.
Whatever. I mean, they're far ahead, so he feels like he can actually stop the Leica from back-clicking his teammates, I guess. I think the stun duration is actually... It's crazy. 0.8 extra, almost 1 second in late game is not something to be belittled with.
Yeah, it turns into a 3-second stun. That's not half bad.
Yeah.
I agree. They're going to decide against it. Okay, Lewis has an Ember... Sorry, Lewis is an Ember Spirit, but he's got a Bottled Illusion Rune. I don't know if the fight's coming within the next 90 seconds, but that might come in handy. He has been in situations where he's needed an extra Dispel, and he might find himself in one now, because Yowei is top. He's thinking about zipping it in, and he will. Okay, there's the Illusion Rune popped instantly, just so he can Remnant away. Just in case. Didn't even get hit by the Bloodthorn, not giving Yowei the chance. Got this Ember up to level 20, a little bit more damage now on Sleight of Fist, but here, I think the fight's coming now. TNC going on in. There's a cheese as well on the Storm Spirit for that extra bit of regen in the middle of the fights. Okay. Execration holding near their Tormentor. They see the Weaver. Up to level 25, +1 Geminate attack for him. With the Stateless, he packs quite the punch. Supports for TNC. Holding in the enemy triangle as Execration. They're going to look for a little bit of a backstab here. In go the Wolves. There is a Gem of True Sight. They're going to see where those Wolves came from. They don't know where the enemies are as they prep for battle now. There's going to be the Wolf Bite onto Denzanity. He's onto one of the supports, and the Maiden, he's just nuked through. They need a little bit more. There's going to be the Terrorize, the Silence, though. They're just killing Denzanity. Palos just turned, and he killed him. He turned him into pebbles. Yowei, he's after Tino, as Tino is running for his life. Oh, they've split the fight as Palos takes down the Warlock. CML, his Golem continuing to fight as Ember Spirit is trying to cut another wave, trying to buy more time, but Winter, buy time for what? For what? Palos with the triple kill. TNC Predator, they forced out the GG. They've capitulated Execration. They will move on to face Aurora for that last slot to TI.
Yeah, for the last slot, for the glory, to represent SEA in TI. And TNC definitely look like the way stronger team here. They are a class above Execration here at every turn. They kind of knew what they needed to prioritize in the draft, and you could see in the laning phase and in the team fights, they clearly knew how they wanted to execute them, who to go in first, and whereas for Execration, they look like they need a little bit more work on that. Sometimes players are being over aggressive. They go in, especially Denzanity. He's very unstable, I feel like, in the team fight. Sometimes he makes a very, very daring move, a bold move, it works out, sometimes he doesn't. And in this game, I felt like the Moonshot, definitely not paying off. Much rather seen an item. If you want attack speed, just get a Butterfly, gives you armor as well. So just going for all these very, very, very high risk, low reward plays sometimes. And you have Lewis, I think they're both very similar. They make a lot of very risky plays, and Tino is the only one to kind of balance things out. But in the game, you could see the sense of Lewis liking to help Denzanity a lot more in the game. Like he's rotating, he's throwing his body to save him, rather than sometimes he just needs to help out Tino. And that could, very well be the difference maker in a game at this level.
Execration, I mean, they make it far. I think this is among the farthest they've made it here for a major level qualifier. They're no strangers to these close qualifiers, but usually have not made it such deep runs. So certainly showing a lot of growth throughout this year. That they had a lot of momentum, even getting into that upper bracket, taking a game off of Talon Esports, who ultimately took 2-0 wins over Aurora here. A little bit of eulogizing them here, Winter, but they've showed growth. But as you say, they just couldn't cut it here versus TNC Predator, who will make it into the lower bracket finals. This time, it's not Blacklist Rivalry who will be able to deny the lower bracket run for these guys. They started in the lower bracket, Winter. They 2-0'd Blacklist Rivalry. They haven't looked back since. This is their 4th straight 2-0. That's some momentum heading into face Aurora, huh? Let's hype up TNC a little bit. What stood out about them to you here? What was like the standout moves, the players? What makes them such a strong team?
They look like a team. It's very rare that you see the Pinoy teams, especially. Usually they kind of have players that are very, very high skill, but they never really look and function as a team. I think this is the first time I've seen a full Pinoy squad actually play like a unit. They share the same vision. I think this has a lot to do with Kuku, how he kind of wants the team to play in a certain way, and everybody just kind of listens to him. You don't see any big egos on the team. Everybody just wants to play and win, and everything just came together. They're just really, really solid as a team right now, and I feel like going into their last match against Aurora, they have a very, very good shot. And Aurora kind of got shaken a lot, their confidence after losing yesterday 2-0 to Talon, and I think this is a very, very good chance for TNC to actually make it to TI and to to finish off this wounded wolf, which is Aurora.
Yeah, wounded, a 2-0, sent down, rebuked into the last slot, this last chance, the lower bracket final. And of course, the all Filipino team playing into Aurora, playing into 23 Savage. We all know what he said last year, Winter. Everyone know it's top of mind here, as we will be getting that very, very hype story. And it's honestly very hype to see a historic org. I mean, you could see all the trophies in the background from TNC. What is the Chinese Super Major, right? It's cool. It's cool to see these guys back, this org back. And now, well, the only problem is there can only be one team to advance, Winter. Any predictions before we go to a short break? Because that series is coming up very shortly.
My heart is with TNC.
Okay, that'd be quite the upset after Aurora making it all year to almost every single international tournament. They didn't win one more BO3 series. All the Philippines rallying behind a TNC Predator here as we prepare for a short break, as we prepare for that final series. Thank you guys for joining Winter and myself throughout these qualifiers. We're going to pass it over to Mike and John for the lower bracket finals. After the short break, TNC taking on Aurora.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another day and another series of the SCA qualifiers for the road to the international, and it is MOP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, we've got our wish. It came true. TNT Predator are going to be up against Aurora for the lower bracket final. So how the hell are you feeling? You've got the barong on. You must be excited.
I'm feeling great. This isn't quite the full barong, but you know, it's in the occasion, Mikey. What we've got here:
Close enough.
5 Filipinos versus 0 Filipinos.
That's right.
You know, what did Savage say some time ago about Filipinos on his team? He said he wouldn't have more than one. He had one on Aurora for a while, and then they replaced Armel with Lornov. So now no Filipinos. Up against the 5, up against Master Cuckoo, up against Cuckoo, his teammate on T1, when that entire thing happened where Gabby came in. Yeah. The history is deep in this matchup, Mikey. Very deep history, very spicy as we're looking at her bracket. Again, Talon taking that 2-0, surprising 2-0 up against Aurora to take the first slot. And now Aurora having to face up against a hot streak from TNC. 2 zeros in this lower bracket run. 2-0 Blacklist, 2-0 YG, 2-0 Bleed, 2-0 Exe. Will this be a 2-0 against Aurora? Who knows?
I mean, they haven't dropped a game yet here, TNC Predator. They are literally undefeated going through this lower bracket run so far. And I mean, this is the best team in SCA that they are up against. There is no doubt about it. Aurora have consistently been the best throughout the last year. Probably throughout the last couple of years, quite frankly, when they were still part of Talon as well with this roster. I mean, obviously, Talon, Makoto, you know, we asked the question yesterday, was Makoto right, was Savage right? Turns out Makoto was indeed on the right side of the fence yesterday, Jonathan. Question is now, will Savage feel vindicated? The wounds, the deep wounds you talked about, the old wounds that were made there between him and the Filipinos, as they still burn, Jonathan. Can he make it right? Or is the legendary Filipino squad of TNC Predator going to rub a bit of salt in there? Just a little bit, you know? Just let him know about it. We're going to TI this year, not Aurora. Is it going to happen, Jonathan? Only time will tell. It's a best-of-3 series. No second chances. No more. There's no lower bracket, right? We're already in the lower bracket. No. This is as far as we go.
That is, and we have some team stats to show from this journey. Again, all wins for TNC. So first pick, second pick, doesn't matter. They've gotten all the wins. And average match duration isn't too long. They've been really enjoying this Zeus and as well like this flexibility on the Tiny having some on the Phoenix as well, along with Weaver. I think the Zeus is the big factor. I think it's
It
Yoa
is.
on the mid. I think it's also Cox on the off lane. Right, you've got to watch out for it. The fact that we don't see any of Cox's hero up here in the most played as well tells you something about the flexibility of that off lane for TNC. So I'm keen to see what Aurora will choose to ban here. Will they take away the Zeus? Will they want to pick it up themselves on Lornoff, which is another option? I'm just concerned if you do that, because Yoa knows the ins and outs of that Zeus. He will find a matchup that will maybe do okay in lane. It's very hard to beat the Zeus in lane, but should be able to find a way to crush it later on. It does leave a little bit of a dilemma for Aurora. Like, you know, do you also leave the Tinker? Do you want to deal with the Tinker on this patch without knowing fully its potential?
I don't think you do. We're going to look at some stats here from Aurora, Jonathan. Obviously, the stats look a lot different here for Aurora, but nonetheless, this is still the best team in SCA. Arguably, maybe at the moment, considering what happened yesterday, but I'd still dare say this is the best team in the region, and obviously still the favorites going into this matchup. There you go, Jonathan, some stats here. Of course, it turns out you don't want to give Stormo to the side of Aurora, so that Storm Spirit's still 100% win rate here for Lorinov. Also, the Gyrocopter apparently 100%, but it was only really 2 games. And I imagine that probably was with the IO anyway, so I suppose that's more of a don't let IO go through against Aurora. But I'd say Storm, very, very scary. And Jonathan, Rivalry SCA kind of made a point as well. They said it's the godfather of the Philippines Dota versus the godfather of Thai Dota in Jabs versus Cuckoo. So there's another storyline there in some sense, right? Because Jabs is probably the godfather of Thai Dota. I don't know anyone older than him in the Thai scene that's been around and this relevant for this long. Are you going to give me a name?
I would say...
Don't say my pro. I know it's his birthday, Jonathan, but we've got to...
Yeah, I was going to say my pro. I think there's that old coach on... I think the Motivate Trust coach was around forever, like Dota 1 days. But I don't know, you know, the most relevant Thai right now is, of course, Jabs. So there's a lot in line. Of course, the younger blood in 23 Savage, although he's been around for a while now. Also, again, this match with all the content it's bringing out, I'm sure the streamers are all out there, Mike. All the guys who didn't play the qualifiers.
It's free real estate, Jonathan.
You know, good old Armel, Gabby are watching right now, and they're saying whatever. You know, they've got strong words. I'm sure they've got hot opinions. If Palos does well, oh, they'll sing him praises. Oh, he's the best carry. Oh, who's Akashi? Palos is great. If he makes one wrong decision in the game, it's like, oh, Palos is terrible. What's he doing? Why'd we even let him play on Darling? Darling, what are you doing? You know, so this is gonna be fun across the board for everyone. My streamers, man, our streamers, everyone's streamer. It's wild.
I can't wait to see how this pans out. I mean, look, I'll be frank with you, John. You know how I am. I just want the best team in TI. I don't care which team wins. I don't. You know, everyone should be happy. Either way, we're trying to get SCA a TI win. We don't care about individual countries here between these two teams. You know, I mean, obviously the Thai fans would love Aurora because there's still no Thai representation right now at TI13. You got a bit of Indonesia, you got a bit of Malaysia, you got a bit of Filipino. Aurora looking to have that Thai representation coming in. Personally, I don't care. I just want the best teams at TI13 because I need to see SCA win. I need to see. I'm getting old, John.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting again coming in because you talk about the best. I think when you see a team on the lower bracket run like that going really hot, again, we've seen it with Blacklist knocking out the upper bracket final winner to get their qualifier spots. We've seen it multiple times before when you get knocked. Heck, even Talon have done, you know, old Talon used to have runs like that, which is Aurora now, going down into the lower bracket very early, having deep runs in qualifiers, getting galvanized off of that. So I do think that momentum factor is there for TNC. I think that's something to be concerned about as we are looking at the cams. Yoa just looking like he's choking on something. Cox, I'm not sure what he's doing. It looks like he's... I almost saw a spoon and fork. I'm not sure. I thought he was like chopping up a meal, but a while ago I saw him cleaning up his mouse again.
What is he doing?
Right? It looks like he's holding a spoon and fork and he's trying to cut a piece of...
He is!
No, okay. He's opening it. He was... Yeah. Let's go, Cox. All right.
It's actually sitting there just cutting stuff up. Like, did you not have time before this game to eat, Cox?
Yeah, 30 minutes, so...
We'll see what the first picks are going to be. Of course, we do see the Zeus ban out here from Aurora, which, of course, you already said. Don't give the Zeus to Yoa. He's been playing way too good. TNC, they do respect ban the Gyrocopter and the Storm Spirit. So they don't want to play either of those, or rather against either of those, which is absolutely fair enough. I think Storm in the hands of Lorinov has looked way, way too good. Final ban to come. Do you want to respect ban out something like the Tinker? I mean, chances are with Tinker, TNC would leave it for a last pick, kind of surprise pick anyway. So you no real stress to kind of ban it out now. Obviously, you have heroes like the IO as well, which might be highly contested between these two teams, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's open enough. I feel like it's not that scary for TNC to open up with Tinker, considering Clockwork, Zeus are banned, and the Spirit Breaker, so it might actually be a little bit easier to try to go for the Tinker outside of maybe the Ember Spirit pickup that can come out for Aurora. They will take care of the Witch Doctor, which was left in pool, and will open up with a Shadow Fiend here on Aurora. There you go. There's the Tinker. That's the matchup.
Boy.
Again, what counters do you have left? You know the mid's SF.
And he's singing.
Savage is not going to play safe lane. Yeah, he's feeling himself.
This is a standard Tinker play right here. This is when you play against the Tinker, this is what they look like. So don't feel ashamed when you're having to play against the Tinker. He has no sanity left. Look at Yoa. He's lost his mind already.
5 seconds remaining.
One pick, 100% win rate, banned 6 times. People told, I'm going to keep saying it, people told me that Tinker was going to be absolutely garbage once the changes came in. I knew this was going to happen. Tinker's broken, and it's the worst kind of broken. It's the kind of broken where Tinker never lets you finish the game. That is the worst kind.
Oh, yeah. That it is. And again, you've banned out all the counters. You had to go SF mid. You don't have the Zeus to scout him out. You don't have the Clockwork. You don't have the Spirit Breaker being banned out by TNC as well. Very good protection for the Tinker. The natural counter in like a Nyx just feels dead. We haven't seen that hero whatsoever in Southeast Asia. I think there's room for it, but I don't know if you really want to target it out. Go to Crystal Maiden pickup now for TNC as well. It should be our Cuckoo pickup. Ties in nicely for some aggression for Palos early on. I'm wondering what Aurora will want. IO option was taken out. TNC really doing their homework here, preventing any sort of big combinations coming out for Aurora. Aurora, for their part, they have access to Ench. They have access to Tiny. Some big Q heroes still on hand there. They could run like Tusk combinations on the offlane with jabs. There's stuff like Enigma if they wish, although it's a very early pick for Enigma at this point. I'm curious to see where that power from Aurora comes out. Because again, I don't see Savage playing the safe lane SF. I feel like it's just way too valuable on the mid. There is room to flex. Again, you can just kind of go right-click SF safe lane, but that hasn't felt like it's scaled up the best on this patch. It does feel like it's very tempo-based around the magic build with Yashikaya, Blink, Yules, BKB.
Yeah.
What?
We'll see the players, as usual, with their Starbucks in their hands. Jonathan, can I just say as well, while we have a chance, because we're not sponsored by them anyway, I don't understand why these players in SEA keep drinking Starbucks like it's good coffee. It's literal trash. I mean, you could literally go get a local proper coffee, like a proper iced coffee, but instead we're drinking Starbucks. Well, why?
I mean, okay, so to be fair to the Filipino players, right? In the Philippines, we don't have like Malaysian, Singaporean style iced coffee,
Sure,
coffee ping, teping. But Aurora's in Malaysia; they have no excuses.
That's exactly
Starbucks,
right.
So
I knew that,
yeah,
Jonathan.
I agree. Like, why not just have go down to just a hawker or whatever, like literally emptying on Grab, order coffee ping,
So much better.
teping, and you'd be
So
happy.
much better.
Yeah, it's still. You have some good supports coming out here for Aurora. We have seen the power of this ET. The aura plays are really strong. The reductions are massive. Its output early on is so high as well, and it does scale up quite nicely even as a support. You've got the Hoodwink on hand on top of that. I love the magical burst synergy that Aurora is going for. Right, you get your spirit out, the SF jumps in, they get instant nuke down. No magic res whatsoever. There's a lot of burst play here for Aurora if they can get the setup and get that timing to Yashikaya when the SF starts to really feel comfy with his blink. The center coming out for TNC once more should be a steady aura builder. Some bailout for your Tinker if he does get caught off guard as well. We have seen Cox be really creative in how he itemizes here. Like, he has been one very big proponent of the Crimson Guard. Aura does get the easy answer in the Lifestealer, so you do have the Lifestealer into Centaur lane, which is fairly nice. I do feel like a Centaur with Crimson Guard still somewhat nullifies a lot of the output of Lifestealer. And again, you do have ways of trying to kite out this Lifestealer. Nothing that pierces debuff immunity, which is going to be the big issue. But I see something like a Palos Razor here that looks pretty good into the Lifestealer if they don't ban it out in Aurora's end.
Oh, I agree with you on that, Jonathan. I think the Razor would be a very strong pick here for TNC if they did want to just go down that route. We shall see. There's only one ban left from Aurora. If they do want to get rid of the Razor, I would highly recommend it. TNC Predator, thinking about their final ban out, still looking for the offlane bans to be made, but they'll get rid of the Mars against Aurora. So Jab's still looking for his own hero. Still has options like, say, the Timbersaw, which could be very, very good against heroes like, say, Centaur. I think Jabs might think about that Timber pickup. You might still want a little bit of catch here for the Tinker as well. I'm not sure if they want to rely on Q with the Hoodwink and the Elder Titan of Ollie to really rely on catching this Tinker every single time. Then again, I don't know what offlane you really take here for Jabs that can kind of control Yoe throughout this game. Because again, the thing with this mid-Tinker is it can literally infinitely drag out the game. And when you have the machine spam completely online, all the lanes get forced in so often that you will never be able to get out of your base. We saw that happen in an earlier series with TNC. I don't think this is going to be too much different if Yoe gets off to a decent start.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge. The one thing I was seeing is maybe something cheeky like the Jab's Enigma, but the Eidolon spam's just going to be cleared out. The Black Hold's great. They will go for the Beastmaster, so that's your hard hold for the Tinker.
I don't mind.
It's a good way of kind of getting that done here. I am a little bit concerned. There is one thing that makes this really awkward. Defense Matrix is a strong dispel when it fades away, as long as you always keep spamming that on himself before showing up, or spams it on an ally. By the time you damage True, he's just going to, the Tinker itself will blink away. The allies, I think, will still get the strong dispel without the blink. So it is an interesting pick to counteract. Of course, the Creep Army doesn't hold up too well up against the Tinker. So the split push potential here for Aurora, not going to work out. I do agree with their CK ban. That is something that their lineup can't really deal with. Not much AoE damage outside of Requiem. But that does leave a Razor option here for TNC if they want that. They'll go with a Tiny instead, which is very interesting. We've seen a lot of core Tiny. We talked about Palos kind of going into this early on in our qualifiers. Lots of damage mitigation in a prolonged fight up against Lifestealer. And he doesn't actually get base armor. So at least the physical armor reduction from Ollie doesn't really do anything because Grow is all plus armor. So it is in a way counteracting the ET softening, at least in the physical aspect, not so much in the magical. Really different set of drafts from both sides. Very different for Aurora compared to what we saw yesterday. I would say I'd lean slightly towards TNC. And mind you, there's a lot of play in the lanes here for Aurora, and I think that's where maybe some of the concerns should be on TNC, particularly top, like an ET Lifestealer. If they manage to get a couple of good stomps punished, you've got Lifestealer into Centaur lane. Not the happiest of times there for TNC, but you do have some spacing to be found here by Jing. The wild card factor is going to be that mid. Yoe up against Lorinov, and this Tinker has worked for TNC before. They need to just get it rolling here once again. I don't know if the Beastmaster is enough to stop Yoe. That is the big thing on my mind. Like, yes, you can't scout out with Hawks now as well, right? Like, it's just spinning around you. Your Roar, again, strong Dispel on Tinker once Defense Matrix fades and he has a free Warp Away. You don't have great options. I think you can try to out-tempo, but yeah, as long as Yoe plays his position and right, gets the marches off, I don't know if this Creep Army from Jabs will really be much of a threat, if at all.
That's kind of the concern I have. Like, I think a lot of teams aren't really respecting how strong Tinker is with March of the Machines right now. Like, there comes a stage with, like, for the first, say, like, first couple levels in Rearm, like, level 1 and 2 aren't that great. But once you hit that max Rearm, it becomes quite impossible to control the Tinker right now, I think. Aurora hopefully will show us how to do so, as we are going to be heading into Game 1 in just a second. This is, again, the series that will decide who is going to be the second team from SEA to make it to TI13. TNC Predator versus Aurora, game number 1 officially underway. And there is an added layer we didn't really speak about yet, Jonathan, and that's the mental warfare. You know, Aurora, they are definitely the better team. There's no doubt about that. Aurora is the best team in SEA. But TNC might be the best team at mentally destroying you. So we'll see if they can not get tilted here, because we know there are, some people in Aurora, Savage, Lorinov, sometimes they might just lose their temper. We'll see if TNC can get under their skin.
Yeah. And they already get started with all of the bleed for me's. They tip Lorinov very early on. No all chat whatsoever here from Aurora. Focused in. Let's see if they can keep that focus as this game goes on. A sneaky smoke play out from TNC, looking for the flank, but Aurora are holding the high ground. This maneuver might not be the safest.
Caps will break the
push
smoke.
through.
We'll see. Okay, for now, it's a matter of whether Aurora want to fight, and it seems like they will. Cox is the one in danger. He'll go for a quick hoof stomp and back out. And nothing really to come out of this. Not quite yet anyway, but 23 Savage wants to keep chasing for this bounty, but he might be surrounded. Savage does hold a skill point for now. His team will be there to back him up eventually. 23 now trying to back off. A nice acorn shot, but the blood grenade onto 23 Savage. Going to make life hard for him as now Jabs in the backside trying to get the damage off, but no! Savage goes down. Cox will pick up the kill. And that's a great start for TNC already.
That's not a good feeling for Aurora. Savage went for level 1 open wounds.
Oh.
So he's not going to be able to just sit there, right-click down the wave, have some regen on hand to trade with Cox. Was forced to do that just to try to find that first blood. I like the idea from Aurora. Again, you have access up on Jabs. You're spamming them out. You're trying to get stacks. Just didn't manage to land enough. They commit so many blood grenades as well to try to slow down that chase from TNC. And you give Cox, of all people, that first blood. Bracer timing's going to be a little bit faster. Leveled spike's going to be nice for the Centaur and everyone else on TNC. And also on mid, right? Like, Lorinov popped a couple of Shadow Raises in the initial jump onto the high ground. So he's already out of mana. Does have the 2 mangoes to play with, but he doesn't want to expend that too early on. That does give Yoe a little bit more play. Every single thing happening there just benefiting TNC heavily. And that is something to watch out for as these lanes start to break out. This is still an SF lane for Lorinov. Yoe will still have to watch himself a little bit. But he can't just stand back. And again, it's much more mana intensive for Lorinov here. Already down to just 1 mango off the back of wasting a couple of raises there.
It's pretty rough. It is a rough start already. He'll pop a mango though, and I think you do have to apply a lot of pressure onto Yoe early, because again, the Tinker, once you get a couple points in the laser, can start to get a little bit obnoxious. See the damage block of Defense Matrix, also pretty annoying for the SF to try and deal with. The top lane, Savage, gonna take a fair bit of damage. For anyone that didn't see the previous Tinker performance from Yoe, if you think Tinker's not great anymore, he still ends up getting like a 2.5 second cooldown on Blink. All his items still end up being a ridiculously low cooldown anyway. It literally feels like old Tinker, but you need to press less buttons. That's what I want to say.
Oh yeah. It's a little bit less intensive because of the item cooldowns being tied into your int. So it actually may be a little bit easier to play. Last time we saw Yoe's scoreline end at, what, 2-0-20? Right? Like, it looks funny, but he was there. He was applying a lot of miss. He was saving his allies with Defense Matrix. And he was actually frontlining quite a fair bit on that Tinker. And that is something to watch out for as the game goes on. Of course, other lanes here. Palos on the Tiny, along with Cuckoo on the CM, up against Jabs on his Beastmaster, and Q on the Hoodwink. They've already done a fantastic job here from Palos just to cut the tree line. Prevent Q from having any place to try to scurry around, try to get some bushwhacks off. This lane for Jabs isn't the toughest, to be fair. He's got the Axis spam to play with. He's got the Boars. It's a melee matchup for Palos that does not feel too great. We've got good poke potential here with Q as well. So it shouldn't be too bad for Jabs and should allow that ramp up. I do feel like the tempo from Palos is pretty important as well. Again, his build-up tends to be Echo Saber Shadow Blade. If that timing's held back a little bit, he's not able to join early fights or pressure towers, and that'll hold back the initial power of TNC, especially considering Yoe is going to be soaking up a lot of space later on.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, slow push-in starting here. Q and Jabs are being very annoying towards the bottom lane of TNC. Palos and Cuckoo not able to relax too much down at this bottom lane. It's a pretty slow start for the safe lane of TNC at the moment. And not much they can really do about it because so much harassment being provided with these axes of Jabs and the right click of Q. Cuckoo has been trying to become a little bit more active in this bottom lane, but one bushwhack and he might just die, so he has to be pretty cautious himself. But it is going to mean Palos is off to a bit of a slower start as now 23 Savage still being chased down by Cox. At least Savage is finding the CS much more so than Palos, but he is taking so much harassment.
That he is. I think it's all about that tempo up, right? If you want to play a little bit more aggressive with
Ollie.
Cox, he already has a double bracer, Ollie.
Yeah, he's down. The Cox is very good when it comes to this offlane Centaur. He's played it over and over again, and so he knows it at this point like the back of his hand.
And this all kind of boils back down to that first blood going Cox's way. Faster triple bracer, third bracer already flying out, going for the blade mail afterwards. Level 4 early on, hard to harass out. They do manage to snipe away Cuckoo. Again, this is to be expected down bot. They've got a lot of long-range output. Although
Dive in. Lorenov not able to quite finish the job. Yoe barely surviving thanks to the defense matrix coming in at that last second. Lorenov is trying very hard to be aggressive with these level 3 raises, but Yoe, he's playing just out of range, and that defense matrix has saved him just barely a couple times already.
and that's what it's supposed to do. That little bit of a blink away. Palos isolated while Cuckoo tries to TP bottle refill. Does get punished again. That reach from Jabs and Q. The damage they do have to pump out. The Tiny doesn't have Grow yet, so there's no armor to play with. That harassment is going to be steady here for the side of Aurora. 2-2 start. Slight net worth lead already for Aurora. 2-1K. And again, the laning phase in terms of CS has been favorable for Aurora. And TNC gonna have to try to mitigate these losses. Again, Palos is gonna need to sit back and farm the jungle, and at some point, Yoe is gonna be eating up laning farm. So that means Cox might lack a little bit of presence there as well. They have to mitigate some of these losses in order to just have some initial play on these side lanes while the Tinkers, ramps up to that point where he becomes a little bit crazy.
Lorenov getting nice and lucky. Power Rune will go his way. He'll pick up a haste for himself now. Cuckoo gonna run into Q, but Yoe is right by his side if required. Seems like Yoe doesn't really want the fight though, because he went max march with the machine, so he doesn't really have the spell damage to throw out. Lorenov gonna catch up with a haste rune, but Yoe with that defense matrix gets away. I hate the blink that happens with this defense matrix. It just drives me absolutely nuts. This Cuckoo now will go down. Lorenov, he'll pick another.
Ain't it great? Strong Dispel and a Warp Away. What a spell.
What a spell.
Like, it doesn't matter. It'll block the damage. You get to get a little bit of a jump ahead.
So
It's good stuff. Heavenly Jump is annoying. Defense Matrix even more so. What a great time.
I mean, it says it's a random forward locator. Like, he blinks in a random forward direction. Well, how is it random if it's forward? Like,
forward.
It's forward direction, but it's random. What? I think forward is the direction. Val, maybe change the wording a little bit.
If it was a random distance going forward, I think that would be a little bit more balanced. And I think that might be the intent. Who knows? No, I don't know. I'm not a developer. We'll see down the line, but for now, this is how it works for Yoe. Has the early rearm, can start playing with March. They've already got some good stacks here on TNC's part. Built up, ready for Yoe to clear out. Of course, they do scout it out with Ollie, so they can't contest, and Lorenov is making his way here.
He absolutely is. You want to shut Yoe down as much as possible as Lorenov. Still cannot really contest with the much machine spam, of course. He's going to back off. I saw Lorenov walk through the March of the Machines earlier when it was a lower level, and he lost half his HP. It's just, you can't contest March of the Machines this early. It's too much damage.
And that it is.
Power
It's a
runes.
little bit too much.
It'll be top this time. Cuckoo in a bit of danger, but defense matrix is here. He's okay. Q won't even bother trying to kill him. Aurora will still be able to secure the shield rune here for Lorenov. And all things being said and done, Aurora have had a really fantastic start to their laning stage. Two of their cores top the net worth. The only core that is struggling right now is 23 Savage, but he'll be okay. Just sit in the jungle and catch up. And now it's up to Jabs and Lorenov to try and make that big space that Savage is looking for.
Is under attack.
And Jabs is going for the Ags rush that we have been seeing a lot once more from our Beastmasters coming in. So does want that forward presence, wants to be able to sustain, get a lot of damage off with every roar, play around maybe with his beast mode facet as well, get some damage amp onto the team. The big timing for Aurora is really like Yashakaya blink for Lorenov. right? Again, you're playing with an ET with natural order. You throw the spirit on top of the target, Lornoff will blow up. They're pretty much dead. Defense Matrix or not, that lack of natural magic res will just shred all of these heroes. So Aurora can play a little bit slower until that timing's up. There's no real rush, and they've got the early advantage lined up. The hurting point is Savage. Farming pace of a Lifestealer isn't that quick. And that is maybe the concern for the core down the line, as this is something Palos can overcome very quickly on the core Tiny. His farming pace, once he has Echo Saber plus his shard down the line, should skyrocket immensely. And that is, again, going to be a pretty hard time to deal with. The natural order armor reduction doesn't work on Tiny because Grow is all plus armor. So he's not under threat for the right clicks. Magical Burst can still be there, but next big timing for TNC after this initial farming phase is going to be mass BKBs. What I'd like to see from Aurora, actually, outside of this timing from Lornoff and Jabs, is a couple of Yield Scepters on their supports. And that feels like the best way to handle the Stinker, because you can dispel Defense Matrix. Yields him up right after he rearms Defense Matrix, and he's not going to be warping away anytime soon. Should simplify some of these fights for them into Yoa.
There's that blink up now on Yoa, speaking of the devil. Aghanim Scepter is the build up next for him. Lorinov is still taking it easy, going for the Yasha Kaya, of course. Wants that itemization up before he starts to move with his team. So important having that reduced cast animation. You are playing SF at the moment. So both sides more than happy to just play a slower match. 3k advantage is still standing for Aurora, so they are certainly getting the better end of this net worth trade. Of course, Jabs is farming like an absolute champion as well in his own triangle, with all the stacks to be taken with these wild axes. Meanwhile, top lane, Cox, they do chase the Centaur for a little bit here with Lorinov, but he'll just pop the Stampede in front. There's no real stress for him. Looks like Yoe was there just in case anyway.
Not giving any openings out to Aurora. Again, also playing a slow game on TNC, waiting for this ramp up on some of their cores. You're not quite ready yet for Cox to show up. Does want the Blade Mail into the Blink. Does have the Blade Mail flying out now, but the Blink will be a little bit of a slower process. And again, Yoe with the Ags, that's when the damage can really start to ramp up, not just from the March, but from the laser bounces. And that, it just takes some time in the jungle. So it is a low period for both sides, but it is getting a lot more hot for Aurora as time goes on. There's that Ags for Jabs. Drums of Slom in play now. Again, just the Yasha Kaya for Lorinoff into probably the quick blink. And you should start to see that combination with Ollie kick into gear. Just a matter of time. Again, efficiency for Aurora is way higher with how well they clear on an SF and a Beastmaster, and they are already on a steady hunt here.
Yeah, I mean, Cuckoo's going to take the bounty for himself, but probably is just set to fall as they do land the Sharpshooter. I mean, it's 4 heroes chasing Cuckoo in fairness, but he is indeed going to die. Lorinov will be able to take that kill on the SF. I don't know if you really favor this Dire squad with this kind of slower pace. Because, again, Yoe wasn't having the best time with the Tinker, neither was Palos and the Tiny. But now they've got a bit of time to catch up in the farm department. And they're still both ahead of Savage on top of that. So it concerns me just a little bit. Knowing that initial farm is slowly coming in as 23 Savage forced to TP away, could be in danger, but no, he's fine. He'll barely make it out. But I just don't know if you really want to play this game, especially knowing that Tinker is still just catching up in farm. And again, there does come a point where he will just take over the whole map.
And he does. I think it's not a matter of not playing this way, it's a matter of just waiting for this item spike, right? Like, if they keep playing this slow, once Yasha Kaya Blink is up on Lorinoff, that's where the concern should start to come in. I think if you don't manage to capitalize on this early spike on your SF, with the synergy you have with your ET, you can Astral Spirit forward into the burst, then you are asking for trouble, because this is still comfy enough pacing for TNC. Savage is still lagging behind, which is to be expected for a Lifestealer, but he's not going to match to the core farming that you can get on literally everyone else except maybe Cox down the line. Just doesn't have the clearance on the Lifestealer as these other cores do until the Radiance is up, and that's still a process. Good D wards out from Cuckoo as well, clearing out the gate area just to ensure there's still some safe farm spots here for Palos further in, and they can maybe consider getting some control near Roche if that's an objective. Aurora will want off the back of a fight. And you've got that Yashikaya now on Lornoff. He is going for BKB first before Blink. That is maybe the more prudent choice, blinking in. There is a lot of counter control here from TNC, but that does mean a little bit of a longer wait now for that spike. Again, for Aurora, it's not the worst circumstance. I'd say their timer is still around 20-25 minutes is when they get really powerful with all of these initial items. We'll have to see if they play around that. For now, TNC's equally as comfy just farming. No pressure for them. Their cores haven't died. It's really just Cuckoo, maybe Jing every now and again. No, Jing hasn't even died. It's literally all just Cuckoo. 3 out of the 4 kills for Aurora. They're out with a smoke here.
They are. Jabs is the highest net worth here on the map at the moment. It's probably the biggest pickoff you could hope for as Palos rushes forward with the Stampede. Avalanche will land, tosses out, Freezing Foot connecting. Cuckoo is dropping. The Sharpshooter will take care of him, but they got Jabs. It's a great pickoff for TNC Predator. Aurora, they'll chase for more, they'll try for Jing, but Jing does have Terrorize. We'll cancel it off just mid-animation as Q is still chasing him down. The Bushwhack actually landing, but Palos is here. Palos will help out, and Q is the one to perhaps fall as Jing will actually make it away. And even Yoe will join in on the Tinker to ensure that the ET could not follow up. So a very successful team fight for TNC Predator. That just allows the net worth lead to go lower now. 2K the way of Aurora. Again, John, I'll tell you, I get more and more worried as time goes on. I know you've already spoken about this. I know we're waiting for the key item timings here on Aurora. You know, Jabs and Lorenov both going towards BKBs and Blinks now. How much is it going to matter, though? I asked myself that question.
They have to make it work. They can't allow these kinds of kills, though, coming out. That's a pretty massive mistake from Jabs, not expecting this move, as they've got the Blink and Cox.
They missed the Brambles, though. So Lorenov not going to get stunned up first, or rather rooted up, is Yoe. Be able to pick an Invis rune up, gets the hell out of it. In fairness to Aurora, Savage is still pretty far behind. Like, he's not even at the Sacred Relic yet on the Lifestealer, so fair enough, they want to take a bit more time to allow Savage to be able to join them. Just again, like, how much time do you want to give this Tinker to get to the point where he's got a 2.5-second blink cooldown?
We're steadily approaching that point. Again, I like this read from Yoa. He's going for a BKB as well on the Tinker very early on instead of in-stacking. He understands that the big play for Aurora is going to be like this SF timing, the blinks in. It's not really the roar. It's really more of this Requiem play with Yashikaya. So as long as you can kind of block that out with your own BKB timing, you're fairly happy from TNC. They are ramping to that point for Yoa next. They've got the Shadow Blade slowly coming out for Palos, so the attack speed of her Tiny is also starting to kick into gear. Again, you're fairly happy on TNC to play this way. Savage still can't close up that farm gap. He has been given a lot of free room, and they haven't punished on TNC's end. Yeah, no debuff immunity pierce here for TNC does make that a tough prospect. For Aurora, it's got to be within 3 minutes now. Like, BKB's not too far off for Lorenov, one part. Into the blink. Jabs, almost the same timing, almost the same gold remaining for both of them.
That's the problem, though.
They've got to play off of that.
The thing is, like, with the BKBs, you want to smoke as 5, right? But you've got no initiation without the blink up. That's kind of my problem. Like, you're going to have to either rely on Q to land a nice bushwhack to start, or you just keep farming towards the blink daggers before you get going. And if you wait for the blinks to be up after the BKBs, the problem is Yoe will probably have his own BKB. And then that blink Requiem doesn't matter. Maybe the Roar does, but you already spoke about the defense matrix being a strong dispel once it wears off. Like, there's a lot of problems that happen if you want to wait for the blinks.
Yeah, but I don't think you have the choice on Aurora, right? Like, it is bad. It does feel bad. But that's the way they've drafted. That's the way they've itemized on both these heroes. No one wanting to take that risk without the BKB, which is greedier. But again, this is Aurora. That's exactly how they play. They play a little bit greedier. They go for later timings. And usually pays off. Up against TNC, no, that's not as clear cut. You were saying it a lot in the drafting, Mike. Aurora's the best team in C. They were the best team for the past year. In these qualifiers, I don't know if you can confidently say that after the Talon series, and, you know, we'll find out here. I'm sure Aurora, again, is very motivated They're very focused right now, locked in on this farm. TNC though, going out with a smoke. Palos already having that Shadow Blade, can sneak in. They want to find 23. This could be a big one if it all connects properly.
Not going to be an easy kill if he gets the Rage off, and Palos is underneath Sentry Ward, so Savage can get the Rage and run. It's a very nice Sentry placement as well. See, they got that Sentry to the ward, but it also works in addition because you do have a Shadow Blade on Tiny, of course, and they would know that Palos would pick that up. So very, very nice to keep Savage safe. Meanwhile, Aurora, they've also smoked up, going back after Cuckoo in the mid lane, but Cuckoo, I mean, he's already died 3 times. Like, he doesn't care. But he's died 4 times. Like, he just doesn't give a crap. He's playing Crystal Maiden. That's kind of his job.
And he is 4 out of the 5 kills of Aurora. You don't really want to find this guy for a 5th time. You want those higher targets. Good scan from TNC did break up that smoke play earlier on. So they only really had Cuckoo showing on the lane. They will find a mid-tier 1 for their trouble at least. But not much else beyond that. Again, the 2k lead still holds steady for Aurora. The double BKBs are there. The Blinks are slowly being formed up. They've got the amp damage rune for Lornov here as well. We really need to see that combination work. You don't have a BKB on Palos at the least, you know. Cox as well is still 1 part away. So it's only really Yoe who can withstand the Requiem onslaught once it's up. Everyone else is still free pickings for Aurora once these timings are up.
They head down
There's
bot.
that Radiance now for Savage as well.
They were looking for Yoe there for a moment because Yoe was showing with the March of the Machines, but they do back off. Seems like Aurora are thinking about Roshan. Meanwhile, the Tormentor for TNC going to be taken. Jing will get a free shards. But with that shards being taken, Aurora now know for sure that they can go for a quick Roshan attempt. Very, very nice timing here from Aurora. And they'll get away with it. There's no contest. So first Roshan will go the way of Aurora, and Aegis will be picked up by 23 Savage. But here's the problem I spoke about. Now Yoe's got a BKB. Now let's see what you can do. Like, if you can get these T2s and kill Yoe, I think Aurora are going to be in a very good position. But that's going to be a very, very challenging kind of situation, I think.
They need to get that jump on this Tinker where he doesn't expect it. It just feels like TNC has really strong defensive wards to enable Yoe to play around bot. That was forward reach they have here on Aurora with a lot of space. So jumping to Tinker bot does feel pretty difficult. All of the space has given Cox his BKB, and Palos not too far off. 2 parts away, has a decent chunk of gold in the bank to get that done. The triple BKB timing's a bigger concern than the solo Tinker one. Because again, they could have still fed off of this Tiny, off of this Centaur. But once triple BKBs are up, I don't know if you can feed off of any of them. You've already got some defensive usage here as well from your supports. You've got the early Pavis, of course, for Cuckoo. Jing with the Yules, just to try to break off that movement forward from the side of Aurora, especially as the BKBs fade down. And for Aurora, I would like to see a couple of Yules themselves, although they are opting for the Pavis Solar Crest here. Jabs. Smoke.
I mean, Jabs, be careful, sir. He's still a very valuable hero on the map. 3rd in net worth right now. Palos trying to break the gap before the smoke breaks. Cox going to move in, but gets ruled up by Jabs, who does get the BKB in time. Cox had his own BKB though, so he was relatively safe through the Raw. Q, Bushwhack will not go through the BKB, of course. And that's going to be it. So nobody dies. Everyone makes it out. Either side, I'm sure, will be pretty happy as they both just committed 1 BKB on their off lanes. And it's back to the farm game. Who it favors, we'll have to wait and see. Both sides seem to think that the farm game favors them at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I'd say this is the time to go for Aurora. You can't wait for Lornov to get an Ags on top of this. You can't.
It's a lot of
He's
fun.
queuing it up. He has Blink BKB Yashikaya. This is the point where you should be steamrolling. Even just supports. Like at this point, you take support kills to snowball into a 4v5 here.
Nowhere. Savage thought about breaking the gap. I agree with your points that you're making, by the way, John, because it is getting to a stage where Yoe's just going to push in the whole map constantly as well. Like, look at the Arcane Blink being farmed up now. That's when things start to get really, really damn stupid for this hero.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. A 5-man smoke. Here we go. Aurora are going to try. They've had enough of waiting. This is what we've been waiting for. Can Aurora do it? Have they wasted too much time? Cox still has his BKB off cooldown, or rather on cooldown for 15 seconds. So you've got that. Jing was spotted for a moment. They also saw the march. Jing's going to break the smoke. The Tinker is out. Shadow Realm TP away, and he's fine. Very nice avoid here from the side of TNC Predator. And this is kind of my thing. Now you're at the stage of the game where they really don't want to fight. Yoe can just happily push out the map constantly, and we can drag it into a Tinker game style of territory.
That they can. And again, the scaling here for TNC isn't that bad when you compare head-to-head. Magic SF does scale off. You know, it does hit a hard cap in terms of output. Even with this combination with Ollie, it will last longer, but we haven't seen it in play yet.
Cox.
Savage still bottom network core. Oh.
They're going to find Q. Cox is dead, or Q is down rather. Lorenov unable to get the roar off, or rather the Requiem, but there it is. Palos getting caught out. Palos is down. So the roar plus Requiem will get rid of Palos. They'll take Q's life, but it's certainly not worth it for TNC. As now, top lane, Yoe, he's fine. It's kind of the thing, like, there's constant TPs to try and find Yoe. But it is very hard at this stage to actually catch him out. At least they do find the pos 1. Like, Palos going down is a huge deal for Aurora.
And it is. It's the big kill they've been looking for. Would have wanted to sequence that into more kills, and that was Palos without the BKB yet. Does get it after his death, so he's going to be feeling a little bit more secure now. Kind of play with his team. But Aurora need more of that. It's a nice kill. They need to kind of get going with that. Try to force a bigger response from TNC. Try to catch Yoe off guard, and that's all easier said than done. I think you are getting to the point where Savage is starting to get really comfy. Sanji and Yasha being farmed into the Ags. So he's going to have that stat res to not care too much about the soft hold you have on TNC. He can have some cheeky infest plays. I think that might be the way to go. Maybe you infest Yoe and try to have someone constantly on him. Even when he pops Defense Matrix, Strong Dispel doesn't kick out the Lifestealer, I don't believe. It's not undispellable. So with the Ags on Savage, that could be a play. It's a very risky play if you infest Yoe, but could be a play, I suppose.
I think he's definitely going to have to infest Palos for the disarm. Yoe is here too. It's way too risky if he gets a blink out. We'll see what he does. I think the idea is to disarm Palos for the whole fight. Whether it works out or not, again, is a different question entirely. It's currently a 2k advantage from Aurora. Look at Dota Plus's win probability, John. Literally 50-50 right now. It is an extremely even game. Dota Plus has no idea who's winning.
I'd say it's close. Both teams are meeting their item timings. You've got that Ags up and Lorenov, so surely now is the time to go. Ags Requiem up with Yashakaya BKB. They will smoke up. See if they find a big target. Do not want Kuku or Jing. They could end up with those two instead.
They may. I mean, you definitely want Yoe. They might have to settle with Jing, though. Jing is the closest target, but he gets away with the Shadow Realm. They will see Palos farming the mid wave, and Palos going to be just fine to pop his Shadow Blade and run. Jabs, though, right by him. Smoke broken. They know they're on the high ground, and TNC retreat. Aurora, they are still looking to initiate. But I think Palos is probably the wrong target with that 9-second BKB. Unless you can get the roar off quickly, but the scan, they know Aurora's still on the high ground. They'll get the scan off. Yoe now frontlining for his side. Jumping forward, Ollie will see him. Jab's thinking about going for the roar, jumps the wrong way though. Pops the BKB, he'll get the Yule Scepter off. They've got the Tinker held down, but Yoe, he gets the BKB in time. Can they blow him up? They'll try, but Yoe is fine. Yoe is perfectly fine. They'll jump on Savage instead. Savage! What? Savage is down. You can't jump the Tinker first. It can't happen. Learn him. He'll pop the Requiem, though, at least find the Centaur. But it's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of TNC Predator. And this is what we've been saying for 30 minutes now, John. BKB up for Yoe, you can't jump him. You can't start with Yules either. He'll get BKB every time.
It's so awkward. You need to take off the Defense Matrix. So you have to kind of Yule him up in the air. You can't start with Roar because once you damage through Defense Matrix, he'll warp away, get a strong Dispel. And it's a good idea with the Yules, but still gets a BKB Defense Matrix, warps away. He's perfectly fine. Savage is overextended at that point. Lorenov couldn't look for the Requiem at this point. Saves it later with the BKBs flying on. It's just awkward. You have to start these fights in a stronger way. It feels like, again, maybe find that Centaur or the Tiny first. It can't be this Tinker. You have to save him for last. you have to try to ignore him in as much as that's difficult to do. I mean, look at Yo already. He has a
he's
3.2 second blink.
It's too
already. Just with Arcane Blink and 2 nulls plus an Axe. That's still more than enough, mid. It's
too
insane.
late. It's too late to stop him now, man. You had a time.
He's going
limit.
Lincolns now too.
Yeah.
You just can't.
You can't kill him. Like, with the Lincolns up, how are you going to kill him? It goes for the casual phylactery to have a ridiculous amount of laser damage. So 450 on the laser damage now. Why the hell not? And it's just, now you're at the stage where Yoa will just farm the whole map. Like, the map belongs to him. That's it. There's no arguing about it at this point. Welcome to the Tinker
You've got
Battle,
the
ladies and
damage
gentlemen.
scaling. It's so great as well because Palace can still eat up some space in the map. So you've got the damage scaling here on your Tiny, who again doesn't care for the auras of all the outside of a magic res, but as long as he has BKB, he's fine. Going for Sanjiasha, can go for the Harpoon, Silver Edge into maybe a Daedalus. I don't know if you really need the Moon Shard with all of that attack speed on these upgrades. So he can start to look for that physical burst play for the side of TNC. TNC with a smoke out, going through the gate. No vision here from Aurora. Jabs would be a tasty target.
Oh, he's right there. Jabs checking for the Roshan. Do they see him? They do. Cox jumps in. He gets the stun. Palos, he's out with the avalanche toss, and Jabs. Jabs popped his BKB to make matters worse here, John. Luckily for him, Roshan's still a minute and a half away. So he won't have to buy back and he won't have to rely on that BKB. He's very lucky for that. But he popped his BKB mid-toss. Ouch.
Yeah. It's not what you like to see for Aurora. A little bit slow. There was a moment where he could have responded of when the stomp was there. He might still end up dead, even with no debuff immunity pierce. There is a lot of damage coming out from Palos. So you're stuck in a really rough spot. We were talking about all of these item spikes for Aurora. The fact that they sit back and wait for this Ags and Lornoff, I think, really hurts them. I was willing to give them the benefit of doubt already. Okay, Yasha, Kaya, BKB, fine. And then into the blink, okay. That's still arguable. Waiting for the bonus on the Ags, it's just, hey, you missed your mark. 1k, very slight net worth lead for TNC, to be fair. It's not massive. But when you're talking about scaling here, the Lifestealer up against Tiny is a very awkward one. All of your damage on this Lifestealer is basically physical. Tiny has 1,000,000 armor plus craggy exterior. I don't know if, even in a grudge match where you can focus solely on Palos, if your right click's enough. If this BKB flies on from Palos, if you don't magically burst Tiny, I don't think the Lifestealer is going to be enough to clear him out either.
They're going for a smoke here, Jonathan. Roshan is now officially spawned. They'll go for the Infest play onto Jabs. Refresher Orb now available on Lorinov. There is double Requiem with the Axe up, John. This could be a big play from Lorinov. He's got to wait out those initial BKBs, but once he does, this could be the fight they've been waiting for on Aurora. But now both sides going to stand by the Roshan pit on the bottom right corner of the map. They'll see Cox. Jump in is there. Jabs. He's going to try and go after Cox first. Cox is fine though. He'll survive. Palos dropping low, but Palos will make it out. Palos is fine for now. So they'll move back in perhaps onto Jabs, but Jabs jumps out of there. Instead, Jing will be the first target. Jing is down. Yoe, he'll be targeted now by Savage. Can they deal with the Tinker? Yoe's okay. He'll get on the tree line. He'll TP out, but they do at least get a couple. Or at least they get Jing. And now they can go after Roshan. TNC, can they defend?
They can go for it.
No, they cannot.
No, they need a reset in Palos. They didn't pop Palos' BKB, but they aren't in a comfy spot for Rio to make that play by himself. We'll find the second Roche now for Aurora. Big win for them, even though it's only really one big kill. And this is the kill it opens up. They managed to waste the utility of TNC. TNC felt like they were holding the position really well, but a bit of a slower response out from Cox. Not able to really try to play, force the Stampede out instead of in. That does give Aurora room to grow and room to start really scaling up now. Get that damage going. You've got the Arcane Blink lined up here for Lorinov. There's even more ways of playing around here on your SF. Lots of sustain coming out for him as well as he blinks around the map. It does feel like you need some more of that damage on Palos as well. It's not quite a threat without the crits. He does have Crystallis into the Kanda, so we'll have a lot of damage with a tree throw. Maybe go for the tree volley as well with an Ags down the line. You are still seeing issues in keeping Yoa down, though. Again, like this Tinker cannot be your primary target. The other cores are much more feasible. 8 to 8, relatively slow on kills, but there's a lot in the line in this game 1. It's only a best of 3. A game 1 advantage gives you a lot, and Aurora are keeping things in the balance here. TNC, I don't think they're in a bad spot either. Playing into 2 lives, they can just sit out, wait out the Aegis. Again, like you said, Mike, this is a Tinker game now. Even with Aegis, how do you push in? Without a pick-off, it doesn't feel possible.
They do at least have a Roshan banner, so there's that. But it's still going to be very hard as Yoe and Cuckoo trying to get out of the bot lane, forcing Jabs to BKB. Jabs actually popping his BKB, maybe a little bit afraid of Cuckoo. And, well, there was nothing to really be afraid about because it was literally just Cuckoo. But Cuckoo, the mastermind behind it all, he forces another BKB use.
Yeah, Cuckoo's fault. You know? Gotta blame Cuckoo.
Why not?
That's actually it. You have to remember that, Mikey. Always Cuckoo's fault. Cuckoo's fault right now that they're 8 to 8, less than 1k lead, of course. This master plan. I think Agora again, they're still comfy, they still have ways to grow. There's this Ags timing for 23. He's caught up in farm, equal now to Palos' net worth. Their life steal is starting to show up a little bit more. Palos still has a lot of his armor, a lot of his reduction. He does need to use the BKB timely. If he gets clipped by Lornoff, the output, again, with the Astral Spirit out, is tremendous. He will get some room to shove in the bot tier 2 here on Aurora's end. TNC stuck playing around mid and top. Might not be around, might not be able to stop this. Fortify is still up. They're pressuring onto the high ground. They do have that counter action going for themselves.
Cox is pushing. Yoe is going to TP in. March of the Machine Stand will start. Savage will ignore it completely and he'll just go right after the tier 2 tower. Nice little objective taken here for Aurora. But like you said, the top tier 3 tower has been forced in. There's a double siege creep wave on it as well. So it took a decent chunk of damage onto that tier 3 tower. It's actually not too bad. And Cox is still sticking around. He's going to continue applying pressure up at that top lane, forcing now Q to TP back up to defend. And Savage will be forced to defend the mid tier 2 tower. This is the kind of the thing, like you get the bottom tier 2, sure. But it's still a game where you're going to be running across the map trying to just keep these lanes in check. At the very least, it is allowing Aurora to buy a hell of a lot of items, and now you've even got Jabs with the refresher AWP up. But it's just a matter of when does it stop? Like, how many items do you need to actually catch these heroes?
I don't know anymore, Mikey. You know, at this rate, we might be in for a good 90-minute game. And it's been a while. I like cover China.
It's been like a week.
You know.
Yeah.
It's been like a month, I guess. Do we have any long ones?
Every time you and I cast, guaranteed, every tournament, there's going to be like a 1.5 hour, 2 hour game. Every time.
Feels like it at this point after that TI. We've just been blessed to have great slugfests. We will get the smoke out from both sides. Aurora trying to regain control up top. Do have a forward ward set. TNC would be at risk playing into that cliff vision. See if this leads into anything for TNC. They do have that full Conda up for Palos. There is some good damage here.
Oh, we got the aesthetics cap on the Tinker as well, so now it's even harder to catch him. 40% status resist and slow resist. Oh, great. Like, this is the thing, like, he's just got so much status resist on this Tinker. Like, what are you meant to do to catch it?
Yeah. 10-second cooldown, of course.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's a 5-second duration, so 50% uptime.
Very good. Makes sense.
Aegis does expire, so they have sat that one out nicely on TNC, and the smoke's still going for Aurora here.
I mean, it's going, but they're going nowhere right now. John, they've got to defend that top lane, I think. It's Cox. I mean, he almost gets caught out. So does Jing, but not really. They just TP away. Everybody gets an aesthetic cap, apparently. QQ picks one up. Cox picks one up. Everyone's got a cap. It's very sunny outside right now for TNC Predators.
The aesthetics cap is normally 25 seconds. Again, for low Yo, it's 10. This is so dumb. This is probably the most broken item you can get on Tinker. Oh my god.
It's
Can you
half-
imagine if Tier 5's Mirror Shield? Can you
half-
imagine Mirror Shield?
it's
If
half-
he had an Octarine as well?
It's half the uptime, and you've got Defense Matrix, which is
Yeah.
like 100% uptime because, you know, Rearm is there. So it's like, you actually just can't ever get stunned for a full duration. It's just impossible.
Holy crap.
Like, we stunned him for 2 seconds,
What is
0.2
this?
seconds, guys. We got him for 0.2.
Dire's bottom tower
Can we kill him in that time?
Oh, we've got the workhorse up on Cox, so you can. This is saving Private Palos now, as we've known. We have seen this come into play in some qualifiers, yes. Just prevent Palos, you know, for Blacklist, it was preventing Natsumi. We were seeing Gabby put a lot of work bailing out his carry.
Savage. Mid lane.
We've got tools.
They see Savage here, John. Do they want to dive at tier 2? He's a tasty target. They know he's going to farm somewhere around the corner. But no, Yoe's going to reveal himself. He'll push in the mid wave as Cox is going to have a quick pause out. It's just one of those games, man. Like, you just can't tell who's winning. Dota Plus says 63% for TNC at the moment, which, again, I think is purely just the Tinker factor kicking in. It's very challenging as you go later on in the game to versus Hero. Don't forget, there is a Kanda coming on Yoe soon as well, so things will just get worse and worse as time goes on.
2.4 second phylactery.
Very
And then
nice.
Maybe around the same 2.4 second Kanda. Jesus, this game gets terrible as it scales up. This is just. Can you imagine again? Tier 5s, Mirror Shield on Yoe.
Yeah,
What would be the uptime on that Mirror Shield?
I mean, he could literally, like, I know it's probably a meme at this point, but if he got Book of the Dead, John, it'd be a pretty low cooldown, wouldn't it?
Oh my god, no.
Like
Stop it.
The
Stop it.
Necromonicons, they last 75 seconds. Usually the
Oh.
cooldown's 80 seconds. What is it, John?
The ultimate, most annoying thing to play up against would be Book of Shadows.
Oh.
Can you imagine if you try to catch a Tinker and he just keeps Book of Shadowing himself?
I mean, he could literally just... Hold on, he can use it on anyone, right? So he could literally just...
What I was expecting.
He could literally just
I won't
mute,
lie.
Book
like,
of Shadows
everybody.
the entire team.
He could literally Book of Shadows the entire team. Like, it'd be like a
Just
4
bail
second
them out.
cooldown. No, not his team. He could just Book of Shadows the whole enemy
Yeah.
team. Like, what are they going to
Yeah,
do?
you could just isolate Savage or Lorna. They can't do anything.
Well, if he gets a... If he got a Pirate's Hat, it'd be
Who
like
needs a side of ice?
Pirate's Hat would be like a 15-second cooldown for Tinker. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, Book of Shadows, you could literally have 4 sets of Necromonicons on the map at any given time with the cooldown reductions. FYI, Jonathan. That would be pretty pop. Like, imagine he just TPs in, 4 Necromonicons. See you
Book
later,
of
boys.
Shadows.
Gets an
Why not
Arcane
just play
Ritual.
Underlord, Mike?
Shut up. Shut up. Nobody wants to play on. Nobody cares. Right? Rather die than-
okay,
than
here we
spawn
go.
Those crappy Necromonicons.
You've got the Arcane Blink up for Lornoff. So again, more tools here, but to what when does this stop? 8 to 8. F10K, anyone? 40 minutes in? Hello!
This happened
Is this
last time.
Polaris versus Talon?
Oh my god, the gamblers, the betting crowd is very, very upset right now. Oh, shout out to the betting crowd. F10K still not here between these two teams.
The streamers. Can you imagine Armel and Gabby? What are they saying right now? What are they? Are they raging at Palos? No, it's not Palos' fault. Come on. They're playing good. Playing good. Calm down, you streamers.
Oh, man,
Relax.
take it easy.
It's TI on the line. Okay?
Oh, this is amazing. This is a great game. 8
I
to 8.
can't believe it. I can't. 41 minutes. 8 to 8. What is this?
This is our kind of game, I mean, people always compliment us for being able to talk absolute garbage for literal hours on end. This is where our talents come in, John. This is why we get paid the big bucks.
I mean, to be fair, we were already talking about neutrals for 14 minutes in. We're talking about tier 5s. We were expecting it. So there is that. Roche in a minute and a half. Aurora are set up for it. It is going to be a daytime spawn. No vision set up here from TNC. So that's going to be a nice objective for Aurora to take. Have the Roche banner up. Could consider high ground. That could break this game open for them. TNC, though, are going out for the smoke.
We should go through some
See if
items
this
as well,
lands
John.
anywhere here.
We'll go through the smoke first, but I think we better go through all the items everyone's got as well, because, you know, it's been a while, I guess. They've probably farmed something at this point. Here we go.
Yeah, they've got the nullifier for Savage. They can take off the shield, the smoke though, but it's under vision from Aurora. Spot the wards being planted.
The smoke by the Lotus Pool. Aurora, they'll hang out for now. Palos wrapping around the Roshan pit. He'll go. BKB pop jabs. He's a little bit early on that BKB. Jing, he does get, no, he doesn't get caught. The Yules was there. He'll avoid the Requiem. Jing, though, still going down to Lorinov, and Bosku's also been lost. They've lost 2 supports already here for TNC. Luckily for TNC, though, Roshan's not up for 30 seconds, so they're still okay to back their way out and just wait. I mean, Cuckoo will not be up for the next Roshan, but you could get Jing back there if you so wish. Or, alternatively, you could just push in the creep waves into those racks. This is now Cox. Cox actually getting caught on the Centaur. Is down. All right, now Aurora have a free Roshan.
Massive. Get a big opening they're looking for on Aurora. Get another gem up. Ollie passes it to Jabs, picks it up. 2 gems on hand. Big economic damage to TNC. And again, Aurora, off the back of this, a refresh shard plus the Roche banner. High ground can open up. You are already getting started on the split push from Yoido. Shoving in top, shoving in mid. You will have to repair some lanes at some point, but the triple Requiem, triple BKB usage being available, a secondary life for Savage. You will hand him the refresh shard as well as he does finish up his Ags. So they've got a lot of tools now in the Life Stealer. Again, Nullifier to take off defense matrix is there, just to slow anyone down, take away the Yule saves. He's got the Ags to dip into that Tiny for the disarms like you were talking about earlier on, and we do break F10k now, 11 for Aurora.
Holy pogs.
So we finally cross into double digits, Mike. Only took us 44 minutes.
We have done it. Congratulations to all the F10k bettors that did win. If you didn't, I apologize. Not really my fault, but I'll apologize on behalf of everybody else. So we're all right. I mean, 4K advantage doesn't really feel like it right now. It just feels like a no advantage. It's 2K advantage. There you go. I was right the first time. You go on, John. What is it?
Look at Yoa. He's going for the Octarine.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Disgusting.
Absolutely
horrendous.
Jinx coming over to try and help with the Tormentor, and Yoe's like, why are you coming here, bro? What are you doing? Yoe, finding out he can't do it either.
His Lincoln's is 5.6 seconds without the Octarine.
What? 5.6 seconds.
It's 5.6 seconds.
That's why I said, like, people said, oh, this hero's not broken. I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, you can't kill him anymore. 5.6 second Lincolns. How great is that? With a 10-second aesthetics cap.
It's amazing.
And an infinite defense matrix. Because why not?
It's amazing. It's beautiful. Ice Frog's finest creation.
He's done it again.
Back at it once more. He certainly has, Mike. I mean, they have Aegis on Aurora. They haven't made inways on towers just yet.
Mid lane.
They will now.
Savage being watched. Lorinov gets tossed up. Palos trying to burst him down. Lorinov! Oh, he's down. Rora's out. They'll throw it onto Cox, but this is not the fight Aurora wanted. They need to get out. Here comes Yoe.
The workhorse.
Ollie is gone. The workhorse saving for now is Yoe being jumped here by Savage, but you can't kill the Tinker. I think Yoe's fine.
No.
He's taking no damage. Savage is literally 6-slotted and did 0 damage to Yoe. As the fight continues, Q is down. Like, what is that? Did you see it? He literally did no damage.
Yeah, he took no damage. Oh. You gotta love it, don't you? Just gotta love it.
Oh, but don't worry, guys. He doesn't have rockets anymore, John. Don't worry. Tinker's trash. Don't worry about it. We're all good. We're all good.
I think Savage hit Palos a couple of times, so he did have the debuff on attack damage as well. Here goes again.
Cox says, get down, Mr. President. And Savage needs to also get down because Yoe is right by there. Yoe? No, the 4 stops away.
You can't kill him.
You can't kill him. He just purged off the Raw immediately. He literally just purged off the Raw with Defense Matrix. You can't do anything to kill him. Root up on Savage. You can't kill him. What's this?
No, you don't want to be in there, Savage.
Oh, what are you
Why'd you go in?
Savage, what are you doing? Oh, no. Savage, run. You can't. You can't.
Oh, Palos?
Palos is down. Savage has done it. It's all right. Cox is out of it. Cuckoo, he'll be okay.
Goodness. If they found Savage off that second life, that would have been disastrous for Aurora. Do bail out. I don't think you actually want to go in on that Tiny if you can get 4 staff out. That is literally handing your life for free. If he didn't have Aegis on Savage, that would have just been high ground, fully. Now you've got the Ocarina up for Yoa. Let's see these cooldowns, baby. What are these cooldowns at? Lincoln's down to 4.2, Ascetic's down to 7.5, 2.5 second break. Oh my goodness. How long is this blink? 2.1. Oh my. The Conda 1.8. Every cast now has the Conda, for sure.
Yeah.
With cast point. It's
Yes.
almost every cast.
Flag down.
There's no way.
Watch Cuckoo. Yo it. Gonna blink away. Savage doesn't even bother trying to go after him, so we'll start with the rage onto the tier 3 tower. They're looking to jump in. Cox is out. Lands a 2-man stun. Jabs gets a roar. But once again, Yoe, he's unkillable. He's in the workhorse now. We'll just drag him out. He's on his throne. Cox will ensure the president will not get shot. And everybody else needs to get out. Aurora, they'll do a bit of damage, but that's it. All they can do is hit tier 3s when rage is up. That's all they've got.
That's all they have. Banner's gone now as well, so no safe push. What do you do? What the hell do you do about this? What can you do?
Pray, Jonathan, I think is the answer. Pray. Pray to the Ice Frog that this gets changed before TI starts. Otherwise, we're in for a hell of a TI. I'll tell you what, I think teams are watching very carefully with this stupid hero right now as TNC Predator looking to go after 23 Savage. Into the triangle they'll go. Savage, realizing something is wrong, he will be able to successfully back his way out in time. This is going to be such a mentally draining game for Aurora, like already, just knowing, like trying to figure out how do we actually kill this Tinker. Wind Waker now up on Jab, so even more defensive itemization from him. My issue really is, like, you don't have damage. Like,
No.
Ive Skadi was being built up on Savage, he'll change it into a Octarine Core instead. Like, I think he just wants that rage off cooldown every 2 seconds, but like, Yoe just, he's not dying. I think you need Lorinov with those big Requiems, but how do you get the damage off while Defense Matrix is just running? Here we go, Jabs. Might find Palos. They'll blink in. They found Yoe, but the Defense Matrix have purged off the Roar, and now the workhorse! Cox, he's not allowing the damage output. Lorinov, he's trying. He'll throw the Requiem out, but he did no damage. 23 Savage. He'll try out to Yoe. The Tinker, finally down. Finally, he is gone. Yoe is down for 95 seconds, so he does have buyback. Bushwhack. Q will find a couple. They're on a Cox now. Cox will stampede with the Yule Scepter. It'll lock him down. Jingle buyback, but they've still got Cox rooted up. Lorinov is out. Cox is down. Cox is gone as Savage. He's alright. He just TP'd out. They saw the buybacks. They wanted nothing of it. A great fight for Aurora. Just what they needed. They even got 2 buybacks out of that. They just, it makes the opening for them now, John. If they can kill Yoe one more time, they can definitely go high ground. There's no 2 ways about it.
That was perfection out from Aurora, catching Yoe off guard. The workhorse was nice, but Cox plays it so aggressively, bringing Yoe up front. He wasn't able to rearm into a second defense matrix after the initial pop off the workhorse, and he just gets melted without the BKB. You have to be cautious. If those circumstances come around. Aurora, they've found the key here. It's catching off this Tinker, baiting out the workhorse, and ensuring Cox runs forward instead of back with that Tinker on his back. 10k lead coming off for Aurora. Roshan only a few seconds away until we see that timer come in. Their damage is starting to kick into gear. I was going to say maybe a couple more items to help them out. Perhaps something like a Silver Edge to simplify the matter onto Palos. The break does work on Craggy exterior, so you don't need to worry about the debuff. You can focus on other targets for 23 after clearing out the Tiny, as the linger duration isn't the longest, but 5 seconds at max stacks is painful, which again led to no damage in that earlier engagement on the mid lane. Way earlier on, it's almost like, what, 15 minutes ago? Still, if they can execute this way once more, if they can catch Yoe off guard, if they can kind of take away the saving factor from TNC,
Question.
they've got tools.
I know. I realize we're at the stage now where Aurora have figured out what to do. But
Yes.
How much do things change if we get to the 60 minute mark? Like, because this, if he gets the right choices on Yoa, like how hard does it become for Aurora?
I would say, depending on what Yoa gets, nearly impossible. The Mirror Shield, again, on top of Lincoln's, I don't know if that same sequence of events happens with the Lincoln's plus Mirror Shield. With a block, reflect, 2 blocks, and a reflect. I don't know if you can actually sustain that. Again, Roshan for free on Aurora, no contest from TNC. At Aegis, banner, refresh.
Refresh.
And
will go to
Yoa gets
Savage
really
as well.
lucky. If he gets really lucky, again, it feels unplayable. It still is, but it's just so difficult. You know, this is just with the ascetics cap.
It's definitely playable. Like they found a way to kill him. Like you can't take that away from Aurora. But I mean, tier 5 items, if you get the right choices, it does start to feel kind of impossible. Though I say that, like, maybe once you get a few items up on Aurora, like maybe a giant string on Savage, you'll be able to really creep up and find that Tinker every time. I can only imagine what the IDs are. Like, what other tier 5 items have you got? Like, you've got that weird one, the Unwavering Condition, the 95% magic resist. If you want to have it, but you've got to set your hero HP to 1800, that'll be rather interesting against the Tinker. Like, I dare say the supports would want to take that, just to be able to survive the initial jumps in.
That is fair. This could be one of the games where it's actually all right. I feel like that just leaves you open, though, to the damage of Palos, which is scary. He can cleave out. He can just melt through that 1.8k HP with a couple of crits, or even Tree Volley. Once that's up for the Tiny, then, well, that's just kind of briefed. I like the Giant's Ring for 23. Maybe Pirate's Hat as well on 23 could be good. Like, that is one way. Having a Arcanist armor on Jabs could be one way to mitigate some of this damage output as well.
I mean, he may just want a Stygian Desolator, honestly, considering like they have the Rage and hit tier 3 tower strat. Like, maybe even just a Desolator might be the idea for Savage, just to be able to take the tier 3s faster.
Yeah. Could be another way to go about it. That's still 5 minutes away. You know, Aurora could look for some openings in that downtime, in that interim period.
Is under attack.
You are starting to reach a point where everyone's, again, fully slotted up here. You know, it could just toss out the Aether Lens for this Wind Waker he's queuing up. So again, full defensive with lots of instacking here on our Tinker. Aurora, clear the tier 1, onto the tier 2, last outer tower of TNC. And be able to dig through it, no problem. TNC, we have to see this high ground defense from him. He's had Wind Waker up in Yoe. 4.8 second cooldown.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Savage is going to try and take the Tormentor, but can't do it on his own at this stage. Needs his team to really get it done, but it's a bit risky when you're right by the Radiant base. Jab's going to TP down bottom, trying to chase down Cuckoo, but the Stampede will be popped. Jab's still going for a run, though, really wants the kill. They've even got Q coming in with the TP, but that's going to be cancelled. So Cuckoo will not go. Jab's not able to find the roar he was initially looking for. And we are back to the game of cat and mouse between these two teams. What's the next item for Yoe, I wonder? He's already out of slots. We'll see what he queues up. I mean, at this stage, he just needs buyback gold, I think, because his buyback will be off cooldown in 2 minutes. He's got a 933 last hit so far in the Tinker, Jonathan. Mind you, that is one thing we didn't talk about. 23 Savage, he is getting this unlimited bonus HP as the game drags out.
That is true.
He's already got almost 1.4k with the Corpse Eater. So theoretically, you know, if this game just continues, he's going to have like 20k HP eventually.
Yeah, that is true. Like, you know, back when we had those G2 IG AR games, we didn't have these crazy facets, so that does change the dynamics. You do have Cox as well, of course, who does get free XP as the game goes on, free HP as the game goes on. So he already has 980 bonus.
That's true.
Of course, the Life Stealer is getting a lot more. But that scales up as well. Can you imagine if Tinker's Innate worked with the buyback cooldown?
Oh my god.
That would have been fun.
That would be fun. Jump in, Palos. Lincoln's broken. 23 Savage going to use the Rage to just go right after the tier 3 tower. this is what it's all about. Like, just every time Raw's available, you go for the spec jabs. He's going to jump in. He'll try to go after Jing. 23 Savage will be around to follow up, but again, he's just going to go right onto the tier 3. Every time they have rage, that's all he wants to do. That's the strat right now for Aurora. Don't let it get to that 60-minute mark. You don't want to risk it. Savage jumping in. They've got Cuckoo locked down. They're Cuckoo. He's okay. They'll leave him be. Yoe again jumping in. Bramble's locking a couple down, but Cox is in with the stun. The Infest plays are out. Cox needs to back off. Meanwhile, the Roar on the side. They found Palace with the Wind Waker. It's going to save his life. Cox gets the BKB off. Still alive for now. Meanwhile, Lorinov, the Requiem, but he's gone too far forward. Lorinov needs to get out of there. The Aeon Disc is proc. He'll refresh. He'll try again with the Aeon Disc to survive, but Cox jumps in again for a stun. He'll miss out though. Meanwhile, Palos on the Tiny, trying to find Jabs. Almost gets him, but not quite Jabs. Able to blink out of there for now as Palos jumped again. The Workhorse, not enough yet. The toss. Cox, he'll eventually get the Workhorse. Palos is down. Palos is down. Yoe's out of mana almost. He'll Wind Waker out, but can he get away? He will. But they've taken down Palos. Aurora could probably try and force a buyback out of this. Savage, he's feeling confident. He's going to try. With the rage up, he should be able to at least find one lane of barracks. They will cliff it up. Yoe again jumping in. Nullifier going to be thrown out on the Tinker, but he'll just Wind Waker out once again. The March of the Machine Spam making it so hard as Yoe really messing with the Life Stealer at 23. Yoe's going to tip him on his way out. See you later. Here comes the 60-minute mark, Jonathan. 1 minute away. How broken does this game 1 of this lower bracket final get? How broken will we get,
really
Jonathan?
Busted. What are we going to get on Yoe? We've got to see this Tinker when he picks up.
Good Cox. 23 Savage. Going again, trying to find that first lane of barracks. Lorinov jumping in, found Cuckoo with the Requiem, but it's not enough. The Aeon Disc, it's going to save the SFs. Now Cox jumps in. Lorinov, he'll get the BKB in time. Meanwhile, Savage, he's onto the melee barracks once again as Cuckoo's still being hunted by Jabs. The Jabs can't quite finish the job. Needs the Wind Waker out, but they've got both supports now. They're onto another. Cox in trouble. Cox is down. He has buyback. Aurora, they're onto another tier 3 tower. They want the mid-racks. They don't want to wait. Palos, he's up in 5 seconds, but they want as much as possible. Savage, he'll refresh. He'll go once again with the rage up onto the mid-racks, but he needs to retreat. Palos is back. Yoe baiting him forward. Nullifier out, but Yoe, he can just Wind Waker out of there, no problem. Onto the Life Stealer again, but Savage, he's popped the rage. He's okay. And Aurora, they will retreat. We are officially at 60 minutes. Terrorize. It's out. Lorinov, he's alright. Jabs though, dropping low, but Lorinov, he's going to refresh. He has the Requiem. He'll pop it again. Yoe in a bit of danger with the Wind Waker. It's going to save. Can he find a way out? He'll blink towards the east with a sharpshooter. It's going to land, but no, they can't kill him. Yoe's fine. Aurora need to get out. The chase is on. The Bramble Maze. It'll land on Jabs. He'll Wind Waker out again on the Beastmaster, but Yoe will chase him down. He wants that kill real down bad, and Jabs is gone. He's got buyback. Tier 5 items, boys. It's time to farm.
Oh, what a whirlwind set of events. Aurora in the driver's seat now for sure. 21k lead, 12-19. You have to remember, in ultra late game scenarios, this is something Aurora is very comfy with as well, even though they're playing into the Tinker, even though this is causing a couple of headaches here and there. Oh yeah, getting some of those initial neutrals out. You have the Stygian, as you were saying, for Savage. Mirror Shield to protect here for Lorna. What are we looking for on the side of TNC? For some reason, Jing is hugging one.
Yoe just broke the record, by the way, for last hits, hitting over 1,000 on the Tinker for this tournament. So, shout out to, and he gets a Sea Stone as well. Okay, he wants the ridiculous cast range. And does the cooldown go down? Oh, it does. He can reveal an area of the map every 18 seconds instead of every 60 seconds. Oh no! So he's got map hacks now. This Tinker every 18 seconds.
Yep, pretty much. They can keep scouting out. For Roche, keep scouting out for Smokes. Giant's Ring for Cox works very nicely for the Centaur here as well. You know, it's Cox. You know, he's got to have the Giant's Ring.
He's got to have the Giant's Ring.
It is what it is.
We know
he's got to have it every single time. Smoke out.
All he does pick up.
He's still playing into a 17k deficit.
We've got Book of the Dead on Ollie. Oh, Savage!
Oh.
Savage.
Ooh.
It's okay, quick rage out. He's alright. My goodness, where's the other T5 items? What do we got? Book of the Dead on Ollie. Stygian Desolator on Savage. Force Boots on Jabs. Mirror Shield onto Q. I believe Lorinov also picked up a Mirror Shield for himself. Meanwhile, Roshan going on. The only Tier 5 item we're missing right now is for Cuckoo, by the way. Everybody else on TNC do have one, but the CM is Roshan. Will go the way of TNC for the first time this game. Palos gonna pop.
They left the refresh?
Refresh,
They
boys.
left the refresh.
Uh-oh.
They left the refresh.
They did leave the refresh, but they found Cuckoo. They've also left him behind. Cuckoo. He will die. Ollie's gonna check.
That's pretty big to leave.
Ollie's gonna find the refresh. He knew. He knew something was left behind. That's a big one.
That's... The reason why Aurora were winning those fights earlier was the double refresh for Lorinov. Getting all of those Requiems off while the BKBs fade away. Getting multiple BKB uses in the middle of these fights, throwing Yoe off. Just getting the refresh out, it's a big win for Aurora. I mean, 2 lives on Cox of all people. I don't know if that's a big factor in comparison to having that secondary life on Palos. It's not the comfiest spot for TNC, even though they take the rush. Side of Vice now up for Jabs. There's your hard control.
The thing is, at some point, you are going to have to commit, because Savage is just taking towers with his magic immunity. Just going right after it as Yoe is going to Wind Waker. Blink away, still fine. Now Palos. Avalanche tosses out. He caught 3 targets. And now the Terrorize catching Ollie. The Ollie not down yet, but Yoe blinking right forward. Can he get away? Yoe in trouble. The Tinker almost down. They've got him.
Oh, Yoe!
Yoe is gone. He has the buyback. It's all right. He can make it back. But now Cox in trouble. Taking so much damage. But he'll still make it out. Hex out. They catch Savage, but they do not have the follow-up damage. Yoe does not want to buy back, but I think he's got no choice in the matter. He might just have to.
Feels that way. Doesn't feel like he has anything else to do here. Again, Yoe just being so far forward.
Hex out. They've caught Cox. Yoe will buy back now. They'll jump in with Palos. Palos can stun for a moment. He'll still go after Lorinov, but the Requiem going to go right through everybody, making Cox run backwards as now Savage gets scythed up in trouble. Can they keep control of him? Savage still fine. Will refresh. The workhorse from Cox will save with the Basher. No, the Wind Waker. Yoe not allowing 23 Savage to take on anyone. Nobody will die yet. As Aurora, they do need to retreat. They can't finish off the bottom lane of Barracks. They've got to get out. It's too dangerous with the Tinker around. But they do at least get the buyback out. So they know now for the next 7.5 minutes, if they kill Yoe, the game is practically over.
That it is. Yoe has to be so careful in his positioning. He can't allow himself to be that far forward. He has the Seer Stone. He can hang back. Just hug the back line. Keep an eye on your team. Get the Wind Wakers off to save every single time, every 4.8 seconds. Just play with that. You do have to respect the scaling damage here from Aurora. That's something they have a lot of. This Earth Splitter is doing so much work out from Ollie. Every single time it connects, just 50% of your HP gone from full. Still,
Jump in,
Ollie.
mid lane, all they got. They caught Ollie. There was an in-best play from Jabsto finding Palos, but the Wind Waker going to buy Palos a bit of time, so he's in big trouble with the Nullifiers out. Palos is gone. Palos is down again. Aurora, they want to rush for more. Can they find themselves a target? They'll find Cuckoo on the CM. Not the biggest one, but they will look to take it as Cuckoo. He'll stand his ground with the freezing field, but knows he cannot get away. And he still has no buyback on the CM for another 1.5 minutes. So that is going to be at least, or rather at best, a 4v5 defense to come. Assuming they do buy back on Palos, which I think they will. But they've got to buy back soon.
That they do.
Savage.
Again, just...
He's going to go. Palos is brought back. The melee barracks, though, going down. 23 Savage with the rage. Going to get it done. They'll hex him up, but it's not enough yet with the BKB out. Savage will be able to walk away, though. Cox will chase him down. Infest play out onto the Hoodwink. 23 Savage going up to Palos. Palos can't afford to die right now on the Tinker, but they've got control of him. He's still fine for now. In goes the Hoofstomp from Cox. Cox trying to save the day. Takes down Ollie. Meanwhile, Palos still being targeted. Still alive, but for how long? Palos! Palos is down. Cox He had the Aegis. Meanwhile, they've got the big one. Yoen, no, he still blinks away as Cox is in again. He'll land a double stun. He's onto the Beastmaster. Jab's in trouble. Jabs might drop. Jabs walks away. Per Cox, though. Cox is gone. He's got no buyback. It's Yoe and Jing against the world. And I think the world's got this one. Aurora, surely 5v2. They can't lose now. They should have this game won under wraps. It's one tier 4 tower down, but the call's been made for the Megas. They don't want to risk it. They want to go all the way with the Mega Creeps. However, Yoe trying to make it hard, but he's been caught. Wind Waker out again. He'll make it for now. The Hex out though. The Roar. They've finally got the Tinker. Yoe is gone. Tier 4's under siege. Shiji is called. Aurora. They have done it. 68 minutes into the game. They pull off the game 1 victory. Jabs will pause. Says sorry afterwards, but I'm sure he's not that sorry. Oh my goodness. At 23 Savage, he says misclick at the end of the game. They don't want any bad blood here in this game number 2, but I mean, Aurora, maybe a little bit too excited after pulling off that game 1 victory, considering how annoying it must have been with this stupid Tinker pick. But they do get game 1.
That they do. They managed to work it well. TNC, I think this is where some of that experience kicks in, right? Overall, the experience of Aurora is much greater. Again, you think about their time in Old Talon, these guys have played those 60-minute games a long time. They've played a patience game for more than 2 years at this point. So they know what to do, they know how to coordinate, they know how to maximize these chaotic late-game fights. For TNC, it felt a little bit more scattered, right? Like giving away that refresh shard, the big option for Lorinov to do his work, for Savage to have the bailouts as well, actually cost them in that Roche. They needed to deny it off, if not pick it up. And it works against them. Yoa as well, being so far forward in a couple of those fights, being so aggressive in the Stinker, which is appreciated, but left him in the firing line. Once, you know, they found an opening and some of those cooldowns being up, just made it feel near impossible. We didn't quite feel the full output of Palace as well. Just so many saves coming out from Aurora as the game went on. The multiple BKB usages, the Wind Wakers being up, the Yules being up, the scaling damage on Aurora as well. The Split Earth was doing so much work from Ollie. Like, he'd landed in some of these opening salvos in the fights, and that would already drop Cox and Palace down to 50. Just make it entirely too awkward for TNC to try to keep dragging this game on. Big props to Aurora. Again, they played slow, they played safe, and they still managed to make it work, playing off that experience, knowing how to play in these late game scenarios, knowing which hero to target here, finding the exploits onto Yoe, and having this Tinker step too far forward, splitting up every now and again the workhorse from Cox. For TNC, it did feel a little bit shaky in some of those fights. You know, Palos would be in workhorse, then jump instantly out, get bursted down. Again, this mistake of leaving the refresh, Yoa jumping forward a couple too many times there, not respecting the hard holds with the hexes, with the refreshes on hand from Aurora. I mean, there's a lot going on there. Again, Aurora, that experience in these kinds of games does pay off. TNC looked good for a while. We're holding on well. They couldn't really open up the game at any point to threaten the high ground. Again, Aurora just outplay in the end, finding these weaknesses, finding these small openings and blowing them open from off the back of that.
I mean, this is the hard part, John, because it was a very, very hard-fought game for Aurora. Right? I don't know how you pick out who the standout player of this game was for the dire end of things. But John, if you had to pick somebody, who really stuck out to you?
I want to say Lorinov or Jabs. I think either of those two, both of them had the utility, maybe Lorinov a little bit more. He was utilizing his refreshes really well. He was very patient with the Requiems. He was finding good angles out, even towards the end of the game, right? With his BKB uses, he wasn't pressured to just constantly jump in, instantly double Requiem. Right? He would Requiem once, BKB, let the BKB sit out, find an angle in, play with raises, play with right clicks, then refresh, BKB, Requiem again when BKBs would fade. Like, he was working, his understanding of those fights really opened up the fight's outcome for the side of Aurora. Him and Jabs. Again, Jabs as well, with his refresh roars, with his side vice pickup. They did a lot of work to, again, find that isolation onto Yoe, find the weak points of that Tinker when he's too far forward, and get that punishment in the late game. So both of them do deserve the call out for standout, and thank you again to production for switching over to Jabs as well. But that's not a victory, I think, that you can sit back and be overly relaxed on Aurora. TNC put up a very mean fight on a Tinker. And I'm wondering now, do you ban out the Tinker for Aurora? Do you want to potentially put yourself through that same kind of chore of a game into game 2? Because, I mean, a win's a win, yes, but that took 64 minutes. It's exhausting mentally to kind of deal with that, and I'm keen to see what comes out in game 2 off the back of that.
We'll find out very soon, John. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 of this lower bracket final between Aurora and TNC Predator. See you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 here between TNC Predator and Aurora, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fight. Jonathan, Aurora now finding themselves one game away from proceeding straight through to TI13. Suddenly, TNC Predator finally getting their first loss of the qualifier here up against Aurora. Well, here we go, John. Aurora showing their class against TNC Predator, saying, hold on a minute, we get you guys are on a bit of a cheeky run here, but we're still the best. Now, let's not get it twisted. We're still Aurora in this qualifier. What are you thinking, Jonathan? Game number 2, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up?
I don't think the Tinker idea was necessarily wrong. It did feel like execution-wise TNC fell flat towards the later games. Like, again, that workhorse onto Yoa in that top fight by the tier 2 area was a little bit awkward running in with the Tinker, allowing Yoa to be exposed, and that led to like his first death, and it just kind of snowballed from there. I think the itemization as well fell a little bit flat. Nothing to pierce through the BKBs. Something like an Abyssal Basher would have been good. Like, even on Palos, again, not ideal for a Tiny, but it felt like they needed to find ways to punish when Savage would just stand forward. Otherwise, those refresh BKBs were doing too much work. So I think it's the experience coming in. Aurora, obviously, again, they've played a lot of late game scenarios. They understand that playstyle very well. They know how to itemize and play around it. And for TNC, it felt like that experience is lacking for these players. They've been in high pressure circumstances before, but it just felt like with so much going on, I don't know if they've been really conditioned to play that kind of Dota, and it just made it so hard. They had to execute in a very specific way to get through like double BKBs, triple BKB usage, even with Refresh Shard, all the saves available for Savage with the infests, and it just, Dota becomes a very different game in the late game. I think that's the one thing. If TNC want to force a game tree, the ideal for me is when you look at that early to mid game, again, with the way that Aurora tends to play, regardless, especially if they don't have IO, right? When Aurora has IO, they like to play early relocate ganks and aggression. But for the most part, they default to like a mid-game tempo, right? Like 20-25 minutes, like we saw with Lornoff, going for the full Blink, Ags, Yashikaya, BKB before even committing. It feels like that's a timing TNC can abuse if they play a faster game, which means probably not look at the Tinker for game 2.
We'll find out how it does happen. I mean, game number 2 now. The draft has officially begun between Aurora and TNC Predator. Aurora one game away from getting straight to TI13. Happy days for them if they can make it happen, John. I'll tell you what, I can't help but notice there's a lot of fans in the chat right now. The chat has been an absolute war zone between these two, and oh my goodness, it's what we love to see. It feels like it's been such a long time since you and I have had the pleasure of enjoying such a kind of riled up crowd, but well, here we are. These kind of teams, they always get everyone started. Aurora, again, one step away. It's a best of one for Aurora, John. They only need one more game. TNC, they're suddenly playing a best of one in the sense that they're about to get eliminated if they can't pull off this game 2 victory.
Yeah, a lot in the line, a lot of pressure for TNC. We'll see if they can deal with that pressure, if Kuki can rally the boys to have that confidence into game 2. Already see the initial bans here. Again, Storm and SF this time being banned out by TNC. Lornoff was a little bit of an issue once he had a refresh up. Aurora, for their part, taking care of the Witch Doctor, Zeus, Clockwork. And they do ban out the Tinker, so they do show that respect for Yoa. They open up with the DK on TNC, though, so they've got that steady tempo now for the push. Probably the mid lane for Yoa here. Could go into Palos with a Fire Dragon as well. Although, I don't know if that's the best facet for him. It's certainly good in lane for farming, but the corrosive with a minus armor just feels so much better. This does leave a lot of play for a Lornoff hero on mid, right? Like up against a DK, you've got stuff like Lesh, you've got Ember that can come out. They'll start with a Phoenix on Aurora, so you've got steady percent-based burn to deal with that DK down the line. DK doesn't necessarily clear out the egg the fastest either just yet. So I like this opening from both sides, or maybe a little bit more. The Phoenix does feel like it has so much impact as the game scales up. Again, high HP hero like the DK, Sunray can melt him true. Once you have your shard up for Ollie, there's a lot of utility to come out with the Sun. Oh, with the full Supernova coming out. So it's a bit of a safer bet for Aurora. And again, they get to pocket the Lornoff pickup. They can still work out what lane matchup they want here up against DK.
Absolutely. Aurora, final ban to be made. maybe just continue focusing on Yoe. And that might be the idea as well. And, you know, not to be critical, Palos, he looked a little bit weak in that game. I'd say the impact of that Pos 1 Tiny was not what you would have expected. Certainly a very different level comparatively to, say, 23 Savage's lifestealer that we saw throughout that game 1. So we are going to see the Razor now being banned out from Aurora, so they don't want to run the risk of having to play against that damn Razor. Aurora now the second pick. What do we want? The Gyrocopter, of course. So just going back to comfort. Mind you, John, this is a Gyrocopter without an IO. But Aurora, they are still 100% win rate when it comes to this hero in the qualifier.
That they are. They know the ins and outs of this hero. They know how to play it in lane with the afterburner. Lots of aggression can come out there. Lots of pressure onto Cox. I'm curious what you want in your Pos 1 down the line now for TNC. There's a lot of openings. Again, we've seen a little bit of Morphling come out. Morphling to Gyrocopter can feel really good. Could be one way to go later on if it doesn't get banned out in the next 2 bans there. Let's see what TNC's ideas are up against that Gyrocopter as well, leaving it open, prioritizing the IO and, again, the TA and the Turbosaw of jabs there. Should be picking up her supports now for Cuckoo and Jing. And Hoodwinks there if they want to go into that route. What Jing specialties are there? In the Hoodwink, there's the Muerta, although I don't see a very strong argument for the Muerta here. There's the Snapfire if they're worried about the egg overall. Although, again, Snapfire's felt good with full bore, but it does feel like you want to have some tie-in for teamfight to really maximize the kisses. We haven't seen as much of stuff like Mars here in these qualifiers as we had in others. We'll go to Marcy Venge. This is a little bit spicy coming out from TNC, and it's very flex. You can run Venge 1, you can run Marcy 1, you can run both of them as supports. This is pretty open-ended for TNC. You can kind of flex it hard. I'm curious which way to go. I'd say Marcy 1 does feel better, but again, you're also playing it without the IO. But Marcy Venge alone, just the minus armor and the physical output you have is already pretty damn big. So, wouldn't mind it that way. We do get a big Jabs hero coming out. Spirit Breaker on hand. Lots of ways of just running down this back line. Even bullying out
I'd
mid.
rather see it on Q. I mean, I'd rather see it on Q. I think Q's really
Q.
Jabs does play too, don't get me wrong, John, but Q's Spirit Breaker, that is something to behold. As a Spirit Breaker spammer myself, this is the guy I watch to learn how to play it. Like, this man knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious if he'll opt for the knockback or the charge combination. They will get the Dark Seer on top for Jabs. Very, very strong comfort right now for Aurora. You end up with the Spirit Breaker Dark Seer lane. Lots of rundown potential once you hit level 3. Earlier on, of course, you're going to have to be pulling back. But if you are running a Marcy 1, that lane's already mildly uncomfy. Maybe the first 2 levels can feel good. You can still line up for a rebound dispost kill with a magic missile stun. But as it goes up, you're dealing with those iron shots, and it doesn't feel good at all for our Marcy. TNC, what's your solution here? They've got decent enough team fight on Aurora. Vac Wall into the call down, into the egg with Sunray, easy Fire Spirit application. Big charges can come out from just the Vac. A lot more options for Aurora. A lot simpler as well to play in. Weaver pickup, so potentially now just locking in the Marcy and the Venge supports, which is fine. I think we have seen Jing Marcy a couple of times before. I think it really depends on what you lane with it now. I'm curious if they will go that route and just give Palos this Weaver 1. The Weaver does deal with illusions nicely with his shard, and once he has a lot of damage, like Shikuchi Geminate, you can melt these illusions quite nice. They have decent enough hold from Aurora. Like once you get the normal punch and jabs, you've got the charge as well, and this will necessitate a Lincoln's build-up for Palos at some point.
10 seconds
and I think that can impact some of his damage spikes here on the Weaver.
5 seconds remaining.
Aurora's still thinking about these final bans. They'll get rid of the Ench. Of course, Ench has been pretty damn busted as of late. Against the double melee matchup with the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, you definitely don't want to have to deal with the Enchantress on top. So a nice way of purging off the Surge, and obviously Ench just really enjoys two melee heroes against it.
10 seconds remaining.
See what the final ban is going to be. It seems like Aurora still seem to believe that there is a position 5 to come.
Remaining.
So already assuming the Venge pos 3 perhaps, or the Marcy probably pos 4, though again it is still very flexible between the Weaver Marcy. Depends on what Jing is more comfortable with. Like, 'cause every time we see Jing play Weaver, I feel like he does really fantastic work. So I wouldn't mind just seeing him go back to the Weaver and letting the pos 1 Marcy come out for Palos, but at the same time, like, yeah, Palos, he's got to feel comfortable on the pos 1 Marcy if that's what he's going to run. His last game on the Tiny, again, it was a little bit underwhelming.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think he's uncomfy on the carry Tiny. We've seen it a lot. I think it's just, again, the itemization, the Conda in particular over a Daedalus. Felt like the damage was lacking. He didn't go for Ags. It just felt a little bit lackluster. I'm very intrigued by Aurora actually banning out the Cuckoo Mancer there. At the end, last ban. Some respect for Master Cuckoo, I suppose.
Always get rid of the Cuckoo Mancer, John. You never know when it's coming. Gotta pay respect to the Godfather. Real recognize real, as they say.
They've got something cheeky here.
A lot of chatter happening. Jing and Cuckoo have had a big conversation. It's gonna be it was the Cuckoo here that was lacking. They actually may have gone for the Venom had it been left, but they will pick up the Crystal Maiden once again.
That's an interesting draft from TNC. I would say I enjoy Aurora's draft a little bit more. I think this potential of big vac walls from jabs is going to be very impactful. You've got good angles for charges here for Q off the back of those vacs. Not much to really stop the chase. I mean, you do have Frostbite now at the very least. Can buy you some time here on TNC. Curious where they're putting, what their offlane is. I think we end up with probably the Jing Marcy. I think you end up with a Cox Venge here. You run Yoa mid DK. They did take care of a lot of the big DK matchups, but it's going to be the Death Prophet coming out for Lorinov. And the DP is, its facets are really interesting. I think the one where she absorbs spirits from deaths across the map is very, very funky. Do have the suppress for now, which I believe is on the silence modifier. So no supercharged spirits. Still, there's some good tempo coming out from Aurora. There's a lot more early play coming out here. They are looking to be a little bit more up-tempo. I think the same thing sort of applies to TNC. They've got this push potential off the back of Yoa. I will say Lorinov's matchup now up against Yoa is a lot more straightforward. This is not something the DK fully wins out. It's a matchup we haven't seen in a long time, but normally does trade even if not slightly better for the DP, of course, with the Spirit Siphon, the spell spam up from a million miles away. You can manage the pressure of the DK quite nicely here. So I'd say I think Aurora has a draft that's just very easy to play, very easy to execute on, comes online relatively fast. TNC does have really good scaling, has a lot of utility. Their team fight maybe a little bit more lackluster. Marcy can be an answer for the Supernova Egg at the least. But their AoE control is kind of lacking. Like, you're almost looking for pickoffs, like a big rebound in, maybe a swap out on an isolated hero. You only really have, what, rebound plus Dragon Tail as your disables with Frostbite on top. Compare that to the teamfight control from Aurora. I think these 5v5s as it goes on can heavily lean into Aurora if they play their cards right here.
It's going to be a very interesting game too. Yeah, I agree with the analysis here, John. I do think Aurora's draft is much easier to execute going into this game too. Whether it's going to be enough is a different question entirely, but it certainly feels very comfort for the side of Aurora. I think the one thing I don't like right now is the offlane Darkseid. I feel like that's kind of been letting a lot of teams down as of late, even if the hero itself is quite strong. But you've got the Spirit Breaker combination on top, so there is certainly a lot of value for the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseid combination. We'll see how it all pans out, John. Game number 2, again, Aurora, they're one game away from proceeding through to TI13. And TNC, they're one game away from trying to fight for that third game. So we'll see how this all pans out. I can't wait to see how it works out, Jonathan. I think Aurora should be the favorites going into this game too, but we'll see what the hell happens. Hopefully an action-packed game.
It hopefully is. We've already got some all chat. Paulo's going grrr for whatever reason. Maybe upset that he has to lane into a Dark Seer with Iron Shell.
Fair.
You know, just letting his displeasure known. Again, well, the DP is not something we've seen too often. You do have, man, the suppress is actually super annoying. You know, the silence enemies are slowed. So when you do silence up, that slow lasts the full 5 seconds at max level. And it's a massive slow as well. Even the value point, it just feels impossible to run away from this DP. I'm curious if they can play off the back of that really nicely here on the side of Aurora. Again, I'm expecting Aurora to play it a little bit more up-tempo, play around the EXO whenever it's up, even if they are just poking and prodding on mid, or just win a team fight off the back of it. Can start to snowball pretty fast for Aurora. For the side of TNC, and we'll have to see what Yoa brings out with his DK. His lane matchup alone is already pretty static and, again, slightly favorable here for Lornoff, all things considered.
The DP is certainly a very interesting pick. It's like that suppress facet does seem pretty damn busted. 5 seconds of 30% slow at max level seems kind of ridiculous. On top of the actual silence, but my goodness, I mean, props to Aurora for picking that one up, as we are going to get a 3-man bounty room pickup from TNC's end of things. So already a nice start in the net worth department for TNC. Of course, we do start with the mid lane as per usual, where you are going to see Lorenov against Yoe on the DP versus DK matchup. And this one generally did used to favor the Death Prophet. Of course, once you got a few points in Spirit Siphon, but we shall see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I don't think this changed too much. Should still be a pretty DP heavy favored. I mean, for the most part, I can see this coming out to a draw. Both sides playing more, much more safe, more conservatively, just farming up with their AoE clear, just kind of going from there. But once Lornoff has like level 2 Spirit Siphon, there is kill threat onto Yoa. Heck, he could go for a cheeky early point in the silence. Again, that movement slow does allow a little bit of a stronger chase down for Lornoff to tie into the Spirit Siphon as well. I'm keen on seeing what the laning idea here for Lornoff is. Beyond that, again, we haven't seen this matchup in a long time, but it used to be a very standard sort of matchup up against a DK. No one really loses out. Both sides will farm into that 6. Earlier 6 timing leads to an early push. And that's basically it. Rune control, a little bit more important for Lornoff. Yoa would want to cut that off. We'll see down the line as we are taking a glimpse at the other lanes as well. Down bot, you've got Ollie on the Phoenix and 23 Savage on the Gyrocopter up against Cox on the Venge and Jing on the Marcy. The Marcy here in this lane doesn't feel amazing. 2 ranged heroes, lots of poke, especially with a flat cannon. They've got Rocket Barrage to punish as well if Jing does rebound in at some point. This one's going to be a little bit more static for TNC. It's going to feel really good for Savage to just sit back and farm. Not as much you can do to disrupt this farming on TNC's end. There's a level 3 spike that can be good, but again, going into like a level 2 Rocket Barrage is really risky for the Marcy here. So you will end up just playing a little bit slower, a little bit greedier for TNC, and that just leads to a happier time for Savage to just farm up here.
Savage certainly is going to have a pretty easy time down at that bottom lane. Not really too much in the way of contesting him, that's for sure. And then that top lane's going pretty well for the safe lane of TNC. Like Jabs and Q are both just kind of sitting back here on the Spirit Breaker Darks here. You see a lot of damage being dealt here by Cuckoo with the Frostbite. It's a very annoying ability for this kind of laning stage for Jabs and Q, because you've just got a nice way of stopping the charge and the surge away, of course. As the levels do go up, especially level 3 is going to be the concerning part if you're Cuckoo and Palos, because that level 2 Iron Shell on a Spirit Breaker probably going to be a pretty painful experience, especially for Cuckoo. So he will have to be very wary of how he uses the Frostbite. Because if he doesn't hold it to cancel charge, he can just be run down quite easily by Q. For now, though, he is perfectly fine. Because Q could actually be in trouble. Charge committed, back on a Cuckoo. He'll be okay. Frostbite out, still taking a fair bit of damage here on the Spirit Breaker, but the Surge is going to allow him a way out. He was trying to get within position for the 3-minute Lotus Pool timing, but doesn't quite get it.
They do manage to force out a salve onto Palos as he was sticking way too close to Jabs with an Iron Shell. It's going to have to watch that a little bit. Cuckoo is, well, he's still fully set. Has a Mango left, hands over the Lotus to Palos to feel comfy here. I think the key thing for Aurora is that they're not really able to get some pulls off for free, so there's no free soaking for Q. Level 2 mark is pretty decent for the Spirit Breaker, and again, he does have his innate to allow some more EXP to flow in. I'm wondering if we start to see that commitment from Q to charge across the map. Mid, again, could be a viable target. Cuckoo a bit forward here.
He certainly is. Charge will be there. Cuckoo could not get the vision to cancel it, and Frostbite was on cooldown anyway, so Jabs able to secure first blood for Aurora. And that is really the scary thing. Like, Cuckoo every time Frostbite's on cooldown, Q knows he can charge him. And it's going to be very hard to get away every single time. As Q will go for the reset back towards the fountain. That's a Spirit Breaker. You've always got to charge back towards the lane, so you're more than happy. Middle lane, a bit of action breaking out. Yoa and Lorinov going at it, but they can't really kill each other. Like, Lorinov takes damage, just Spirit Siphons his way back to full HP. On the bright side for TNC, Yoa is pretty far ahead in terms of the CS department on that Dragon Knight. But, of course, he's not really applying that much pressure to Lorinov right now.
No, certainly not. It is still a sizable lead for the DK. I think that just kind of comes down to Breed Fire, with the damage reduction does make it tougher for Lorinov. And Yoa, again, still has some right-click harass when he goes forward with Worm's Rat. Does make it a little bit uncomfy to just stand there and try to fully apply the Spirit Siphon on Lorinov. So it is coming out to be a little bit more of a DK lane overall. Which again leads to some early timings for Yoa. Let's see if he'll opt for the Mage Slayer in this game. He's going to apply some pressure into Q again.
Q does have the charge up if he needs to charge away. Cuckoo's got the Frostbite though, which makes it a little bit hard. Q gonna try, but just charges back into the wind. No chance of getting out. Q will go down as now Jing bottom lane also losing his life. 23 Savage able to secure that kill. Cox trying to run away from the Sunray, but Ollie gonna do a lot of damage on his way out. Though Cox will, of course, still be perfectly fine. And all of that for 23 Savage's life, but 23 Savage does remain alive and remains in the lane to fight.
Again, it's the risk of the Marcy committing. With Rocket Barrage as a melee hero chasing down into Phoenix, really easy to land. These Fire Spirits land a dive as well. Just makes it a little bit uncomfy for the Marcy to try to clean up and try to play off those chain stuns. Putting a good amount of pressure on Jab's bot. Cuckoo.
The pressure. Cuckoo is going to go down. Jab's now in trouble as well. Jab's taking a fair bit of damage from Palos. Jabs is going to die. Q still going after Palos, hoping for some lucky bashes here. Still trying to man up. No bashes coming out here for Q, so he does need to escape. We'll have the charge back up in one if he wants to try again. Palos going to be maybe a little bit careful. It's Q! Oh, he gets lucky. The classic double bash on the Spirit Breaker is bottom lane. 23 Savage. Chasing down Cox, quite unable to get there. The Venge will be fine. But that top lane, Q, he got the double bash, which is exactly what you love to see as a pos 4 Spirit Breaker.
When he was right-clicking for a while with no bashes, Paulo should have expected something to come out at some point. Eventually a bash comes through and comes out at the right time there. You managed to get the big kill they're looking for. A strong start for Aurora outside of that mid, but even the mid lane, Lorinov is starting to just play his farm game and stay up there in net worth. And the side of TNC, not in a bad position, Aurora very slightly ahead. You do have Palos and Yoa still working net worth very early on in their advantage. Jabs and Cox having a bit of a slower start, but Jabs can catch up super fast with the Iron Shell. It's not really concerning for the Darkseer. I'd say it's a little bit more concerning for the Venge, how slow this bot lane has been going. Like, it's going to be stalled out timings. If you're trying to rush the Ags, you want that as quick as possible. There's options for like Dragonlance, maybe an Echo Saber as well for some slow utility on the jump in, depending. A little bit of a movement out from Aurora and look to punish down bot here.
Charge will be out. Jing was going for a D-Ward, does get away with it, but it may cost his own life as he will rebound away. Cox will cancel the charge from Q. And even Cuckoo rotates over on the CM just in case they require the help. It seems as though Cuckoo TPing will be enough to force Aurora back, at least for now, though Jing is still playing a little bit aggressively on the Marcy. Will hang around the tree line. Of course, they don't want to dive the T1 tower. Cox doesn't have that level 1 swap yet either, but they are going to throw a casual magic missile onto 23 Savage. It won't really amount to much though. It's now top lane, Jab's in trouble. Yoe takes him out on the Dragon Knight, tipped out immediately from the DK. Meanwhile, bottom, Cuckoo's been caught on the CM, so they'll take Cuckoo's life away. Jing, he'll come in for a quick D-Ward, but a 1-for-1 trade across the map, certainly in the favor of TNC as they do kill the Darks.
Nobody wins.
It's a big kill for Yoa to find, accelerate that blink timing here on the DK. Love this read on Yoa, understands that they're going to need some jump in. Mage Slayer not going to be too necessary, although there is some good magic damage sources here. But they need some play. Still, charges out.
Gonna try. no Nether Strike available, so he's still going for a quick TP play out there. The vacuum is out from Jabs. Yoe's still trying to survive, but there's your bash. Q will hold him down, and Jabs immediately with the voice lines. Quick revenge onto Yo.
It's a nice big one. Gets the Exo usage from Lornoff. Some chip damage onto tier 1 mid as well is available for Aurora. Though not too much time left. For at least get some action out on the map. Put the spell on cooldown. Looking for more.
Q. The Bulldoze, obviously the Frostbite not going to last too long here for Cuckoo, but charge will never come. It was on cooldown anyway, actually.
That was unreal.
So Aurora, they got a fair bit of damage onto that tier 1 tower. Not enough to finish it with the Exorcism, but it doesn't matter. They'll happily back out. The only unfortunate part about popping Exo like that is you are going to miss the 10-minute siege creep timing that you could have abused the Exorcism with. But I don't think Lorinov really cares. He seems to be a much more farm-oriented style of player. So I'm sure he'll be more than happy to just sit back and just hit creeps for a while.
Yeah, you don't normally care too much. I think a lot of DPs are happy to either take a tower or take a fight, not necessarily looking for both in one use down bot.
Find Cox again, 23 Savage. Able to take down the Vengeful Spirit. Now a 1k advantage for Aurora. Mid lane is being forced in, but the charge is there. The egg is down. The wall has been dropped. They've got the Dragonite slowed up real badly as Yoe. He's going to try and get the stun off onto the Spirit Breaker, cancelling the charge. They will still chase Yoe down, but he will barely survive. And that was a lot of discipline from Yoe. He really held out to the last minute for that Dragon Tail, just waiting for the Spirit Breaker charge to come in. The problem is, though, he will still lose that mid-tier 1 tower. The 10-minute siege creep timing for Aurora still ends up paying off. As now bottom lane,
23?
the chase is on for 23 Savage, but he's got help around him. Palos will chase in, he'll get the kill, but can he get out? He'll time-lapse for now, but the charge is there. Q will lock them both down. At least they'll go after Jing, but they'll miss out on Palos. It's still a very good trade for TNC. Mind you, they do lose that mid-tier 1 tower, which is a pretty big deal. So not the worst for Aurora either, as it seems like Aurora now. Another 3-man smoke, they're not done yet. They want more.
They've got the fresh Atos on Lornoff. They've got Exo ready to go. They can look for a nice easy fight. Yoe.
And the strike up this time. Can knock him right back into Lorinov. And Lorinov should have him this time around. No escape for Yoe. Rod of Atos completed on the Death Prophet. Going to make life a lot easier for him. And Aurora, they're off to a very, very strong start now. 9-4 with a 1k advantage, 12 minutes in. But you are still finding a lot of farm on Palos and Yoe. But there comes a point with the Gyrocopter, once he's got that max flak cannon plus the Ags, we've seen how fast this hero can farm. It is a very big concern as the game does continue.
That it is. I think the other hurting point for TNC is just how slow the lane has been for Cox on this Venge. And he's been under a lot of pressure. He's not able to really slow down Savage by much outside of these rotation kills. And that means the Ag's timing is stalled. It means the Venge persisting through that isn't there. They'll try to catch one.
Jump is out. They're onto the Death Prophet. Lorinov, he's a big deal to try and take out, but he will start healing up with the Spirit Siphons, and now with Cuckoo just channeling the freezing field, but it means nothing. Cuckoo gonna have to run the long way around as the wall is dropped, and Cuckoo will drop as Jabs will secure the kill with the Iron Show onto Q. Now Jing can be targeted. Q maybe going a little bit too far, but they'll heal him up. He'll barely survive though. Jing jumping in anyway. Does go after the Phoenix, but the egg does come out in time. Can they get it? They can. Ollie will lose his life, but they've got Cox. Lorinov, he will drop to boot. 3 down so far for each side. Oh, Savage. A big target. Palos wants the kill. Can he get it? No, he can't. The Sakuchi though. He'll chase him down, but Savage has made it. Jabs now being targeted, but Palos, he won't go for the chase. How does Savage just casually walk out of there?
Had just enough HP. The homing missile coming out forced Palos to have to clear it out because he was not the healthiest. He wanted to try to just get an unobstructed chase onto that gyro and does miss out on the opportunity. Big wins for Aurora in this game. Strong early game plays coming out. Some punishment out from TNC. We're seeing some solutions. Again, the Marcy to deal with the egg is one way. You've got decent enough damage coming up from Cox. We didn't even see the swap saves kick into gear yet. Once the Ags is up on this Venge again, things can happen, but Aurora have so much more to play with. I'll go with another smoke out. They still have Exo to throw out. They've got Nether Strike ready to go. Doesn't take too long to burst one hero that shows in the map here.
Radiant are
Absolutely, they're going to
scanning.
try it. Mid lane. Having a look at Jing and QQ, but they both managed to get out of there. Instead, they might look towards the north, where Palos is currently farming. And Palos still top of the net worth board on the Weaver. He'd be a great target if Aurora can find him. Just keep farming that area. Q will get within range now to see if he can find this Weaver, but Palos is now running the opposite way. So it seems like they'll miss out on Palos. They'll still stand by that T2 tower, but that's certainly not a tower you're willing to dive right now as Aurora. Palos will show himself again by that T2. And again, I highly doubt you dive as Aurora. You are playing it a bit safer. As long as 23 Savage is hitting creeps, I think you're more than happy as well. Like, he's second in net worth now, but farming this Ancient stack, he will be at the top. And at this stage, he will overtake the Weaver quite easily.
Yeah. Itemization's lining up well. Crystallis into the Ags, into a BKB Butterfly, forcing out some Evasion Pierce from the side of TNC, which they don't handily have. You could try for maybe a Blood Torn on Yoe, but again, he doesn't commit for the Orchid. He's going for the BKB after this Blink, just to initiate for his team smoothly. For TNC, you are waiting for some of these BKB timings to start to line up. The double BKB for Jing and for Yoe is what you're probably going to be looking for here, along with the Ags on Cox to be more willing to swap and die. Just have presence after the fact. The farm game still favors Aurora heavily. They're working the map better. Farming pace for Vinge is ultra slow. You've got good farm spread as well on Q and Ollie. Again, you don't have too much to worry about. You have scaling on hand for Aurora. For the side of TNC, they're the ones under a little bit more of pressure to play under tempo. Right? You want to hit these early spikes with your Weaver. You want to be able to try to isolate heroes with the DK. They've only managed to find one tier 1 down bot. Haven't made too much progress on the mid. And that mid is holding the triangle securely for Savage to keep farming up there as well, although Yo is on the hunt.
He's going to find Q. Q will get the bulldoze off in time, though. So Yoe not even bothering to throw the stun out. Very, very hard to catch the Spirit Breaker as long as he has bulldoze available to go whenever. Of course, working on towards the Shadow Blade, which is very standard for a position for Spirit Breaker now. With the Bull Rush, it's practically impossible to catch him once he charges. They'll group up Aurora, they'll go towards 23 Savage, but TNC Predator, they've smoked up. As 4 heroes, they'll run towards the top of the map. The only person missing right now is their Vengeful Spirit. Cox is still on the bottom side of the map. Aurora, they're looking towards the Roshan pit now. They've got the level 2 Exorcism on Lorinov to try and use. TNC, they're running right towards them. They're still lacking their Venge, but the TP is incoming from Cox. Now Yoe will scout out. The Gleipnir locks a couple down. The Vac wall, though, they've already got Yoe on the Dragon Knight. Yoe is down. Not the start you wanted as TNC, as now they're onto Cuckoo, but Q's waving him goodbye. Mid-freezing field, see you later. And Aurora, they'll have first dibs on Roshan. TNC would not be able to counter this one out.
Now, it's just so simple for Aurora. And they've got the back wall, managed to isolate those 2 cores running forward. Full Ags flying in for 23 now as well, as they take the Aegis. Secondary life on hand for the Gyro, into the Butterfly, into, I'm assuming, the Daedalus and Satanic here for 23, although maybe disassembly play down the line just to have some efficiency here on our Gyro. TNC, they need this at least 1 BKB up before they can commit. It's just not safe for Yoe to initiate like this. Jing is a long ways off from his as a support Marcy this game. A very slow game for this Marcy to really start to pop off. It's more waiting time. Again, that's waiting time that Aurora is heavily enjoying in this game. Lots of comfort to just scale up here. I'm not even sure if the BKB is fully enough for Yoe. Again, it doesn't feel like the follow-through is really there. The output of Palace isn't at critical mass just yet.
We need something, that's for sure, right now. I think the BKB's still going to be very, very important. Just to be able to survive the initial initiations from Aurora, which have been very, very strong. Props to Jabs as well. Jabs has been very good at landing some very nice walls. Always catching Yoe with the walls. And I think that's very important, right? Like, if you get that Dragon Knight illusion, it does just deal so much damage over time. Jabs always ensuring that wall does land at the right moment, and has been making a big difference in these fights. Speaking of BKBs, of course, now you've got Lorinov with his own BKB up on the DP. You're about 250 gold away as well for Q to have the Shadow Blade, so he's going to start making it pretty impossible for the waves to push out himself. So that is Spirit Breaker at the moment. You just charge waves with Shadow Blade and, you know, just wipe out a wave over and over again. And of course, with the Bull Rush facet, they can't actually catch you. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. It's easy lane control for Q, easy scaling to find. You have the Ags up on Cox, but again, the Venge doesn't feel crazy with that just yet. It does feel like you want at least level 2 swap for the range. You want some more items up for presence. He's going for Shard Dragonlance.
Bottom? Oh, bottom?
That is down bottom.
Palos?
Palos.
Palos! Palos caught out. Palos is down. Jabs will take the kill. That's your saving grace. I mean, TNC, they can't afford to lose their Weaver like that. He's second in their worth now to 23 Savage, and Aurora, like, if they get a couple more kills on Palos, 23 Savage, he'll well and truly take over the game. Boy, oh boy, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Palos this game, too, to make sure his carry really pays off, but, I mean, for now, dying like that's not going to feel too good.
Certainly not. Do finally hit that BKB time for Yoa. They're going to need Palos for the damage. It's going to be hard to try to dig through 23 and all that he has right now. BKB only one part away. Can use this opening for themselves. Are hanging further behind Tier 1. As Aurora might be able to bait in with her own smoke here. See how far TNC will push for this one. If you start to give more mistakes out, it does feel scary. They'll go for the Tormentor instead on TNC's part, so not going to take that risk. Just get themselves a nice free shard on Jing, a little bit more utility with that rebound. More options to jump off of, at the very least, makes the initiation angles easier to find. But you're playing into that 4K deficit 20 minutes in, 21 minutes in. It's not massive, but it is significant enough to be felt. And Savage is becoming a massive issue in these fights. BKB almost done now on the Gyrocopter. I don't know how you deal with Lorinov in his BKB running around with Spirit Siphons at this point as well. It's a lot to contend with. No healing reduction, nothing to go through spell immunity here. Just not enough BKBs for you to feel comfy. Palos is trying to go for the Lincolns first, obviously to save up against a charge and Nether Strike. But the silences will still kill him off. So again, he's going to need a way to dispel this control that Lorinov has in spades. I don't know, like, as they're keeping the deficit within check at least, you know, like this gap isn't growing wider for Aurora. So TNC are working the map just as effectively. But it does feel like Aurora is just, right now, is stronger with what they have with these initial item and level spikes on hand. They don't have much to be scared of.
No, absolutely not. Maybe the Zamp damage room by Palos could be a little bit scary, but I highly doubt he actually uses it to fight. Seems like TNC are well and truly aware that they are just relegated to farming right now. They cannot take a team fight into the Aegis of 23 Savage. Speaking of that Aegis, though, it is going to expire in 10 seconds. Problem is, he now has a full BKB. TNC, however, knowing the Aegis does expire, they are going to smoke up his 5, but again, Aurora know this is coming. The Aegis just expired, so the smoke is very obvious. And again, I think the timing for the BKB, or rather the smoke, is kind of awkward now, because 23 Savage has a BKB up. Could be a very hard fight. They'll jump in, but they miss out on Q to start. They'll get the stun on 23 Savage, but they're in the tree line. It's a very ugly position so far for the side of TNC, as Cox has already lost his life. They're on to Palos now. Palos, he's locked down on the Weaver. He'll time-lapse away, but the silence is out and Palos is down. Oh, it's too forced. The smoke is way too obvious. Like, as the Aegis expires, Aurora, they're too experienced for that crap. They know it's coming.
That they are. It's Q to break the smoke in the low ground, has the Shadow Blade. They don't instantly find a Dragon Tail stun. There's enough time for Aurora to set up into that fight. Don't really even have to expend anything. Again, Palos, with a lack of BKB, just has no presence up front. He needs a Lincoln's and a BKB. He needs those 2 defensive items. And that's just not enough space for the Weaver to find that farm. They lose their tier 2 here. Aurora, 8k advantage now, 17-7. In strong form in this game number 2, and TNC looking a little bit lost. Their draft not doing them that many favors. Just trying to farm up on Jing, trying to get this catch up on Cox. all the cores just lagging behind, but not too badly on the other two, but certainly this Venge suffering. And this Marcy not popping off, although
They actually kill Q. They can. Alright, I'll get something. Jing will take that kill on the Marcy. Trying to work towards this BKB right now on that support Marcy. Meanwhile, TNC trying to bait with the Illusion Rune, but eventually they do just give it over to Yoe. Ollie does not bother trying to jump in on the Phoenix to take that away himself. Not really a big deal anyway. Savage again, top net worth on the gyrocopter, working towards that butterfly into the Satanic next. It's getting well and truly to the stage where he's getting out of control. It's not like you're going to have an MKB on Palos anytime soon either. Like, he's going for a Lincoln Sphere now on the Weaver, but that butterfly is going to cause them a hell of a lot of problems in terms of how you actually burst the gyrocopter down. We'll see what the answer is going to be, but it does feel like you're going to have to start really just ignoring 23 Savage in the fights and trying to go after everyone else first. But that is much easier said than done.
And there's, considering again the build-up here on Jabs, Guardian Greaves and Crimson Guard, lots of physical protection here for the side of Aurora. You don't have the greatest HP on Jabs to really maximize the Crimson, but it's more than enough, even with just the base reduction of 70. That's going to be quite a fair bit of the damage coming here from TNC, just cut off whenever that's active from Jabs. Makes it hard to, again, see an angle in for TNC at the moment. And the lead, again, not widening for Aurora during this farm time. Q trying to go for a deep chase, but does just go to check for the bounty and does back off. Very speedy in that Spirit Breaker at this point. Aurora, I mean, once they hit this critical mass, the answers for TNC are very hard to find. Like, Roshan is back up. This is going to be the focus point for Aurora next. TNC just going to gate across. Looks like they're not even going to contest this, which is fair. Again, TNC could probably make some pickoffs, but a wider fight just doesn't seem feasible at all. They spot out that Roche. They just need 23 to join in. We've got Lornoff coming up. We'll just finish up this full butterfly first. And the Roche is not going to be too long whatsoever. I don't know, this farming game for TNC just feels awful. Like, you've got a Venge Core playing from behind. It's not amazing. You've got your DK forced to go S and Y just to stand forward. So, his damage output isn't best. He is fairly tanky, but it doesn't feel like the follow-through is there. Like, your Weaver is doing nothing at this point from Palos. Just seeing so much defensive, and here goes the Roche.
Here we go. Roshan. Start by Aurora, and it is not going to take too long for them to finish this one off. Full butterfly completed now on 23 Savage. We have the Chrysalis in just a moment on top. The Savage will get away with this, no problem. Aegis will be picked up by the Gyro, so will the Cheese. Lorenov doesn't care for either of that crap. He's perfectly fine as is. And it still feels like Aurora are well and truly just controlling this game number 2 with a 3k advantage. TNC still stuck just farming, trying to catch up the best they possibly can. But there's just been no progression. Like, Palos is almost at a Lincoln Sphere now, but that's still not going to save the game at all. You know, you still need a way of actually hitting 23 Savage throughout these fights. And the fight is going to be coming within the next 4.5 minutes. I mean, he's got plenty of time on the Aegis to decide when he wants to go for the big smoke up. So I imagine that timing will be rather soon.
And it should be. And again, you've got some tools on TNC. BKB done for Jing. So the Marcy can start to play forward. And the Weaver, the damage just doesn't feel like it's coming in. Like you mentioned, the Butterfly is going to cause issues. Lincoln's alone, again, doesn't feel like it's enough, especially if the silence is on point from Lornoff. Still have to worry about that control here from Aurora. Cox is playing around his own vision. Should be safe to back off after clearing out. Is trying to go for the Manta on the Venge. Trying to have a little bit more stats to pad as a universal type. Tier 2 is exposed and is under siege from 23. TNC cannot hope to take a fight outside or high ground at this point. Aurora in complete control of the game so far. And the lead is narrowing. It's 2 to 3k. It dropped from 4. And we're getting, again, progression on Jing. We've got good scaling from Palos and Yo. It just feels like these items are way too far for them to find just yet. full sight of Vice now up for Ollie. Even more control that TNC aren't geared to really handle. I suppose you always have the swap saves from Cox, but it feels like it's about it in terms of trying to bail out from some bad engagements here.
Oh yeah, it's a very tough position at this point if you're TNC. And Aurora having a very, very good game. Lincoln Sphere now up on Palos. You do have your BKB on Jing. You've got a Nullify being built up on Yoet. Like if the game just continues to drag on, sure, I could see a comeback happening. But for now, if a fight breaks up for Aurora, they should have a pretty decent time. Seems like Savage wants to wait for the Satanic to be up before he gets going. Which is fair, because with the Satanic, he's going to be quite literally unkillable. The rest of TNC, again, buying themselves more and more time. Manta being built up on Cox. So much time feels like it's required here for their end of things to really make the big comeback they're looking for.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This Nullifier pickup for Yoe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sure, it does feel good. I think the issue is you lose the lane even harder. If you're in the laning phase, you're trying to trade with right clicks with Wave of Terror. I think it just sets up for a rougher time, especially as a poor Venge. Especially in trying to farm up. So, there's an argument to be made, but yeah, it's very conditional. I think if you do go for that facet, it has to only be support. Even then, it's like very dependent if you're expecting the game to go slow. Which, you know, you shouldn't be setting yourself up to do on a draft, but you do have time to adjust, I suppose, when you go in. It's good, a chunk of damage, though. I was gonna say, this Nullifier for Yoa is a good solution to some of the blocks coming in, especially the Crimson Guards, which should allow them to focus in on the target without worrying about the damage block coming in from jabs and his auras. And you have so many big issues to worry about. The BKB done out for Q, his charges are free. High ground already beginning, although the swap.
Savage, he's underneath tier 4 towers. He does have the Aegis up there on a big back wall! Oh, jabs! Jing and Betty Cooper, they're both down. Yoa's got to get the hell out. Oh boy, Savage, no wonder he was just standing there taking it. He was waiting for Japs to come in and teach him a lesson on TNC. There goes your tier 3 mid tower. There goes your Rax. And maybe, there goes TI13 for TNC. Aurora, they're looking to put a close on this game too and secure their spot. They're on to the secondary lane of Barracks, tier 3 tower under siege. Savage is absolutely massive. Jing, he's going to try and jump in, but he can't kill off Q. Savage, he'll just spell the frostbite. It seems like Jing will die. No buyback. 3 versus 5 here for Aurora. Q will reset in the fountain. He can charge back at any time. Cheese is still up on Savage, don't forget, so he's got his own reset to come as Palos will start, but look at the damage. Or lack thereof, rather. Just no damage from this Weaver.
Making mistakes is the path.
Savage will eat the cheese.
It's just not there. They need good isolation with a swap from Cox, but it doesn't feel like
swap out again. They'll try another time. They'll try to do it the secondary life. The back is out again. Call down is committed. Savage. They found Yoe. The Dragon Knight down. Cuckoo in trouble. He'll survive thanks to the Glimmer Cape, but for how long? He'll make it out, but there's 2 Raxes down now. There still is an outer tier 2 tower, but Aurora now 1 lane of Barracks away from securing their own spot at TI13. Palos. They're moving in. Cox, he wants to try and get the fight started early, but the Hex is out from Ollie. It'll lock him down. The Phoenix alive with the vacuum again from Jabs into the 3-man silence. Cuckoo is gone. Cox is gone. Palos is down. There's no buybacks left. That's got to be it, John. Without the Weaver, how do you defend?
You can't. You can't unless maybe Savage runs up closer to Fountain and gets swapped in. That's the only play I see left for TNC. Aurora playing clean, playing confidently here in game 2. No shenanigans out from TNC, no stall outs.
Oh, there's no way.
And this is the Aurora we were looking for in these kinds of games.
Oh, they're just huge now. Savage giving no chances out as they take down Cox another time. They want the remnant. He'll swap Jing in, but Q will say thank you very much. And GG has called. Aurora have done it. They secure their spot at TI13. It'll be Talon and Aurora as the congratulations do come out. TNC with the good sportsmanship at the end of this game. And for Aurora, it might have been just a little bit scary after yesterday, Jonathan. But today they came back with a vengeance and they make it work 2-0. No problems here for the Radiant side.
Absolutely. They play their own game. I think that's the key takeaway here in game 2. This was very much a classic Aurora game. They played at their own timings. They're not under pressure. They're allowed to farm. They're allowed to build up. Their lanes come out very strongly. TNC had no presence. They're trying to do something different in this draft with a Marcy Venge. That lane just felt dead. There's nothing Cox and Jing could do. You end up with a Marcy that has to sit back and farm BKB, eating farm space from everyone else. They're taking a look at the highlights. Of course, this very forced out smoke play. They had high ground broken by Q. Jump in, no Dragon Tail. Forced fight, no defense for Palos. Like they just didn't have the tools to try to play this tempo idea that TNC had. Again, the solutions out from Aurora. This DP pick with the silence just devastated 3 BKBs, and by the time we didn't even see a BKB out for Palos in the end. Just always a sitting duck to that control. The Weaver just had no game here. And the confidence for Aurora to play with Savage so far forward with the swaps, having the confidence and trust in Jabs to always back up every single move. And this is the Aurora we were looking for. I think yesterday was a little bit lacking from him, but certainly out in full force today, dealing with the cheese of TNC in game 1 on that Tinker, and just playing, again, a very much by the books Aurora game in game 2. TNC, unfortunately, their rise from the ashes, not going to be able to make it all the way to TI, but Aurora, this experience stack does get to represent Southeast Asia once more, and hey, that's 5 versus 0, Mike. Does look like 0. Maybe 1 is the magical number. Maybe Savage was. Maybe there was a point there.
Oh, the Thai base, Jonathan, he proves his point once again here. And you know, it's very nice as well, because now you've got some real representation. Hold that thought, because we do have to give out, of course, our standout player. John, I think it was Jabs, right? I think if you got to really point out somebody who just kind of proved the point, right? And I was talking crap about this Darkseid pick as well. I thought it wasn't going to be able to pop off that much, but Jabs, the vacuums were just absolutely perfect with the follow-up of Q on this Spirit Breaker. I think Jabs deserves the MVP.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think not only his plays, but his itemization again. Standard Guardian Greaves, then straight into a Crimson Guard. Understanding there's no early damage source here for the side of TNC. Even Unleash kind of gets screwed over by just 70 damage block. So it felt like he had no output whatsoever from the side of TNC to deal with all of the auras coming out here from the side of Aurora. And again, Jabs showing again why sometimes he does get prioritized into the last pick. Sometimes he gets to have the most fun. But again, big congratulations to Aurora. We've got a huge medley from Southeast Asia heading in. And again, this is kind of the results that a lot of people expected. That dream run for TNC falls short, but I think TNC should also be pretty happy with how much they've achieved in a very short time span and coming back in the scene. Just unfortunate that this is the big one, and well, you can't afford to make mistakes. You try something cheeky and it just doesn't pan out. Still, take a look at our bracket, take a look at that journey that we've had for both of these teams. Aurora and Talon starting in that upper bracket, making it all the way to the upper bracket finals. Aurora dropping 2-0 there, but rallying in the lower bracket final, 2-0ing TNC. TNC, for their part, having a very deep run in the lower bracket, no losses whatsoever up until they face the final boss of Aurora right here.
And speaking of the final boss, Jonathan, I believe we actually have an interview with the godfather of Thai Dota himself, Mr. Jabs, coming in. This time I have not muted my beaming, so we can actually hear Jabs. Jabs, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, and congratulations on qualifying to TI13. Sir, how the hell are you feeling?
Feel good because we lose yesterday, and just still chance for us to go to the qualifier. And yeah, I think today we played well.
Wait, Jabs, I've got to ask you. I mean, you spoke about losing yesterday. What were the feelings like? Like, you guys are still the best team in SEA, in our opinion. Talon obviously maybe surprising you guys yesterday. Can you tell us what happened and what were the feelings after it happened?
It's just that I think our dive is kind of bad. I mean, it's not like we cannot win. It's just that they have advantage, and we're trying to like counter their hero so much. So we're going to game today and just play our hero.
Oh, no, that's fair enough. You seem very relaxed as well, Jabs. I might add. Were you expecting an easy series for yourself here up against TNC? Like you didn't seem that bothered from the camera work we saw.
Yesterday I think I was like kind of stressed so much, so like I played really bad, and today game I just wanna play my own game the best. Yeah.
Oh, you certainly played a fantastic game today, Jabs. Tell me, what are we doing to celebrate now? I mean, you're going to TI13, you're going to Riyadh, like exciting times for the Aurora. What are we celebrating with, Jabs? What are we doing?
I actually don't know. Maybe like we're gonna chill for 1 to 2 days, and after that we have to scrim for Riyadh.
Wow. Straight back into business. Fair enough. Before I give John the questions, are you guys going somewhere to boot camp, or are we staying in SEA?
We actually don't know yet about the TI, but for Riyadh we're staying in the Malaysia to boot camp, and then we fly there.
Okay. All right, go on, John.
Fair enough. Now I'm curious, Jabs. Was there any special expectations coming into this match? You know, being TNC, some history there. Was there anything in the back of your minds, or was it just like another day in the office for Aurora?
Not really, because I think they do play their heart out and they play it very well. It's like the team just formed maybe like 1 or 2 months ago, and every one of them just play really well.
All right. I'm curious, going back into the international stage, we're on the two big tournaments, of course, TI being the very big and prestigious one. What's your expectations for Aurora coming in there? You know, it's been a rocky year for you guys in terms of actual land results. What do you want to see different this time around for your squad?
Of course, we want to finish like top 3 and win it, because I'm kind of tired of being like a top 8 team.
Right. And what do you think is going to take Aurora to that level then? Like what do you think is different now in these lands?
I think we're just gonna need to like improve a lot, and hero pool and DAF and everything.
Alrighty. I think that's all I have. Mikey, you have anything else?
No, Jabs, congratulations again on the 2-0 victory. Any words for the fans, Jabs? Any words for the Aurora fans? There's quite a lot of them in the chat right now.
Just thank you for supporting us, and yeah, thank you for sharing. And whoever shared the TNC, like they play their heart out too. So thank you, all the fans, and supporting this game and watch the tournament.
Oh, Jabs, thank you very much for that. Congratulations on your victory once again, and we can't wait to see you at TI13, sir. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's the lovely Jabs, Jonathan. I like the way he didn't just shout out his own fans. Even the TNC fans, shout out to them, right, for supporting the game. That's what I like about Jabs. He's a very honest, very good man. You know, very, very morally honest, I want to say. And props to him. Again, he deserves the victory. Obviously, again, Aurora, they've been the best team for the whole year, Jonathan. They've got to be at TI13, right? Like, everybody wanted the fairy tale TNC lower bracket run. Even we were getting a little bit excited about that. But at the end of the day, the most deserving teams will make it. And for SEA, of course, that is going to be Talon and Aurora. And Jonathan, would you look at that? The International 2024, we've already got majority of our teams. Only one team left from Western Europe to make it. Those games, I believe, are they happening now? Are they? Is it now or late? It's later.
Not entirely sure if it's
right. Later.
Yeah, it should be a little bit later.
That's
so.
Couple of hours. That's what we've been told. So if you're looking to tune into those, of course, they are going to be on PGL_Dota 2. So do check in to see who the last team from Western Europe is going to be in a couple of hours when those series do begin. However, Jonathan, as for us, I'm very excited to say these two SEA teams, I think we actually found the best teams in SEA right here, like Talon and of course Aurora. They're looking fantastic. I love the fact as well, and I always do appreciate when we have a lot of kind of nationalities, right? Because it's Southeast Asia. There's a lot of nationalities going on in Southeast Asia. We've got the Thais, we've got the Malaysians, we've got the Indonesians, we've got the... Everyone's kind of in there, you know what I mean? All the big ones are being represented at TI, and I think that makes me very happy. Maybe not the Australians, obviously, but, you know, we're probably never going to be there again, so who gives a crap? At least the Southeast... At least we've got plenty of diversity here in Southeast Asia. What is it, Jim?
I don't know why you have to raise the Australians up. I mean, you know, maybe if KP qualifies again, you know, you can start rallying your flag, or if Anna comes back, perhaps.
I hope Pili dies Australian, John. That's what I heard. Somebody told me.
No, he's not.
Yes,
no, he's not. Shut the hell up. But still, what a what the wonderful qualifier. What a storyline for Aurora and Talon. What a storyline for TNC. Unfortunately, falling flat again. But old Talon, new Talon. In TI, I guess Talon Talon has it all, I guess, or whoever scouted out these talents on Talon certainly knows their thing, or two of the, I guess, Brando does know.
Brando, John, shout it.
It's exciting. Yeah. It's an
Props
exciting time for Southeast Asia. I mean, it's so interesting. I think Southeast Asia is the biggest jump around. You've got the old guard and Aurora, you know, very experienced players, then Talon being the new blood. So you get both, the best of both worlds for our region to get some experience on the LAN. I'm keen on seeing what happens. Again, WS, probably the youngest player in TI at 18 years old, turning 19 this June. A relatively young squad. I'm keen to see what all of these teams will do. Should be a good time for all of us C fans. We're going to be feasting, Mike.
Oh, we sure are. Of course, if you are a C fan, don't forget, you know, who cares about the individual nationalities? We've got to support as a unit, right? Both these teams, we've got to support them as much as humanly possible going into TI13. Of course, that is it for this stream, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all the viewers for tuning in. As per always, it really does melt our hearts to see how many people were tuning in for this grand final, Jonathan. It is MLP Dota, it is John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again next time. Bye-bye.